Hello, 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 hello.
Check. 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 Audible? Good morning, and hearty welcome to everyone for the workshop on disciplinary matters. We'll be commencing the entire event in another 10 minutes. I request everyone's patience, and I request everyone to please put your phones in silent or airplane mode. This is mostly an interactive session, and we are going live through Google Meet, and all the other divisions who are not here physically have been requested to join virtually. A gentle request to all those who are witnessing this event through Google Meet to immediately ensure that all the nominated officers join this event virtually immediately. And we'll be commencing the event another 10 minutes. This is going to be an interactive session. I request everyone's participation actively. By around 10 a.m., we'll be commencing the actual workshop. I request everyone's attention. Thank you. A very happy and a pleasant morning to everyone present here. As we all know, today we are here at the GPO Meghdoot Auditorium for the workshop on disciplinary matters. We have with us today Dr. Venam Upender, Postmaster General, Kurnool Region, as our chief guest. Sir will be giving us a workshop. Before we commence the event, I request all the dignitaries to please proceed onto the dais. Shri K. Prakash, Chief Postmaster General, Karnataka Postal Circle. Dr. Venam Upender, PMG, Kurnool Region. Director Postal Services Headquarters and Director Postal Services Bengaluru Headquarters Region, Shri Sandesh Mahadeva Pasa and Srimati V. Tara Madam. It is rather a very rare sight to witness such a gathering. We don't see this kind of a gathering of officers very often, especially in our busy schedule. So today it's a amazing opportunity for all of us to interact, be active and proactive, and discuss the core subject what we are all designated for. So without further ado, I request Srimati Hema Malini and team to present an invocation to commence this event.
गाइए गणपति जगवंदना शंकर सुवन भवानी नंदन गाइए गणपति जगवंदना विद्यावारिधि बुद्धि विधाता मांगत तुलसी दास कर जोरे विद्यावारिधि बुद्धि विधाता मांगत तुलसी दास कर जोरे बस ही राम सिय मानस मोरे गाइए गणपति जगवंदना शंकर सुवन भवानी नंदन गाइए गणप गाइए गणपति जगवंदना.
That was melodious rendering. Thank you so much. We are approaching Ganesha festival shortly. And who else is best to bless us for a blessing and best start of this event? I would now request Shri Sandesh Mahadevappa, sir, to please present word of welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. We are at Vigilance workshop here, and the idea was there were many references Chief Sir has received, and he felt that there is a knowledge gap and training is required, repetitive training is required. And 3 weeks back, Sir has advised us to have a workshop, and he immediately contacted the Upender Sir resource person, and that's how we are here today. The entire conceptualization and till its execution today, the Chief Sir has completely allowed us to conduct this program, and I take this opportunity to welcome Chief Sir for this program. And we have with us as a resource person, PMG Sir, Kurnool Region, Dr. Venam Upender. Sir, welcome to you. Sir belongs to 1999 batch of Indian Postal Service. And he is one of the empaneled officer as for the Joint Secretary Government of India. Sir has worked in Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana, and Maharashtra at various capacities within the department and outside the department. Academically, sir has a bachelor's in engineering, mining engineering, and has done MBA marketing and PhD in marketing. Sir is also a writer who has produced who has written many books, and many research papers have appeared on management, have been published in different reputed journals, and he has been awarded for his writing activity, particularly by Telangana government. He has received Telangana Saraswata Parishat Award in 2024. And also, the any one of you, if you have attended any of the Karnapex last, which held in 2024, he has displayed, and at different national and international level, he's a philatelist, and he has an section on Ramayana and different personalities of Nobel laureate, for which he holds the Limca Book of World Record. An academically highly qualified person who has worked in department at various capacities. On deputation, he has worked as Chief Vigilance Officer of different PSUs of Government of India. And as CVO, he has been responsible for many systemic improvements which have been published in CVC guidelines. And he is an after-sought resource person on this subject. He frequently visits different academies of national repute, like Police Academy, Customs Academy, and so on. And so far, he has trained 6,629 employees with 175 PSUs. And we are glad to have you, sir, here. And once again, I welcome you, sir. I take this opportunity to welcome Madam Tara, DPS Bangalore region, for her cooperation. I also welcome all the participants, all divisional heads, sub-divisional heads, ASPs, IPs, all disciplinary authorities of Karnataka, particularly physically present here are Bangalore region officers, and officers of SK and NK region have joined virtually. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you, and I hope it will be more interactive session, and we will be benefited. It's a 4 session which has been spread over first half and second half with a small break. I request all of you to pay full attention and make use of this. And once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been an honor to have Dr. Venu Bhupender sir here for this workshop. On behalf of the entire fraternity, I welcome DPS sir for presenting this welcome address. Thank you, sir, and welcome to the event. We've been hearing the accolades as to how an expert Mr. Dr. Venu Bhupender sir is. Before we proceed on to the actual workshop, I would like to request Chief Postmaster General sir to please present a keynote address on this workshop.
Upendra ji and officers in the dais and all the participants here. I had the privilege of working with Upendra in Andhra Pradesh. Upendra's CV, I think Sandesh has only read part of it. Right? He has many achievements and accolades to his credit. He is one of the most outstanding officers in our department. He is known all over in many across departments, across public sector, as an expert on disciplinary and related cases. And when I was CPMG in Andhra Pradesh, every week I used to get a program for approval because various public sector will be calling him, various government organizations will be calling him. Despite that, Karnool's performance was always on the top. So he was such a star officer of the department. And to add to that, for this session, I would like to, I'll raise a lot of stories and anecdotes. The topic itself is nothing very enthusing as such, but he will make it so interesting with his anecdotes and stories and small tidbits, etc. I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting session. I wish I could participate in this session. Last time also, when you conducted such a session, I could not sit through. Maybe sometime later I will have that opportunity. So without taking much time, I would invite Upendra ji to start the session. And as Hemant was saying, it has to be interactive. You have to squeeze the last drop from Upendra. Before he goes in the evening, he should be very tired. He's a very strong and healthy man. So make him tired, ask many questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's now time we have been waiting for. Let us not wait further. I'm curious, and I'm sure all of you are waiting for the workshop on disciplinary matters by Dr. Venam Upender, PMG, Kurnool Region. I request sir to please commence the session 1. Sir.
Respected CPMG sir, Mr. Sandesh, Madam Tharaji, dear officers, it gives me immense pleasure to stand before you to speak a few things which are very relevant. Day in, day out, we will be dealing these things. I am extremely grateful to CPMG sir for giving me an opportunity to speak to you on these things. And I could see that entire Karnataka circle is present physically and through Google Meet. Today we are going to have 4 sessions. These are very relevant, especially for the post office. In a way, it is an opportunity for us. It is a responsibility for us. Every one of us will be a discipline authority at some point of time, definitely most of our life. And some of us will be appellate authorities. Some of us will be revisioning authorities also, all through. So there is a responsibility on us that we should conduct ourselves in a more professional way, more judicious way. So it requires it call for a lot of knowledge and balance also. Because when you say dispose a case, it requires application of mind. And when there is no application of mind, normally at the appellate level, at the revisional level, the authorities may take a different view and may revise the orders. So, more so, when the matter goes before the judicial forums, they look into these aspects and see whether is there any application of mind or not, whether the officer has followed the protocol broadly or not. These are the 2 things which we should keep it in our mind whenever we dispose the file. When we dispose the case, so people are there, family is there. That is also very important, especially when we impose a major penalty like removal, dismissal. We should keep the file pending for few days, and only when we are convinced that yes, it merits, then there is no looking back, and we should impose such penalty by issuing a speaking detailed order which need to have judicial attributes. When you read the High Court judgment, it runs into several pages. The judge finally will come to a reasoned conclusion that given the above ratio of judgments and protocols prescribed, So he may arrive at some finding and give that order. Our departmental proceedings also, they are quasi-judicial in nature. So with one stroke, we can throw the employee out on the road. Whether it is warranted or not, for that, what is the material on which you are relying? If the material you are relying is half-baked and not, say, if we not, handled it properly, then your decision will be erroneous and it may not be held appropriate when it is examined at the higher level, maybe the appellate level or the revisioning level, or when the matter goes to the CAT. If our orders are not defective, most likely they reach the CAT. Invariably, many cases, if you see the pending court cases, good number of court cases are there on account of disciplinary proceedings. If we analyze, I analyzed it in the region, so much percent of barring this RTP cases and increment cases, 36, those superannuation cases, majority of orders relate to this disciplinary proceedings, more so with regard to the GDS cases, GDS matters. So everybody nowadays, because of the say availability, people are just approaching the court, CAT. Many CAT cases are answered in favor of the official. Normally they see whether procedural fairness is there or not, whether application of mind is there or not. If these two are, they look into our orders with this particular idea. If there is a failure to say apply the proper procedure and the principles of natural justice are not followed, normally they remit the case with such directions. They will interfere with the order, and again, maybe after few years, again we may have to take a call on that. It will be very costly to the department. So justice delayed is justice denied. That we all know. Every of us is having certain responsibilities with certain timelines. If we don't honor the timelines, if we don't honor the rules, extend rules on the subject, if we don't apply our mind, if we are not serious about what we are doing, ultimately it results in some kind of defective output, and at a later date somebody will take a call on that and he may reverse our order. So many a time we may escape the criticism, but it is sometimes it may prove costly also. So the disciplinary matters when it comes to the department of posts is very, very relevant, because day in, day out, we are dealing with the human resource. Day in, day out, we are dealing with the cash, valuables. Lot of trust is there. And if you see over a period of these many number of years, so the system of disciplining evolved over a period of time. Among all the departments in central government, so DOP is well equipped with the knowledge base with regard to this particular mechanism, disciplinary proceedings. If you just discuss a few things with other departmental officers, they are not equipped in a proper way, and they will be exposed. You will immediately notice that their preparation and mental makeup is not up to mark as compared to the average knowledge base of the department of posts. Because right from the inspector level onwards, we learned the tricks of the trade. And as a subdivision head, we are required to hold charge of the whole subdivision, where the subdivision head is also a disciplinary authority. And there are certain limits, though HSE1 postmasters, head postmasters are having the disciplinary powers, they lack the power of the knowledge of drafting a proper charge sheet, and such instances are there. But by and large, right from inspector onwards, our knowledge base is good compared to the other departments. So today we are four topics. Number one is the drafting of a chart. that, we will try to spend ample time on certain things related to our department, and also the instructions department from time to time relating to that particular area. For example, frauds and identification of sub-offenders, how to realistically assess the loss, and how to, these are the things, these things which are very, very, say, close to us, and are on a day in, day out, we'll be dealing these things. Whereas in other departments, this recovery from pay aspect is not there. Except maybe in banks, few things, few officers may say this power, but by and large, in other department, this particular penalty is not put into application. So in our department, mostly this recovery aspect is the most important penalty, and as a result, so much of litigation is there because incidents of frauds. Because rise in the fraud in terms of number statistically, and also the amount of fraud. As a result, it is an unending story where one after the other, so many charge sheets, etc. are going. So we need to learn the essential aspects of drafting a charge sheet with specific focus on the DOP. Second thing we are going to deal with is that inquiry process. Having issued the major charge sheet, the next course of action available is how to conduct an inquiry in a proper way. There are different roles expected from the IO, PO, defense assistant, charged officer, and the disciplinary authority. After that, once IO report is submitted, what the disciplinary authority is required to do, and subsequently, if time permits, some appeal, etc., we will spend some time. Thereafter, actually, the disciplinary authority, how is required to issue a proper speaking order on receipt of the IO report. What are the prerequisites are in case where vigilance angle is there or not there, consultative mechanism. Generally, we are weak in that particular aspect. CVC, what happens with when there is vigilance angle, how to handle such cases, UPSC consultation, CBI consultation, that we are not very much convergent in the field, except APMG vigilance or the director vigilance. And the penalties portion, penalties per se, the impact of penalties, which penalty will meet the ends of justice, that is very, very important, wherein we lack certain knowledge in that. Generally, we try to impose certain penalties which appeal to us, which are very easy, and we can easily impose penalties. We do not touch certain penalties like reduction in rank or reduction more than 2 stages, cumulative effect. We do not generally deal such penalties. How to go about that? So we adopt either like normally, when you conduct a research survey on a scale of 1 to 9, when people are asked to judge, let us say, food quality or the quality of a session, normally majority will be giving median score 5, 6. Very few will be giving 1 or 9, 8. So the certain penalties are there, like as I mentioned, penalty 5 and 6 in our rule 11. So we generally don't impose those 2 penalties. Having said that, withholding a promotion, I'm just trying to give you the overview. We will go into the specifics of this presentation one by one, right from starting to LKG to PhD. We try to cover all the fundamental and advanced aspects also. The point which I am trying to drive home the point is that we try to play safe in many aspects. While issuing charge sheet, while conducting preliminary inquiry, issuing charge sheet, while conducting inquiry also, while issuing penalty also, we are so-called lenient. That is not a good thing. It's not. So the idea is right. So I'm just trying to give you the overview of what we are going to do today. So now we will let us straight away jump into the first presentation. Drafting a proper charge sheet. Drafting a charge sheet is easy, but drafting a proper charge sheet means it has some qualitatively some meaning is there, and some consultation mechanism. how we propose to next to it. So if you just see the whether this presentation is shared with the online participants also, view it, no? Perfect. Because they may not be able to listen to me carefully, but if they happen to see the presentation, then half of my work is done. Good. So I can move here and there, no? Right, perfect. That is easy. So if I have to divide 100 marks, according to me, this is the distribution. For example, starting from preliminary inquiry. Normally, we just do the preliminary inquiry. I give a weightage of 25% to the preliminary inquiry. Say 30% I will award marks to the drafting of a proper charge. 30%. 35% I give weightage to the departmental. Only 10% goes to the disciplinary authority. Because the disciplinary authority role is very limited, but very important. But he is helped by so many other parts. In the case of departmental, the other things, the role of disciplinary authority is incumbent on these things. All those factors, right from preliminary inquiry to outcome, that is IO report. Those will, without that, disciplinary authority cannot create an order from the vacuum. He has to essentially rely on these things. Naturally, the outcome will be influenced by this. So, if I have to give more marks, if in the sense 100 marks means 35% weightage is given to the departmental. So, from that, it is evident that 30-35% drafting of the charge sheet and inquiry, 65% marks are given to the inquiry disciplinary proceedings. When you talk about disciplinary proceedings are instituted, it means right from stage of drafting of charge sheet to imposing the content. It excludes the preliminary inquiry. So, right from drafting of charge sheet to a vigilance case or disciplinary case is instituted, means the day on which the charge sheet is issued. That we will discuss. Issued means signed. The day on which the disciplinary authority signs and keeps it ready for dispatch. That means proceedings are deemed to be instituted and all the consequences, promotion, etc., are incumbent on that. Contemplation means you discuss it in the file after going to the preliminary inquiry, etc., whether it merits issuing of charge sheet or not. That is where contemplation. Contemplation will not influence the we will not interfere with the career path. Next. Right side, if you just see, there was a news item in the newspaper, maybe on 23 February. In Telangana, one college, one lecturer failed to greet the superior principal. As a result, she was served with the charge sheet for not greeting the superior. Yeah. So, and also she was transferred also. So that is the point where just remember, so whether it is appropriate to issue a charge sheet for not greeting the superior. Of knowledge and application is so important that they create charge sheets out of nothing. And because of lack of defense, effective defense, most of the cases go unreported. Many organizations, disciplinary subject is limited in scope. Others, they do not know the actual scope and whether it is judicious or not. In our department, whatever actions that are taken, broadly, people can judge whether the action taken is appropriate or not. But in many departments, these things go unnoticed. They can create, they can, the name of charge sheets, they can create. So charge sheet ought to be employment related. For the time being, just to remember that particular thing. Anything we conduct which is not related to the employment cannot become the subject matter of disciplinary proceeding. It needs to be employment related, or there should be substantial linkage between the employment and the nature of the misconduct. So for the time being, just try to say, see the nature of the situation which is prevailing outside. Today we are going to deal all these aspects which I have just now covered. Next. The quality of this one, visibility, is the pictures, are you able to see it properly? Huh? So, it is important that can we have a situation wherein a charge sheet department, which is the charge sheets are absent altogether. Can you imagine such a situation? Can you imagine such a situation where charge sheets are not there? Though it's ideal, but it's just impossible. Because opportunities to commit mistakes are there, deliberately or otherwise. And that is how these conduct provisions are there, conduct rules are there, and this is. So there cannot be a situation where the organization force itself that we have zero charge, especially in our DOP like situation, we just impose. And there is nothing wrong and say in issuing charge sheets and yeah, it is there in dharma, natural dharma. Code of penalties, code of punishment has evolved over a period of time. Samadhan, Ved, and so ultimate final thing is that then that is penalty punishment. If traffic constable is not there, what is the status in India, particularly where pension is there? We just look at here and there and jump there. Especially where we want to have darshan of Lord Venkateswara. Nobody is around, or we try to. Suppose if you want to get into the RTC bus, Road Transport Corporation bus, when it is entering the bus stop, we just go there and throw our towel, etc., and cloth there. If you go to Howrah and other places, before the train comes onto the platform, our railway honored for the Amalis, they get into that and they divide this bogie, general bogie, that this is his area, they sell that particular portion, general. That is our status. So naturally, discipline is very much required because the human brain is when there is an opportunity, it will try to use that encashed opportunity to the advantage of the particular person. As a disciplinary authority, our role is to see that system behaves in a proper way. That is what it is. That is what is our role, dharma. Next. I will just spend some time on this particular portion because this particular area is very important for the DOP before getting into the drafting of charge sheet. The recovery, this penalty 3, it is there in our graded penalties under Rule 11, classified as minor penalty. Though it is classified as minor penalty, but it is very it causes damage. The financial resources are drained on the part of the so-called suboffender. Because we impose, there is no restriction. We will see that. This penalty recovery from his or her pay of the whole or part of any pecuniary loss caused by him to the government by negligence or breach of orders. Before getting into what are the essential aspects that go into the drafting up a charge sheet, just to spend some time, and at the end in the afternoon we will spend some time on this implication of penalty. If you see, recovery from pay is being recovered from the pay of the whole, complete or part of any pecuniary loss. When the government sustains certain loss, pecuniary means money related loss caused by him. That means he needs to be imputed with the charge that because of his negligence, the breach of orders or negligence, he was responsible for the avoidable loss. That is the meaning in that. By his negligence or failure to follow certain rules, which you need to establish that, only then it is possible to identify him as offender and recover money from him. Next year. Certain instructions recently, 5th August 2025, DG Post has written a DO letter to all the heads of circles. I will just read out certain important things which will give the, say, certain words are very important in this letter. I will just try to cover a few aspects so that it becomes easy, because identification of sub-offenders is the day in, day out is the most important aspect. So what he was trying to say that earlier of the Lok Sabha, what he was noted the sluggish pace of recoveries from fraudsters, and emphasized that in addition to initiating disciplinary action against the erring employees, urgent and appropriate steps must be taken to recover misappropriated funds. That is the finding of the 84th report. It further recommended stringent punitive measures against officials who failed to ensure the implementation of internal checks codified to prevent fraudulent activities in operation of POSD scheme. That was the finding. And subsequent to that, what he was trying to say is that it is a matter of great concern that immediate and application of Revenue Recovery Act. This Revenue Recovery Act is there. Apart from these provisions, there are other provisions of there. Ultimately, when it comes to the recovery, when from the offender, the Revenue Recovery Act provisions will be made applicable. The district collector, district judge has the power to recover. In our volume also, it will be recovered as an arrears of land revenue. Suppose postage, when it is deficiently paid, if you see the postal manual or some volume, suppose a deficiently paid article, if it is delivered, you need to recover double the deficiency or single deficiency from the address. If he fails to the unpaid postage abstract in every post office, that it should be there. But unfortunately, if you ask that, it will not be there. Unpaid postage abstract, every postman is required to maintain, and at the end of the day, we are required to collect so much money. So when the money is not received from the addressee to the extent of deficient postage, it should be recovered as an arrears of land revenue. That is what our volume says, whether we are recovering it or not. But for everything, this Revenue Recovery Act, the provisions of Revenue Recovery Act will be made applicable. So the DC letter, which is talking about the Revenue Recovery Act, is not being initiated against the main or co-offenders. Here, two words are main offender and co-offender. It is not talking about the sub-offender. Main or co-offenders, even when they possess movable or immovable assets. In majority of the cases, the actual recovery from the primary offenders has been minimal or negligible, despite their direct involvement in the misappropriation. Here, we try to understand certain concepts. So, offenders are three types: main offender, co-offender, sub-offender. We are more familiar with the main offender and sub-offender, but not with the co-offenders. We will try to cover some extent as we progress. Next slide. Further, in several cases, accountability appears to be placed on sub-offenders through recovery actions, often without adequate assessment of their actual contributory negligence. That one parameter which is highlighting that in the name of sub-offenders, we are resorting to easy option of issuing charge sheet and recovering from them without actually quantifying the loss attributable to that particular offender, without adequate assessment of their actual contributory negligence. That is one single sentence that is very, very important. This not only results in avoidable litigation, etc. And earlier in 2021, Mr. Alok Sharma sir has written a DO letter on the same lines. He is trying to draw reference. I would like to reiterate that all possible efforts must be made to recover misappropriated amounts from the main and co-offender. What is missing here? Sub-offender. The process of fixing responsibility, especially while identifying operational and administrative staff as sub-offenders, must be, here he is giving certain criteria. It must be objective, evidence-based, and grounded in clearly established lapses or proven instances of negligence. When we identify a sub-offender, normally what we do is that nowadays frauds are to the tune of crores. Earlier, it the fraud 5,000 and above, we are required to lodge the police case, volume 3. Now it is 10 times increased, 50,000. Accordingly, frauds have gone up. Now frauds are 1 crore, 2 crores, 3 crores. It is going into that kind of proportion and with shortest possible time. In 2 days' time, there is a fraud in Vikakulamu, Andhra Pradesh, recently, 1 month back, 3 crores. Just 2 days. And all of them are ganged up in that post office. Everybody actively participated with such team spirit that so within 2 days' time they could transfer 3 crores of money by KYC norms, by by deviating certain procedures. Here, the process of fixing responsibility is highlighted, wherein the DC is mentioning that the process should be objective and evidence based. What we will do? 1 lakh fraud is there. Then we will try to see the manner in which it is required to be done. For the time being, let us just focus on the identification of sub-offenders should be objective, evidence-based, and ground, and we need to establish what violations led to the commission of fraud. Here we are introducing some new concept, commissioning of that particular fraud. Another sentence, another word, commissioning and continuance of fraud. Commission means fraud has set in because of the lapse started for the first time. And in between it is continued because of contributory negligence or direct negligence on the part of the officials, including the inspecting officer. Continuance of fraud. One is commissioning of fraud. Second one is a continuance of fraud. So at what stage, so the official to be held responsible need to be objectively assessed, and accordingly loss is to be worked out like that. Next. In view of the above, may I request you to take immediate measures for recouping the loss of public money as soon as fraud is detected, which is absent in our case. In those days, if you are not able to recoup the loss within 1 week of detecting the fraud, the chances of recovery from the main offenders are removed. That 1 week, the psychology is such that if you apply lot of pressure on him, he will be able to, provided he has kept the money somewhere. If he has not spent that money in betting or online frauds, etc., which is the case in nowadays. Earlier, the frauds have taken place over a period of time, temporary misappropriation, or 100 rupees, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, or the depositors' money is temporarily misappropriated. RD defaults are more. While looking into the SO account, BO account, you will know that particular person default fee is rising. It means that he is misappropriating. At the end of the month, he is again recouping that from his salary, etc. But nowadays, it is not so. He commits fraud because of betting, especially the youngsters. They lose money overnight, especially when IPL is coming, especially when New Year is coming. Our inspecting officer should be extra careful. Our postmaster should be extra careful in sending the money. Those days we need to be very, very alert. And if you analyze the frauds, most of the frauds have taken place in the recent time when cricket matches are going on, or at the end of this financial year when betting takes place. In those days, fraudsters, they, because of their bad vices or liquor consumption, etc., the incremental addition was there to the fraud. Over a period of time, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. But nowadays, in few days' time, so much money is lost by the department because of this online. And if you want to recover, you will not be having anything. Last week, one sub-postmaster committed suicide in Telangana. He has committed a fraud of 2 crores and he just not admitting. He committed suicide. Ultimately, that is the story. And when the main offender is no more, then it is difficult. Then we will try to cover who is a co-offender. So what the DC letter is saying that further it must be ensured that recovery proceedings are supported by a clear and reasoned assessment of contributed negligence, and the revenue recovery measures are actively invoked wherever applicable to recover losses from primary offender. The matter warrants urgent, etc. Main and co-offenders through all legally available avenues, including action under the RR Act. Prompt and effective recovery is critical to ensure accountability and restoring confidence. That is the main and co-offender. The essence of the letter is to focus more on the main and co-offenders. Next. Further, the letter response our volume 3, 204, it has a provision. So we let us just spend some time on this and discuss a few things relating to the main and co-offender. I will just read out the rule, the blue colored portion. That highlights that gives certain protocols to be followed in identifying the sub-offenders. Volume 3, Rule 204. What it talks about that, where owing to the negligence of a departmental employee or its agent, including ED, or through the omission on his part to observe any rule as provided in different volumes of postal manual, etc., either by reason of the inquiry being impeded or frustrated directly or indirectly, what it says that where the department loses money by embezzlement of fraud of any of its employee by his negligence, contributory negligence, default or disregard of the rules has caused the loss or has contributed to its occurrence. Contributed to its occurrence by not following the appropriate rules, either by what it may be required to make good the loss, either in whole or part, as the competent authority may decide, provided there is a clear finding that the departmental employee is held responsible for a particular act or acts of negligence and or breach of orders or rules caused by the loss or contributed to its occurrence. Next. 204A, Volume 3, Enforcement of Responsibility of Loss, which gives certain protocols. The cardinal principle governing the assessment of responsibility is that every public office, this is there in our even GFR 2017 also it is there, and also FHB volume also it is there. One should spend the money as if it is his own money. One should spend the government money as if it is his financial tenants of financial propriety. That is what he is talking about. So what it says that personal liability must be strictly enforced against all officers who are dishonest, careless, or negligent in the duties entrusted to them. Avoid delay in the investigation of any loss due to fraud, negligence, or there are certain system will not become dishonest overnight. Takes some time. It's a gradual process. Even fraud also, it has its own life cycle. Suddenly a person may not become a fraudster. There are certain indicators, but often we overlook those indicators. And at the one fine day there will be news item that there is a close fraud in this particular post. Traditional checks were there earlier. ECD memos, review, the treasury review. What is that? At the end of the account, SMRs were there, and also the liabilities portion were there. Say maybe many years back, VO abstracts, but that was not there. Frequently quarterly visits by mail overseers, so that at least twice a year VO is visited by the mail overseer. Surprise checks. These are certain things which are time tested. That is how in the manual mode you could understand the fixing of minimum maximum authorized balances. Traditionally, there is a test for that in the sense of protocol test. So fraud will not happen just like that in one go. When the inspector or the visiting officer follows certain pattern, then the fraudster will come to, he will study the inspector, how he comes and sits and what books he will go through, and accordingly prepares them. And the inspector gets satisfied with that particular thing and issues. Many times nowadays I could see that IRs are being copied from the previous IRs. In one case I went for one CL as a director. There was a huge fraud. While going through the inspection reports, I noticed that it appeared as if it is a same IR which was copied from the previous IR. Normally, we are required to do the analysis. Then to my dismay, I discovered that the IR dates which he had mentioned over a period of 4 years are all maybe at one time he would have gone for inspection, maybe 4 years back. Subsequent years, dates only just changed. He did not care to check whether that date is a Sunday or postal holiday. All those 3 years, it happened to be postal holiday, Sunday, where post office did not work. But he just copied, even recently as PMG, 2 months back, I just passed through, I was going to one place, I just saw one name board, I just, as a mystery shopping, what we say, mystery shopping, without telling that who am I just went and saw. Nobody asked me, I stood there for about half an hour and nobody questioned me. And I was just, after they knew, I introduced myself, I am the regional PMG of your post office. Then they became alert, and after going through the IRs, I could see that the office is we are proposing for upgradation to head post office. But the inspector wrote, the earlier SSP also wrote name of the BO, because he copied from that IR from one BO. So same thing, it is almost a HO like name of the BO, work and conduct of the BPO. And the extract, whatever was there in some other post office, the same thing is copied over a period of 3 to 4 years, including the account numbers, and we are required to check the passbooks, etc. Then what quality of, and it passed through test of putting it to the next higher authority, reviewing, when it came to RO, our officers would have taken note of that, and for the purpose of completion certificate, issued a certificate that the quality of inspection is very, very poor. Every other day it is decreasing. So when there are many cases, generally when we do the investigation cases, I generally ask the fraudster in a friendly tone. Once he gets feeling that I am very friendly with him, he will start, would you want to know, sir, how I committed a fraud? And he will, with a lot of enthusiasm, he will try to. Majority cases, I used to start my investigation with that only. He would say that, sir, I used to play this, what is that, some ball badminton or badminton with that officer, and we are very friendly and eating, drinking, etc. And when the inspector comes, he will come, he will sit, he will ask for the particular 1, 2, 3 books, and after that, he will not ask any other thing. And he will take certain portions only. I used to go to the BO and collect the passbooks. He will ask, bring some 3 or 5 passbooks. I used to bring those passbooks. He used to maintain a parallel book. And he will feel happy and give good report and go away. Here, what is the pattern is? The inspecting officer should be unpredictable. What he asks, nobody should know. Every time there should be a surprise. So if the visit is not surprise, only on paper if it is surprise, what is there are officers, inspectors who inform the BO that he is coming on so and so date. His menu details are these are the menu details, and he will spend there. He will come with, there are certain things. So what quality of inspection will be there? He will be visiting with his spouse also, and he will come up with so many unreasonable requests. And as a result, the system is, nobody spends from his own pocket. Very few. They try to go misappropriate. So point is that, so quality of inspection is deteriorated. Next. So the Postal Manual 204, para 4, what it talks about, the question of enforcing pecuniary liability should always be considered, as well as question of other forms of disciplinary action. Every endeavor should be made to recover the whole amount lost from the guilty persons. And if a laxity of supervision has facilitated the fraud, the supervision, here the role of supervising officer is also there. Normally, volume 3, if we read it, the role of supervising officer is highlighted. So strict discipline action should be taken against the, if you see the conduct provisions 1964, there is a separate provision mentioned, which qualifies as misconduct, that supervising officer, if he fails to discharge his duties, strict discipline action should be taken against the supervising officer. That provision is next. These are old instructions. I will just give the summary of this. So 1988, how many of you know? Probably not. It was a typewritten letter issued by the department. That was the only one time that only once that those instructions are given, highlighting the importance of conducting inspection. Failure to do so, then they will be identified as sub-offenders in case should there be any fraud detected subsequently. After that, before and after, there was no instruction of that. I will just read out the law portion. I would like to make it clear that in case of non-completion of an inspection or not taking thereof within prescribed time and subsequent detection of a fraud public complaint, the officer concerned will render himself liable for suitable disciplinary action. Similarly, in case of non-compliance of any item defect pointed out in the IR, responsibility will have to be fixed if the same is found to have led to any public complaint. That is why the role of reviewing IRs with the divisional office is very important. The clerk, the inspection register need to be there. When DLI, when it is done, extract given on what date, finally IR closed on what date, with what observations. There used to be a practice of second inspections. IPPG, IPOC, they were used to be used to conduct a second inspection, so-called bad working offices. And say in case of memo, what is that? Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, memorandum books. In that list of bad working officers are required to be mentioned. Are we maintaining that? Very few may be maintaining, but not everybody. So who is recovery of loss 1983? In case of recovery from pay on account of loss caused by sustained by department, the allegations are not properly brought out in the charge sheet, and the disciplinary authority in its punishment order, while imposing the punishment of recovery, does not also explain as to how the official is responsible for the loss. This is one of the important thing which we are failing to take note of. It is obligatory that in such cases, the charge sheet should be quite elaborate and should not only indicate clearly the nature of lapses on the part of a particular official, but also indicate the modus operandi of the frauds and their particulars and how it can be alleged that, but for the lapses on the part of the official, the fraud or misappropriation could be avoided, or that successful inquiries could be made to locate the stage in which the particular fraud has been committed by a particular person. This aspect should also be brought out in the charge sheet and discussed by the disciplinary authority in its punishment order in case such punishment is decided to be imposed against the delinquent. 1983 rule very elaborately makes a mention that how the charge sheets in case of contributory negligence are to be carefully detailed. Next, we will summarize at the end. The DG Post letter 2021, important points from the DG Post. Identification of sub-offenders is not made in a realistic manner, especially in a high-value frauds. It is true or not? True. Large number of sub-offenders are identified without properly examining their lapses and without appreciating if such lapses are relatable to commission of fraud. Fraud takes place, we just distribute the calculator and distribute the loss to so many persons, and that's how we work out, and after that we decide in advance and issue charge sheet and recover. And that we issue a minor charge sheet and it goes to the CAT. CAT says you have not followed the prescribed procedure, give a detailed inquiry and take appropriate decision. That is what in CAT many cases they decide. In this case, the DZ letter is drawing reference to 106, rule number 106, 107, 111 of Postal Manual, which inter alia prescribes that in case of proceedings related to recovery of pecuniary losses caused to the government by negligence or breach of order by a government servant, The penalty of recovery can be imposed only when it is established that government servant was responsible for particular act for omission of breach of rules, orders, instructions, and that such negligence, omission, breach has resulted in loss. The aforesaid rules also specify that the competent authority should correctly assess the contributed negligence in a realistic manner on the part of the officers and the extenuating circumstance in which the duties were performed by the officer also requires to be given due weightage. I will give the summary of that because these are related to our department. I am spending some time on these things. Here are two extenuating circumstances. Volume 3 talks about the extenuating circumstance. Suppose next, I will give the details at the end. Next. In this regard, I am directed to reiterate the instructions of DCP 2021. So there is a mention that you may kindly go through that. Next. Recovery of pecuniary loss caused by servant. So whole amount is to be recovered. Earlier, DC, our P&T letter made a restriction of 1/3. That was done away by the DOPT by giving appropriate amendment. As a result, as on today, entire loss is to be recovered from the official certificate. Next. Next. The previous one. First position of penalty. So rule 106, our volume 3 talks about in the case of proceedings related to recovery of pecuniary loss caused to the government by negligence or breach of orders, penalty of recovery can be imposed only when established that the government servant was responsible for a particular act or acts of negligence or breach of orders. The competent disciplinary authority should correctly assess in a realistic manner. Now let us spend some time in a particular. There is a, let us say one fraud has taken place. Let us understand the practical aspects of how we need to apply. This could be one of the ways of dealing the fraud. Because we deal with say frauds. I'm spending some time. We will speed up a little later. Suppose there was a fraud. Let us say 10 lakhs fraud has taken place from 1st January to December, 1 year, calendar year. So there are certain responsibilities. Suppose if it is a SO or if it is a BO. So let us say it is a BO. When it comes to BO, the subdivision head is the inspector or the ASP, and mail overseers are there, who are the semi-official, semi-inspecting officers who are required to visit the BO once in 3 months and twice, minimum 2 numbers. Besides that, BO is expected to send certain records to its account office, and there are certain inspections, mandatory inspections. So this is the time-tested procedure. Suppose if there are lapses on the part of the SO in verifying the correctness of the say accounts which are rendered by the BO, and there may be certain lapses on account of the inspecting officers, how we will assess? Suppose if the inspector has made a visit during February 2025, and there was a fraud. There are two situations where some of the inspectors are quite intelligent in the sense that play safe. They choose certain passbooks wherein all is clear. But by some cases, it may so happen when they randomly choose they are required to go to the village and collect the passbooks. By doing so, informal intelligence, if they come to know that there are certain problems are there, if they in the passbooks, if they detect some irregularity, non-credit, suppression of fraud, with the corresponding records, if he highlights or if he just makes a graphic mention, it is not all is well, then he will be taken to task at a later date because he failed to, when there is an irregularity, system is pointing certain alerts that it is not all is well, he is supposed to take up password verification, complete verification, so-called 100% verification, and complete it in time. Suppose if we flag certain issues in the inspection report and the divisional office, OA and ASP, who is vested with the responsibility of analyzing, fails to take note of that particular IR. If the IR is not properly not adhered to the inspection questionnaire, if the IR is not issued in time, if the inspection is done in broken spells, today and after 3 days, after 5 days, whatever may be the reason, all these things will go against the inspector. Because by the time he has visited, the fraud has already set in. Since he visited in the month of February, up to December, whatever fraud that has occurred, he will be made responsible. If IR throws some alerts and if not followed up, then if IR is clear, he followed the inspection questionnaire religiously, it is difficult to pinpoint lapses on the part of the inspecting officer. If in IR, if there are certain issues and fraud has already set in February, as I mentioned, up to December, whatever is the fraud amount, let us say 7 lakhs, you will be made accountable for that 7 lakhs. There could be a situation where some inspecting officer visited the office in the month of November and December fraud was detected. He is made responsible for that 1 month only, not to the fraud that was already occurred prior to that. Because the point is that had he exercised proper due diligence, the subsequent fraud to the tune of rupees 3 lakhs could have been averted. That should be the imputation. Because whatever fraud that happened after he visited, for that amount he is responsible, not the amount which there is a what is called vicarious responsibility, that whatever was happening is happening. But since after his visit, if he failed to take note of that, suppose somebody gave a complaint, our passbook is there, and divisional office failed to take note of that complaint, and there was a fraud, then divisional office is also at fault. The IR which is received at the divisional office end, if it is not analyzed with vigilance mindset and just closed, subsequently there is a fraud. IR clerk, inspector, everybody. So these people, by way of their negligence, contributed for the continuance of the fraud. Contributed for the continuance of the fraud. The account office, which ECB memos, there is a break and there is retaining excess cash without liabilities. It is happening all the time. And there was, say, cash which was indented time and again without adequately showing the liabilities, and over and above the cash draw limits, or say there is a special error book. There are so many passbooks which are not. For everything, there is a provision in the rules. We can easily figure out the lapses because our system became callous. Our system became casual. We are not exercising any due diligence. System is working because going on there, because of the trust reposed on the officials. If you start looking into that, we can easily detect them. So for the time being, just try to understand what is the contributory negligence. If you had detected it and raised and followed it up, further fraud to the tune of so and so would have been averted. That is sub-offender. Who is a co-offender? Co-offender is a person who is a beneficiary of the fraud amount. Suppose 100 rupees is the 1 lakh is the fraud amount. And somehow the other person got benefited directly or indirectly with cash or kind or in any other manner by the ill-gotten money, then he needs to be branded as co-offender. A co-offender is an offender who has derived undue benefit, reaped benefit out of that particular person, directly or indirectly. So for that, you need to establish very with evidence base what DG says. A co-offender is the one who is reaping benefit out of the ill-gotten money. Main offender, as you know, he is the direct fraudster. Is the direct money fraudster. He committed a fraud. So while assessing on detection of the fraud, immediate action need to be taken to seize the records and to place the official, remove the official from the scene of offense by POD or suspension, collecting all the records and putting extra pressure on the fraudster, main offender, to credit the amount with whatever assets he has, let him dispose it and credit. If you miss that opportunity, initial 2 weeks, you will not be able to get that money. If you do not recover the money, because there are so many advisors to him, they will say that tomorrow you will be dismissed, removed. Even if you credit, you will be dismissed, removed. Why to remove and dismiss? Why to credit the amount? He will not. He will feel, I am not the only. The guilty conscience disappears after 2 weeks of time. He feels that I am the only person sinner. There are so many sinners are there on this world. He identifies himself with so many other persons who committed frauds and escaped the penalty. So immediate thing is that we should rush to the spot, seize the records, put extra pressure on him, and recover the money. If you recover substantial amount from the main offender, the load, the responsibility on the sub-offenders comes down. Otherwise, it becomes difficult for you to recover the amount from the sub-offender. The easy option, what we are trying to do is that 10 lakhs is there. How many people are there? We are just unprofessionally 10%, 15%, 20%, 30%, we are working. So each official sub-offender, what is his role? Whether he is contributory, what rules he has flouted, violated, how much business, how much money was fraud was taken place after his visit or after his failure to follow that particular protocol. Let us say excess cash retention was there first time. From that day onwards, he was retaining the excess cash. Had he pointed out this thing, then it would not have, subsequent fraud would not have taken place. He is made available with cash over and above his requirement. So these are the points which need to be linked to the postal manuals, relevant provisions. There will be some provisions here and there. Then only it is possible to realistically assess. So subsequent to failure to follow a particular procedure, how much fraud has taken place? It is 7 lakhs. Then the person who was exposed to that risk longer duration needs to pay more. There is no other go. If you have not recovered the money from the main offender, there are other ways of recovering money from the main offender that we will crisply we will cover in the subsequent slides. Next. In rule volume 147, Postal Manual 3.2 talks about imposing fine. Normally, there is a Chuchra, ADC investigation directorate. He used to write this particular provision on all the CLI review points. When the person, main offender, before he is convicted, court may levy fine. So that is the right time. Volume says that you should file an application to credit that fine amount to the department because department sustained loss. So whatever is the amount of fine that can be credited to the department. That is what our rule says, which we are not aware. Most of us are not aware of this particular provision. Next. Attachment of property. There is a Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 1944. It is there. Attachment of property. Attachment of property. If the person amassed wealth disproportionate to his known sources of income, and you are able to make out that this money, ill-gotten money, was used to, after this he purchased 200 square yards of property after the fraud, then naturally you would say that that money, he has used that money, whatever assets he has procured subsequent to the fraud can be attached by way of filing this application before the district magistrate, Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 1944. Similarly, we can draw attention to the PMLA. Next. Section 3 Criminal Law, our own DOPT rule 2012 also says that it is there. Next. Prevention of money laundering, Section 3. So if the assets are purchased using this particular money after the commission of this fraud, by using this PMLA section also, we can freeze the assets. The immediate action, what we are required to do at the divisional head level is that once a person committed fraud, we should immediately, through informal intelligence, if we just ask the sub-registrar office, they will give what all the properties that are there in the name of encumbrance certificate. What all properties that are there in his name, he will give. You are required to file application before the district registrar, not the sub-registrar. District registrar is having the power to keep those assets under prohibited list. Once the assets are frozen and kept under prohibited, sale transfer is restrained. Got my point, what I'm saying? First thing is that what they will do, they will dispose of all the property and they will donate everything, and they will say, I'm the only person, nothing is available in my account, or they will transfer every asset. So first thing is that freezing of assets by taking up with the district registrar to keep the assets, if any, available with the person, including the landed and immovable assets under prohibited list, so that sale, transfer, gift is restrained without unfreezing. Without our consent, he will not do it. Then you take recourse to other aspects by filing criminal amendment ordinance or revenue recovery act, and success rate in this is very nominal and negligible. Even after assets, when it comes to the auction stage, he will file application on WP in the High Court and restrain that activity. Another 15 years, he will buy time, and most of the cases, auctions, even after identifying, after attachment of property, are removed. So the main principle is that immediately soon after the fraud, whatever legitimate or so-called the opposite of that means, you must see that the money is created from by the main offender only. If you miss that opportunity, then load on the sub-offenders will be, and in our case, it is difficult to establish co-offenders. If the money is distributed among 2-3 persons, that is also there, then only it will become a co-offender. In a SO situation, SPM, PA, and everybody is party to that fraud amount, then we should either label them, all of them, as main offenders, or in some way somebody is benefited out of that, he will be named as a co-offender. Next. So the common, now we are getting into the drafting of charge sheet. So far, we just try to cover certain aspects relating to the department, essentially involving frauds and identification of sub-offenders, co-offenders, and recovery aspects, what other provisions are there in the volumes and rules. So the key is that to see that we act with utmost promptness when there is a fraud. First thing is to see that no fraud takes place. Second thing is that when fraud takes place, utmost promptness, recovery from the main offender is the key aspect which we are required to give importance. And sub-offenders contributed negligence need to be assessed in relation to their lapses, how it facilitated further continuance of fraud. That is the most important thing. You need to spend time on paper in working out what rule, when was it occurred, when he flouted, what was the fraud subsequent to that. While conducting the CLI need to delve into these aspects before identifying a person, labeling, identifying a person as a sub-offender. How he became a sub-offender, how he became a co-offender. In the CLI itself, these need to be detailed so that it becomes easy. So now we are just getting into the drafting a proper charge sheet. The main purpose of the charge sheet is what? To discover the truth, whether he is responsible for that lapse or not. That is the idea. You know prima facie that he has committed some mistake. Whether he really has done a mistake or not, you will do it by following certain protocol. So either side, the one who committed a fraud, mistake, lapse, he knows, but he will not disclose it voluntarily. The other side, disciplinary authority side, also know prima facie that he had committed a mistake, but he cannot, that is not adequate. It need to be tested by following a prescribed protocol, drafting a charge. So the common purpose is to discover the truth, who is responsible. The disciplinary authority and IVO have got greater responsibility and not to be prejudiced against the charge sheeted employee. Come what may, whatever may be the reason, he may be the bad fellow, but he should not be go by the past precedences or past misconducts. Every case need to be given independently, need to be seen independently, need to be tested independently, need to be arrived at, established based on the legally tenable evidence only. One should not be carried away by the previous mindset that he is like that. We have read one case. I know that particular one. IO wrote that in BSNL. I know that particular person is a big thief. There is no inquiry required. I am holding the charge as proved. It went up to a National Commission and Supreme Court also for 25 years. So problem is there. So the DA and IO should be free from the prejudice. We may have certain biases, but we should limit ourselves. IO, inquiry officer, and disciplinary authority. Reasonable opportunity is the most important thing at all stages, right from drafting of, say, issuing of charge sheet, conducting preliminary inquiry to imposition of penalty. Reasonable opportunity you need to be given to the charge sheeted employee. Provisions of Indian Evidence Act. Now it is changed to new Act 1872. In the court proceedings, they rely heavily on the Indian Evidence Act 1872. Though rules of Indian Evidence Act are not squarely applicable to the departmental inquiries, by and large, the spirit of the Evidence Act are to be followed. So the testing the evidence, different types of evidences. Departmental inquiries, we are just activity based, action oriented. There is a concept called actus rea, mens rea in legal terms. Actus in judicial cases, courts, in criminal cases, the mental makeup, the mindset, and what act it led to, both are important. Suppose A committed grievous injury to B. With what intention he has caused that grievous injury to B, that is very, very important. Equivalent to the act of committing that grievous injury. In case of post office, we don't deal with the mental makeup or the mindset or the motive behind committing fraud. We only say suppression of fraud, or delayed credits, non-credits, that much only. Why he committed, whether if he says in order to meet the emergency medical expenditure, I committed this one, we are nothing to do with the reason as to why he committed, flouted the rule. So in departmental inquiries, mindset is not required to be given any weightage at all. It is only the act, violation, failure to follow particular procedure, protocol that should alone be the criteria based on which departmental proceedings are to be conducted. These are the 4-5 principles. Next. So in an organization situation, both sides discipline is very much required. Good discipline is so a good discipline breeds good discipline. A good disciplined superintendent ensures discipline in his, the vice versa is also true. The disciplined subdivision head ensures discipline in his subdivision. And subdivision head should be a role model, division head should be a role model. What to say, there is a saying in Telugu, when the mother, what is that, the cow eats in the field, the crop, the calf will also follow the mother. So the division head or the subdivision head or the leader should set himself as an example. If he is upright, clear, transparent, and integrity wise is all well, his staff will follow the same thing. If he is doing other things, then other staff will also do other things. So better thing, good thing is that we should conduct in a very sober and upright manner. So the discipline is a joint responsibility. If I am not disciplined, I expect discipline from others. That is not a good sign, and I will not be able to exercise command and control. There will be failure. Object of disciplinary proceeding is to establish truth by legally by following certain protocols. It is not, though we know that he has done that mistake, but unless evidence supports, so we cannot do anything. So the penalty is a quasi-judicial in nature. Dismissal, removal should be sparingly imposed. In inquiry, facts have to be proved. Because opposite side cross-examination need to be given. The opposite side, our witnesses, prosecution side witnesses are to be made available to the defense for adequate cross-examination. That is where listed document, listed witnesses are there. Next. Natural justice, 4 principles of natural justice are there. Breach of natural justice, if you say 10 days from the date of receipt of the charge sheet, your written statement of defense is required. Suppose 10 days today onwards we count, then 10 days over, 11th day we treat it as ex parte. That is not correct. Though rule says 10 days, you give another 2-3 days time, postal delays will be there, or there may be some other reason for that. So time limits, just stretch it, no problem. So as to give opportunity to the opposite side. Because Union of India versus individual. Remember that. If you are not the disciplinary authority, some other person will be the disciplinary authority. He will be the same person. Disciplinary authorities may change, IOs may change, but the charge sheet employee is the same person. After according reasonable opportunity, you impose a removal, dismissal, compulsory retirement, reduction in rank, it will be upheld. Otherwise, it will not be upheld. Impartiality without having any bias. Here the other side should be free from bias, and the charge sheet will be issued. Disciplinary proceedings are issued. If you read Rule 11 on the top, for good and sufficient reasons. The reason should be good enough. The reason should be sufficient enough. In the morning we just saw it, that not wishing is not an offense or mistake or lapse. If you wish, it's okay. If you do not wish, it's okay. It cannot become a misconduct. It cannot become a misconduct. Charge sheet will be given for misconduct, not for those niceties. So the lapses should be good. Lapses should be sufficient enough, justifying, warranting appropriate disciplinary action. Minor misconducts, major misconducts. Minor misconduct requires minor charge sheet. Major misconducts require major charge sheet. Next. No employee shall be punished for an act. It should constitute employment-related misconducts alone or to be acted upon. If the misconduct takes place not at workplace, in a private place, the law of the land will take course, but not your CCS, ACA or CCS conduct rules. There should be substantial linkage. While you are on tour to Delhi, in the airport or in the flight, if you misbehave with somebody, then you are attracted POSH Act 100%. Because in course of performance of your duties, your employment-related misconduct will be there. So in course of, so there is a substantial linkage. Duty, transfer, tour, when you are traveling on duty, whatever lapses that occur can be made applicable for this conduct provisions. You are getting my point, what I am saying. So misconduct of employees cannot be exhaustive. There are at least 30-40 misconducts which are listed in the conduct rules. In the PSU CDA rules also at least 40 misconducts are listed out. Anything which is not to be done, anything which is required to be done, if it is not done, is a misconduct. Anything which is not to be done, if it is done, it's a mistake. It is a misconduct. So one need to see that misconduct should not only be serious in itself, the actual consequences arising out of that misconduct should also be very serious. That is very, very important. So we should be very careful about this particular thing. Next. Then say how the charge sheet should be drafted. There are certain CVC Vigilance Manual 2021. If you just type it in the internet, it will give download. So prima facie charge is a prima facie provenance. Prima facie it looks is a yes, is a he has committed that way. It's a proven essence of an allegation setting out the so proven prima facie allegation. It is essentially charge is nothing but it's an allegation. It is an allegation. It should be say what it says in CVC terms. Say the charge should be brief, clear, precise, identify the misconduct and misbehavior, it need to be mapped to the relevant provisions of CCS conduct rules. CCS conduct rule, appropriate provision need to be linked to that. So it should be brief and clear, precise. Suppose so I will just give an overall picture, then we can say charge sheet how it should be drafted. The charge sheet, say in minor charge sheet, one imputation will be there annexure. In major, an article of charge and imputation, misbehavior, misconduct, that we in greater detail it will be there. The charge, one related instance, suppose one mistake is there, one lapse is there, relating to that whatever is there, you pack it in that charge. Don't split that charge. 1A, 1B, 1C. Don't split. All aspects unauthorized absence over a period of, in a given time period of, let us say, 2 years. There are 30 instances are there. All these integral in the sense that unauthorized, what is the common point? Unauthorized absence. There are 30 instances are there. So 30 instances you list out, and in one article of charge, you just make one article instead of splitting the article. So splitting of charges of identical ones is not permissible. Number one. Number two, multiplication of charges. So same thing again, you are keeping it some other place. That is also not required. That is also not required. Charge sheet, article of charge, it should be drafted in a simple words, simple sentences, and don't use complicated, complex sentences, which will complicate. After drafting that particular article of charge, if you give it to some person who is unfamiliar with that thing and ask him to translate and tell you what he understood, if he is able to explain that this is the meaning which I got it, if it is okay with you, then you are successful. Otherwise, you need to work on the language part. How you are drafting a charge sheet, it should have a definite beginning, middle, end. And all pointing out to a particular lapse, unidimensionality. All things which are integral in that, what officer, that is so and so while working as counter clerk, absented from duty on so and so date, as narrated below. This date, 30 minutes is required to report the office at 9:15 as per the charter of duties, but he attended office 30 minutes late, 40 minutes, 20 minutes. List of instances. If biometrics are there, generate the biometric report and enclose it if it is a major charge sheet. So related instances or related transactions, related activities, suppose if it is a suppression of fraud, deposit is there. Related to that, what all documents that come into that, you mention it. And one lapse, one article of charge. One fraud, one law. So suppression of deposit, some other date, that is altogether a new instance because amount is different. The manner in which you would have committed that fraud might be different. So you need, while drafting the charge, don't be obsessed with the number of charges. Means if there are one CVO spoke to me, 33 charges we prepared, is it okay? I never had any 33 charges. That is too big. We will never be able to complete the proceedings. So 5 or 6 charges, not more than that. You may be having so much material. Pick up those material where evidence is crystal clear. Documents are available with you. Original documents should be available with you. And after gathering all the evidences, then you start working out to drafting a charge sheet. Drafting a charge sheet is like preparing a curry. Preparing a curry. Curry means, you understand? Kannada, what to say? So let us say buying what is some curry, vegetable curry. What you do? You go to the market, purchase the vegetables, nice ones. You don't purchase it just like that. You pick up the material from the available stock or store items, so the quality ones. You pick up and bring it, wash it, cut it, slice it, keep it on the this one nicely and you lit the stove. Before that, you ensure oil and all those ingredients which will go into the preparation of curry. Then everything is there. Gas should also be there. Sometimes wife says that no, sugar is not there. When tea is being prepared, always says that sugar is not there. Then that's a kind of situation should not. When all ingredients are around you, then you lit the stove, and there is a protocol prescribed to prepare the curry. After heating the oil, how much oil you need to pour, and when to apply those mirchi, etc. And after heating up, then when to drop and when to apply turmeric and masala and all those things. Finally, garnishing part, and when you keep it on the table, the other person will taste it and say, yes, nicely done. Adequate proportion, ingredients neither too heavy nor with oil should be very limited, in the sense to suit the palate of the person. The same thing, charge sheet. You hurriedly, you have some, say, by evening let us issue a charge sheet. If that is the target date, then you issue a charge sheet with half-baked information. Documents are with the court, documents may be with the CBI, documents may be with the post office, documents may be with the custodian. Anyway, those will come. You draft the charge sheet. I want to sign the charge sheet and issue. Issue charge sheet, the documents are not available. Then he insists for originals. Originals are not there. Then years together inquiries will be conducted, and at the end, you will lose the case. My simple description is that only when everything is available, then whatever is available, let it be adequate enough for drafting a proper charge. Don't be obsessed with the number of charges. Don't be obsessed with the lapses. Clear lapses, 3 to 5 lapses, 10 to 12, 15 documents, not more than 10 to 12 witnesses. Don't go beyond certain number. It becomes difficult to handle at a later date. This is a simple test, equate with action of curry, and accordingly start adopting the charge sheet. Next. So a separate charge should be framed in respect of each separate transaction, event, or series of transactions, events amounting to misconduct. Suppose in a workplace, somebody riotous behavior and unauthorized absence. Both are dissimilar. Both can qualify as separate articles of charge. You cannot link it, both of them, because both are dissimilar. Got my point, what I am saying? So multiplication splitting is not allowed. Wording of the charge should not appear. You should not say that. You should say that alleged to have attended the office late, alleged to have shouted in the presence of the in the office at spoiling the office at alleged. You cannot say he shouted. You cannot say he committed fraud. You can't say. You have to just say alleged to have committed, alleged to have done. So these are the things, certain things which you are required. And you should not draw reference to the preliminary inquiry report while drafting a charge sheet. If you draw, then preliminary inquiry report is not complete a document. There will be some loopholes. Then he will ask for that preliminary inquiry report. If you draw reference to the preliminary inquiry report. So never ever draw any reference in the charge sheet to the preliminary inquiry report. So the articles should not, they should first give the plain facts leading to the charge, and then only at the end of it mention the nature of misconduct. We will see certain model charge sheets. Next. So because if you say lack of devotion to duty, there are three things generally lack of devotion to duty, lack of integrity, unbecoming of a government servant. Last one, normally we don't use it very easily. There are other things also, professionalism, so many other lapses can also be there. Lack of devotion to duty, it is like a tomato vegetable. You can use it in any curry. Whatever misconduct is there, small, big, or medium, you just blindly say lack of devotion to duty. It's okay, acceptable. For lack of integrity, you cannot say just like that. Unless there is a financial irregularity, integrity related thing, and impinging on the vigilance angle is there. Otherwise, the lack of integrity, you cannot just like that say blindly lack of integrity. Let us put as many as possible. That is not allowed. Lack of devotion to duty, lack of integrity can also be there. If there are lack of integrity, then IO is required to give his findings on lack of devotion to duty and also lack of integrity also. If you add third one, unbecoming of a government servant, that also you need to give. There may be a situation wherein IO may hold the lack of devotion to duty as proved. Lack of integrity may not be proved. Why to resort to self-goal? So mutual contradictions should not be there while drafting the charge sheet. In the article of charge, if you just say that Sri so-and-so while working as on so-and-so date, and different in imputation, some other date is mentioned, some other document is mentioned, which is not related to the article of charge. So article of charge, imputation, both are integral. Both are should have the same without any mutual conflicts and contradictions. If you say A is traveling towards north in the article of charge, in imputation you say A is traveling towards south. Both are not correct. So there should be commonality in both these things. So if the forwarding memorandum is signed by the disciplinary authority, that meets the requirement. You need not sign annexures in the annexure 1, 2, 3, 4 in the major charge sheet. If you sign it also, no problem. But rule says the forwarding memorandum, if it is signed, that is more than enough. Next. Framing of charge sheet is the first step. Another disciplinary authority should alone sign the charge sheet. It cannot be authorized or given to some other subordinate officer. Exception is only President of India and Governor. An authority competent to issue any penalty is competent to issue the charge sheet. In our system, there is a minor first stage disciplinary authority, second stage disciplinary authority. Some disciplinary authorities are not appointing authorities. For example, LSG. The disciplinary authority, the appointing authority, DPS. But other officer, division head can also issue charge sheet. Nothing precludes the disciplinary authority in issuing major charge sheet. But disciplinary authority, division head cannot impose major penalty. The appointing authority, Article 311, protection is there to all the government servant. No authority other than the appointing authority is having the power to remove, dismiss, and reduce the rank. That is very important. So, two stages disciplinary authorities are there. Some of them say clerk would have been appointed by class 1 officer. Subsequent, it was downgraded to class 2. Then you have to see the service book, who has appointed. So, who are appointed in Andaman are appointed by the DPS. So, DPS alone is having the power to remove, dismiss those who are appointed in Andaman. Some class 1 divisions would have appointed him. Similarly, BPMs, when class 1 division superintendent issues charge sheet, appoints him. Subsequently, it became class 2. Then again, there is a problem. So, the subdivision, which is ASP, subdivision subsequently downgraded to IP level, then there is a problem. So, like this, these are the things which we are required to look into the service book or personal file of that particular officer, and then only come to conclusion who is the appointing authority to that particular employee. Accordingly, there are cases, I can tell you so many cases. After 25 years, we had to pay 50 lakhs of rupees to a person who has been removed in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, 25 years back. One simple thing is that he was removed by an authority lower than the appointing authority. As simple as that. After 25 years, 50 lakh rupees, that entire duty, entire options treated as a duty. So, who is the appointing authority? We should be very clear. What type of charge sheet is discretion of the disciplinary authority? If you are satisfied, you issue major charge sheet. In major charge sheet, you can impose censure, no problem. But in minor charge sheet, you cannot impose major penalty. That decision is yours only. Charge sheet must be signed by the disciplinary authority, and The last point, if you see, if the ground mentioned in the charge sheet is incapable of being understood or not defined with sufficient certainty, it can be called as a vague charge sheet. One of the grounds where we are losing cases in CAT is that our charge sheets are defective. Rules are not in some Roman 1, Arabic rule numbers. These typographical mistakes will be there, and as a result, one charge sheet after holding as proved by IVO, I had to say not proved as director. Because on that date, he applied leave, he was on leave. But he has committed fraud, I know. But in the charge sheet, it is mentioned that on so and so date when he was working as a counter clerk. But that date he was on EL. How could he function? For that simple mistake, I had to drop years together dragged case as not proved. Such danger should not be there. Next. Charge should contain full particulars. Allegations have to be concrete. We should work in detail. Prepare adequate material. Mention all the ingredients of a particular misconduct. For example, if the misconduct is with reference to person or places, these must find a place in the charge. If time is the essence of charge, when he came to the office at 11:12, he shouted on B or manhandled C. Time is the most important. At 11:32, he scolded, misbehaved. Time is the essence. That is very odd. Unauthorized absence. Time is absence. Time is the essence. He left the office before the duty hours. What is the essence? What is the time is the essence. So, correction of mistakes. When the charge sheet is given, some Arabic numeral, some here and there, some mistakes are there. You can issue corrigendum. After receipt of the written statement of defense from the charge sheet employee, you can issue corrigendum and mark a copy to the charge sheet employee and ask him if you have any observations on that, you are free to send your observations on that. Charge may be, you issued a charge sheet, you are free as disciplinary authority to drop the charge at any point of time, subject to certain restrictions. Once you drop, you are precluded from issuing charge sheet again. If you have not made your intentions clear, suppose you issued a charge sheet, you understood that charge sheet is defective, then you received an explanation. You can, if you want to issue another charge sheet, you have to say like this. Whereas wide memo number dated so and so, my charge memorandum was issued. Whereas on receipt of that written statement of defense, it is felt that revised charge memorandum need to be given, or without prejudice to further disciplinary action that may be taken, the charge memorandum given while letter number dated is dropped, withdrawn, or dropped without prejudice. So once you withdraw the charge sheet, you are making it clear to the charge sheet employee that you will reissue it. But if you drop it without making your mind, without prejudice to further disciplinary action, if that word is not there, you cannot reissue the charge. No other authority, disciplinary A drops, disciplinary B authority B, somebody joins, he cannot reopen the case. It's gone. Only new case can be made out. Another 2-3 minutes to break the, whenever tea is ready, please inform. Charge to be read with statement. Say the imputation, article of charge. Both are integral. Which one is more important means imputation. Annexure 2 is important in a major charge sheet. It is a parent. From that, you will carve out annexure 1, annexure 3, and annexure 4. All of them should speak the same language. There cannot be any deviation. Charge may be dropped with the disciplinary authority. Avoid reference to preliminary, avoid reference to secret or confidential documents. I handled so many cases. So in the somebody asks additional document. The visit register kept with the minister, defense minister is required. Why it is required? So if you don't draw a reference to any such things. Framing of charge sheet is similar to sculpturing statue out of stone. When you sculpture is made out, you will draw, you need to, rock is there. One rock is there. Stone is there. You are preparing one statue. What is required to be retained, you retain it. What is not required to be there, you mercilessly remove it. As simple as that. If knows what proportion is required, you retain that one. If there is any problem, you discard it. You issue another press charge. Next. So you can amend the charge sheet, and you have the power, inherent power, as I mentioned to you. Reasonable opportunity need to be given. Next. Charges dropped for technical flaw can be, as I mentioned, minor changes can be made. Reasonable opportunity to be given. IVA can frame a charge. You are aware of that or not? We will see it during the course of inquiry, after completion of inquiry, before writing the IVO report. If the material throws up new finding, IVO can frame a charge on which explanation can be asked for. So IVO is having power to, in a way, draft a new charge, and on that new reach a finding on that explanation from the charge sheeted employee can be obtained. We will meet after 10-15 minutes, then we will move forward. Right, thank you.
Arrangements have been made for tea and coffee in the annex. Sir. All are requested to kindly await. Officers are requested to come to launch, please. Chief.
Check, check.
Check, check, check. ಸರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಇದು ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ತರಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್, ಆದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಹೊಸ ತರಿಸಿದ್ರು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಬರುತ್ತಾ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್. ಚೆಕ್. ಯಾರೋ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಲೈವ್ ಈಗ ಲೈವ್. ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್. ಜಗದೀಶ್ ಇದು ಇವಿದಾವ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಇದಾವ ಹೊಸ ನೋಡು. ಹೊಸದಿದ್ಯಾ? ಹೊಸ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಕಾಲರ್ ಮೈಕು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್? ಒಬ್ರಿಗೆನಾ? ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್? ಇಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಾ?
drafting a proper charge sheet. We are going very slow,
Check.
like passenger train.
Working, sir.
Huh?
It's not working.
It's working, huh? Okay, huh? Okay. Huh. So we will speed up. Next. So here there are 12 instances. Some 11 instances are listed out, justifying major penalty. It is there in page number 140, CV Vigilance Manual, and also CCA rules. Below Rule 14, there is an annexure which mentions that those 12 instances warrant institution of major penalty proceedings. One such last word is there, false LTC TA claims. Here it is evident. So false LTC TA claims. So there is a doubt which conduct is major, which conduct is minor. There is a mention in the rules, 140 CV Vigilance Manual and also CCA rules. It is there. And false claims on there are say gratification, etc., etc. Merits issuing of major charge sheet. If you see Rule 11 below major penalties, in case illegal gratification, etc., if it is there, removal dismissal is to be there. One cardinal principle is that in case of suspension, invariably we need to give the major charge sheet. When we are suspending, the probable penalty is removal dismissal. Only then we should suspend. Then it should followed up with the major charge sheet. Suspension, minor charge sheet, that is not correct because it will be treated as duty. Next. So sometimes, say we may have to consult other authorities also, CBI, CVC, UPSC. CBI to be consulted in case where trap proceedings, TRAP, trap proceedings are there. They are arrested, etc., detained in custody. Sometimes before filing a charge sheet, they will advise us to initiate RDA, regular departmental action. So there we are required to consult the CBI. Even if you want to drop also, we are required to consult the CBI. Next. If you see the red portion, so it makes a mention that 1981 instruction, in cases where CBI was the main party, we are required to, in criminal cases, there is a simultaneous criminal charge sheet will be there and departmental liability will also be there. So there is no bar for instituting departmental proceedings along with the criminal proceedings. That is there. So when CBI is the party, main party, we are required to consult the, we means the disciplinary authority. Next. Similarly, where the in case of Group A and composite cases, where vigilance angle is there CBC needs to be consulted. Normally, this particular portion of divisions and regions are not aware of what is the protocol prescribed, how to approach, because there is a senior DDG vigilance in the department. He is the nodal point, he is the bridge. Through him, and so in the circle, APMG vigilance is the circle vigilance officer. So through him, the vigilance, in case up to Group B, other than PSS Group B, ASP level, the APMG vigilance, circle level, the senior DDG vigilance, and the up to circle level, and within circle, those cases will be examined, vigilance angle cases, up to ASP. And PSS Group B cases will invariably go to the senior DDG vigilance, where vigilance angle is there. Next. So, as I mentioned earlier, in case of departmental charge sheets, the mathematical exactitude as required in the criminal charge and in the court proceedings are not required. In case of courts, 100% it has to, prosecution should be able to establish and do a lot of homework. And in case of department, there is strict proof is there in department criminal cases, in the court proceedings. The proof should be beyond doubt. In case of departmental, preponderance of probability. In case of departmental proceedings, final conclusion, if it is 1 + 2 equal to, it could be 2.98 or 3.2. But in case of court proceedings, 1 + 2 means only 3. exact, that electronic weighing scale means that only. So, but in case of departmental, it is just weight, overall evidence, whether it is proved or not proved, that we will just, preponderance of probability, we'll just say proved. That's all. Next. So while drafting a charge sheet, there is a rule that suppose if you do not find appropriate rule in your manual, in our manual, always we can use that lack of devotion to duty, lack of integrity. If you are not able to link it to appropriate rule within our rules volume, so it is well within the rules if you just say lack of devotion to duty. Now 106 of postal manual edition up to 1986, not required sometimes, but we will have adequate opportunity to link it up with every lapse in a, can be mapped to certain provision rules, etc. As I mentioned, contradictions and expression of opinion to be avoided. Charge should give plain, it's how a charge need to be drafted. With example, we will just say a separate charge should be framed in respect of each separate allegation. Clubbing of different allegations to be avoided. Article of charge should be accompanied by, for each article of charge, separate statement of imputations of misconduct or misbehavior is a must. That is important. It is, the statement of imputations are necessary to be a logical statement of facts establishing the misconduct, breach of rules, etc. Next. So now the important portion now, we have in major charge sheet 4 annexures are there. Annexure 1, Article 1, Annexure 2, imputations, misconduct or misbehavior. Annexure 3, list of documents. Annexure 4, list of witnesses. Which one is to be worked first? Annexure 2 is the most important document. Annexure 2 is the detailed story. From now, speak a bit faster because 11:30 is the time for allotted. So we will try to make up, give opportunity to interact also. But if you do not understand, stop me at some point. So I need to complete my mandate also, time given. So in the major charge sheet, which one is to be worked first? The first one is Annexure 2. Annexure 2 is a misconduct, imputation of misconduct or misbehavior. We have to take a paper and suppose if it is a non-credit, suppression of deposit, that is the charge. Then who is that person? Where is he working? What is the period? What are the documentation, customer, what he presented, why, where is report required to bring it into government accounts, why, all those things, rubber impressed, rubber stamp in the passbook as per the rule number so and so, failed to bring it into the departmental accounts and whatever technology related menus, etc. are there. The entire story need to be worked out and written down on a white paper. Beginning to the end, as it happens, logical sequence is required. So once you work out, you will be touching upon the list of documents which he is required to maintain and which he has handled during the course of commission of that irregularity. Those will form part of the listed documents. During the course of describing the story, there could have been certain characters, witnesses. Suppose A shouted on B, CD witnessed, CD will become the listed witnesses. So the characters which are incidental to that irregularity will become listed witnesses. Those should have been adequate mention details in the Annexure 2 itself. The entire story, beginning to the end, the documents which are referred to in the Annexure 2 will become, you extract them and mention it in the Annexure 3. And the witnesses who are incidental to that particular irregularity, you take out and keep it in the Annexure 4. So Annexure 2 and 3 are carved out from Annexure 2. And Annexure 1 is the essence of Annexure 2. If Annexure 2 is the 1 liter of liquid, when you boil it, if it comes to 100 ml, that is Annexure 1. Annexure 1 touches upon the most important aspects, lapses, violation, and that's all. Annexure 2 is a detailed story. After viewing a film, if you, what is that story about, you just say it is about ABC. That's all. The Kohli picture, Rajani, is like this, you will just say. So that is Annexure 1. Important plot. What is that? Core message. That is Annexure 1. If you start describing from frame 1 to frame end, last frame, that is annexure 2. Annexure 2 is the parent from which annexure 1, 3, 4 are extracted. Got my point? In other words, you can't have a surprise mention in annexure 3 or 4 without adequately mentioning in annexure 2. So annexure 2 is the parent, annexure 2, 3 and 4, annexure 1 are the children of annexure 2. Next. So let us just see one postal article that always the charge should be drafted in a third person. You and me are to be avoided, first person, second person. Third person, the alone needs to be always charge should begin with that. That's the X while functioning. So is an important thing. Where is he functioning? That is important. As timescale clerk from a period, where he is working. In SB branch of YED post office failed to, what is the lapse? Failed to call for the passbook number from sub office Z standing in the name of Sri for the purpose of verifying the balance in the passbook with the balance shown in the ledger maintained in the head office, thereby contravening rule -P&T manual volume 5, thus showing lack of devotion to duty and contravening rule 312 of CCS conduct rule. This is the article of charge. Here, what are the mentions? That's 3x. What are the facts? Facts, the evidence are to be connected through logic. That is how we constitute one article of charge. There is a fact that he is working. There is a document which is an evidence. What was the lapse which is required to be followed as per rule so and so, he failed. We are linking both this fact and the evidence through the protocol which is required to be followed by him as clerk. That Sri X was working as timescale clerk. Period. If what is his lapse? Failed to call for the passbook. The passbook number was in the name of so and so, and balance shown in the ledger and was not compared. That was his lapse as required of rule number so and so. Rule is also mentioned. So the responsibility of proving the charge lies largely, burden of proof lies on the prosecution. That is the administrative authority. Because you are charging an employee that you have flouted this rule. It is your responsibility to prove the charge. So burden of proof lies on the prosecution, that is the administrative authority, that is the disciplinary authority. So the listed during the course of preliminary inquiry, you would have drawn statements. Our IPOS will draw the statement for each article, for each suppression of fraud or non-credit. One statement will be drawn from the official. At the end, the statement given by voluntarily, there is no coercion, etc. That mention should be there. Those things will form part and parcel of the charge sheet as listed documents. And if you had sanctioned a claim, then it is always important to list them as one of the documents. Claim settled, restoration of claim in case of non-credit. Recently, the other 1 week, I don't want to take the name of one of the officers. There was a fraud of 7 lakhs. And the officer let him let off. This is the wording you used. 3 years put off duty. What he said that listed witnesses, nobody turned up. So though IO has forwarded the report to the previous disciplinary authority without any disagreement because charges are proved. On receipt of the written statement, representation on the IO report, the new disciplinary authority, he took a stand, he let him off. On the plea, I wrote 1 page saying that listed witnesses have not come. So I hold the charges not proved. He has rewritten. And in some other case, so in CLI, there was a para highlighting the person's lapse that he failed to so and so, and his ratio was 75 lakhs was fixed, and this particular officer drops the charge sheet which was given by his predecessor on the plea that it is not applicable. So disciplinary authority role is very important. It can make or break. But what consequences, that time will only decide. So these are certain things which are wrong application of rules, bold application of rules, and we need to look for that that the one who has been dropped, whether was there any immediate withdrawal from his SB account, where it gone. So those things we need to look into that and start inquiring against the disciplinary authority. So point here it is that so disciplinary authority has the power, but it has a judicial. It should be judiciously used. You cannot break the rule. You can bend the rule, but you cannot break the rule and create new procedures, which I just highlighted. These are the trends which are happening here and there. Next. So the charge sheet has been, the disciplinary proceedings are deemed to be instituted on the date the disciplinary authority signs the charge sheet. That is where even promotion and DPC, seal cover, everything is linked to this particular thing. The day on which the disciplinary authority signs, SIGNS, signs the charge sheet, keeps it ready for the dispatch. Proceedings are deemed, disciplinary proceedings are deemed to be instituted, irrespective of the fact whether the charge sheet is delivered to the charge sheeted employee or not. In order that departmental inquiry is to commence, the primary requirement is that charge sheet shall be delivered. If not, there are certain exception handlings are there. So otherwise, in order to begin the departmental inquiry, the charge sheet shall be delivered. In order to have some consequences arising out of this disciplinary proceeding, charge sheet shall be issued. Contemplation or discussion in the file, that is called contemplation. That is, it will not cause any, disability to the promotional or career prospects of the employee. Is it clear? Right. So charge should not be vague. Charge should give particulars. Vague indefinite charges amount to denial of reasonable opportunity. Next. So the commission many a times CVC said that the charge sheets have not been drafted with due care, and as a result, after avoidable delay litigation, the courts have struck down the charge sheets and asked the void ab initio, and they asked to say that you conduct the inquiry afresh, etc. So inadequate skill in drafting the charge sheet. If you are not sure about how to, if you experiment cooking, is okay, but you cannot experiment drafting a charge sheet, because it is you are playing with the life of either. On either side there will be damage. Charge sheets are sometimes framed in a general way. So he has been there are two precautions not to be taken. Etc. word should not be there. And there was a non-credit on so and so date, and etc. Something he shouted. Earlier instances also. So without giving particulars, etc. word should not be there. You should be very categorical, pointed to that particular instance only. Second, past instances should not be brought into the present charge sheet while disposing the penalty. While issuing a speaking order, I will tell in the evening. Earlier also used to do like that only. You cannot import new material while issuing a penalty order. If he has done good work, if you want to save him, he is a good boy and a nice person, he has contributed to the department, you can add something. There is nothing wrong in adding, enumerating good work. But bad work, past instances, unless they become part of the charge sheet, you cannot import that material to the disadvantage. In other words, you cannot rely on the evidence or the documents at the back of the charge sheeted employee. The evidence, oral and documentary, should be adduced before the inquiring authority. Nothing should be taken at the back. While having cup of tea, the charge sheeted employee and IO, the discusser and charge sheeted employee said, I have done that mistake only, what to do? There was an urgency and I have committed a fraud of 10 lakhs. He said, for example. Then at the time of having cup of tea, told me that 10 lakhs he has committed, and I take it as a charge as proved. We cannot say. It has to be tested by following the prescribed procedure only. He cannot, from his own memory or past experience, he cannot draw inference and hold the charge. As I told, I know this person is a thief, he has committed, I hold the charge as proved. BSNL, many years back, 20 years back, they wrote this IO report. Next. So the rule 14.3, the whatever rule says that the substance of the imputations of misconduct or misbehavior into two distinct articles of charge. That is the word. The substance of misconduct or misbehavior, both are different. Misconduct is different and misbehavior is different. So distinct articles of charge, those should not be similar. Multiplication, that is what it says, without including therein elements of the main content. So there are certain requirements which need to be. So it has to be understood that statement of imputations, annexures are supplementary support material to the charge sheet. They are details of facts, evidence to support the charges made and should contain names of witnesses. There is a say lack of clarity. Can we not dispense with the listed witnesses? Can we not dispense with the listed documents and go without that? There may be situations, but by and large, you must ensure that listed witnesses are present, listed documents are present. The documents are to be introduced through the listed witnesses who are required to be a competent witness. Means the one who has given the statement during the preliminary inquiry, he should be listed as witness. Through him, the document need to be introduced. Suppose if the non-credit voluntarily somebody credited the amount, suppose he must give a letter to the postmaster that I wish to credit 1 lakh rupees towards the loss sustained by the department. Kindly accept it and credit it under UCR. Then postmaster accepts and makes an order. Then that document should be brought in as a listed document, especially our GDS cases where they will say that the IPO pressurized me, I credited. Otherwise, I have not credited voluntarily. He forced me. Court says, what is the proof that he has voluntarily credited? There is no proof. You return it immediately. Then you conduct the inquiry, they will say. So if the person credits by giving a letter to the postmaster, third person is involved, he is made as listed witness. Through him that UCR letter is introduced and UCR is introduced one of the documents, then it stands. Claim sanctions, restorations should be made part of the charge sheets. So that the depositor says after the charge sheeted employee goes and to Sastanga Namaskara and says that, sir, then he pays extra service charges also. It says that, no, whatever we lost, we got it. We don't want to come and depose. They will say depositors. Because I got whatever money, whatever is the loss is there, I got it. I don't want to come. You can't compel, you can compel, but probably there is a limitation to that. So what to do? The documents are to be introduced through competent witnesses. How do you do that? So there are certain documentary evidences which are undisputable. Claim sanctions, restorations. So there's some documents through him which when nothing is there, when it is not possible, then documentary evidence, you need to rely on the documentary evidence and prove the charges. Otherwise, it will be impossible. So documentary evidence is substantive evidence. Substantive, there is a core evidence on which you can prove or disprove the charges. Next. So the language, as I told you, it should not prejudge. And each allegation, as I mentioned, the IO is required to give categorical finding. Next. Preparing the charge sheet must be ensured that only those documents are referred to and relied upon. If the document is not speaking the charge, then why it is kept as a listed document? The documents, as I mentioned, annexure 2, it should be there and should be culled out and taken out and annexure 3 and 4 witnesses and documents. Then document, especially in the CBI, when they file the charge sheet, they will say, witness 1, he will speak of this one. The document, it talks about this one. They will give description also. But in our departmental charge sheets, we don't give description. He will speak on this. This document will talk about. We don't write it. If you write also, nothing wrong. That is an improvement and refinement. Next. There are certain CBI, they say, when minor penalty is there, it meets the end of justice. When minor misconducts, go for only minor charge sheets. Why to go for the major charge sheet? Minor charge sheet is very quick. Just fever, paracetamol, and then you get fever is reduced. That's all. Let us not bother about the root cause. The time being, fever is there, just take a tablet. Minor penalty, minor misconducts, go for only minor. Major misconducts, go for only major. But don't go for minor when major is required. The vice versa is also required. Very important. Next. Well, when CBI is a party to that, when trap, etc. is there, documents will be, all original documents will be held with the CBI. what is the stage at which attested copies from CBI are to be collected? When everything is taken out by CBI, when you are asked to issue the charge sheet, on what basis you will issue charge sheet? The stage prescribed in CBC Vigilance Manual is that when the CBI asks for a prosecution sanction from the disciplinary authority, that is the stage at which you are required to collect two attested, duly attested copies from the CBI investigating officer. Two sets of Xeroxes are duly signed by the investigating officer from the CBI side. When you part your originals, once you give means forever it is a separation. You will not get those documents again. Before handing over the documents to the CBI, volume 5, some rule 126, note 2, etc. also talks about how to handle the references from the CBI. Once they issue a notice that these documents are required, you have no other say, you are required to part with that. Before parting, you ask the investigating officer to sign these Xeroxes and give it. We will use it for future purposes should there be any requirement of issuing another. Got my point? What I am saying? Be alert because I will be moving fast. Any complaint? Not complaint. When police asks for documents, once you decide to issue the, but in case of police, there is a catch. Rider is there, volume 5, note 1. This says that if the district magistrate issues an ordinance, then you are required to part with the documents. But the police SHO, station house officer, asks for, you are not obliged to give the documents to him unless he produces what is the order from a district magistrate. Got my point? Originals yeah, here there is one directed old instruction is there. Long back, one Varadachari, he was there in the long back and directed. He issued one order. After that, there was no. 3 clear cases you keep it aside and segregate and park them for the police cases. Minus that, whatever is available, go for the departmental case. So CBI, when CBI charge sheet is framed, they have a limitation of 3, not more than that. In departmental, you can go for 33 also, no problem, as I mentioned in the morning. Number of charges. But in the court cases, only 3. So 3 clear lapses, 3 clear fraud instances is where evidence is undisputable. Ideally, segregate them, keep it aside. Minus that, all other things you go for that. So that tomorrow you will not go to the court and ask for a stay on the departmental inquiries. Solitary is there, then you have to take a call. There is a rider in that. As per the rule 2016 DOPT and 2018 CVC, there is no restriction on parallel proceedings. But when it is unavoidable, CBI police side, you are required to part the originals, and Xeroxes you keep it with you, duly attested by the station house officer who is investigating. Based on the Xerox, you can proceed departmentally also. When originals are required, those can be made perused in the court premises. Next. Burden of proof and Evidence Act I mentioned. Now, spirit is to be followed. Burden of proof lies on the department. Next. Next. So, next. So, there are 4 annexures are there. I mentioned in case of major charge sheet, annexure 1, 2, 3, 4. Next. Rule 16 is minor penalty. Rule 14 is major penalty. Within Rule 16, there are 2 classes of subclasses of charge sheets are there. Do you know? Can anybody mention? Huh? Tell. 16? Only one? Only one? That means the first person is not there. So I don't want to take much time. Within Rule 16, there are actually 3 are there. Rule 16, you know, memorandum, imputation, of 10-15 days time, and a minor penalty. That's all. That is Rule 16, straight, no inquiry. Within Rule 16, 1-A, 1-B. But we are more familiar. Somebody who has done some degree, he will 1-B. Somebody who has done PhD, then they will talk about 1-A. Within Rule 16, 1-A, 1-B is there. You are aware? Within 1-A, when the difference between is that when intention of the disciplinary authority on conclusion, if he wants to touch the pensionary benefits, in other words, cumulative effect, penalty on conclusion of that, if he wants to touch, impose a penalty with the cumulative effect, 1-A is permissible. In case of 1-B, Rule 14 protocol is to be followed, but penalty is only minor penalty. 1 to 4 or 5 penalties, censure, recovery, withholding, one stage reduction for 3 years, withholding of increment. Rule 16, 1-P, when you decide, then it has to be on Rule 14 format, but penalty will be minor only. In Rule 16, 1-A, penalty minor, but it is possible to impose a penalty which can touch the pensionary benefits. In other words, cumulative effect. The rule says that on receipt of the issuing of charge sheet, if the employee asks for inquiry, notwithstanding whether he asked or not, it is the call of the disciplinary authority. Disciplinary authority feels that inquiry is to be conducted within Rule 16, he can issue a penalty, issue a charge sheet in partial modification to this office. That pro forma is there. I will show you. Next. Normally, inquiry, say, especially when you recover, they will advise inquiry only. But you would have followed Rule 16 truncated version, no, without inquiry. That is what I am saying. CAT says just follow inquiry because you are imposing 10 lakh rupees over a period of 10 years in so many installments. So that is why they say inquiry. So our reply statement is weak. We have not defended it properly. I will put it like that. So these are the things like where we can allege, we can draw reference to these things. Even supervisor also 3 to 1 is there. Next, avoid, go back, avoid same charges for both departmental case and police case. Though there is no provision, by default, from beginning, if you follow this protocol, litigation will not be there. In court, let it take 20 years. In departmental, within 2-3 years, you can remove, dismiss an employee. Next. Okay, I will come to that. I will come to that. IO role is simply go by the charge sheet which is given to him. His role is not required to amend, recommend suggestions, cure the defects. Whatever grammatical, typographical, irregular draftings are there, you should, if they are there, you should go with that only. You are not required to invent any new material and suggest anything. Your role is confined to the charge sheet only, nothing beyond that. We will come to that. So I have. So I will just summarize quickly because before breaking for lunch, we have to at least touch some 20-30% of second portion also. Charge may be described as essence. This we have discussed. Should be drafted in third person. Wording should not appear as opinion. Should be clear and precise. Should mention all relevant facts. Sometimes it so happens you issue charge sheet and discover new material, then I have issued some charge sheet, let me correct it again. So then you have an option again, but rule says that you can issue corrigendum not when the inquiry reaches an advanced stage. That is the prohibition. In the beginning, you can issue corrigendum, but you cannot alter the nature of articles of charge in the name of corrigendum. You cannot add another article of charge, or you cannot make any qualitative differences to the charge which has already been given. You can only correct comma, full stop, semicolon, Arabic typographical errors. You can rectify. You cannot add any new material and remove anything. Should mention, if your intention is that, issue another charge sheet, no problem. For a new lapse. You cannot issue amend, 3 charges are there, I will issue another charge. Better not. Then state the nature of misconduct, mention all separate charge for each transaction, should not refer to the report of preliminary inquiry. Witness should be suitably identified, should be able to give positive evidence. Prepare statement of imputation first and then articles of charge. Next. Articles of charge to include all the ingredients of a particular misconduct, period, time, place, persons are relevant. These details must be mentioned. Things are stolen, the names of articles, dishonesty or bad motive should be mentioned when it is an ingredient of the charge. If the charge is of abusive language, then actual words spoken. Previous record of employees to be relied upon, then it needs to be cited as part of the charge. Procedural rules, orders, conduct rules violated to be mentioned correctly. Next. Each charge should have separate statement of imputations, giving one long statement of imputation misconduct for all articles of charge. For everything you need to say by contradicting the provisions of, for everything you have to, each one is distinct. That Article 1, corresponding mutation, misconduct or misbehavior. Article 2, corresponding misconduct or misbehavior. Those need to be mapped. Service of charge sheet is a prerequisite. Emphasis on proof of delivery. Because when IO is appointed, you are required to give copy of the charge sheet and original acknowledgement in token of receiving that charge sheet by the charge sheet employee. That is a must. Delivery by registered post with acknowledgement, returned refused to be taken as delivery effected. Returned not traceable, left without address to be taken as delivery not made, wherein you are required to make additional efforts. Next. Typographical errors, especially rule numbers. These are the mistakes not adhering to the standard format, forwarding memorandum, 4 annexures instead of 4 annexures, 3 annexures. So the consistency of all annexure 1, 2, 3, 4. Annexure 3 and 4 need to be worked out with care. There should be mention of listed document witnesses in annexure 2. Listed documents, suppose if there is a dispute with regard to the authenticity, especially in forged withdrawals, better before drafting a charge sheet, they obtain the specimen handwriting and make a reference to the G equity, government examiner for question document. Obtain them and include them as one of the witnesses and documents. If you do it later, then it becomes problem. Next. When in case of regular departmental action, parallel proceedings, CBI, 2 sets of relied upon documents are to be collected. This stage is at the time of handing over the documents or when prosecution sanction is asked by the CBI. That it should be used. This is a court cases there, K. Ramchandran versus Union of India. Charge sheet is nothing but a formal show cause document and allegations are spelled out precisely. The word that occurring at the beginning of articles would mean that they are only allegations and not conclusions. Draft only a few clear, sustainable, and where substantial misconduct is discernible. Listed document, listed witnesses, not too many to be mentioned. This we covered. Forwarding memorandum shall be signed by the DA only, disciplinary authority. Next. So certain things recently on 10/7/2025, it appears there was a discussion. I am not a party to some of the points which were circulated. I am just making a mention. The directorate has conducted some workshop. It appears non-synchronization of annexures. Leveling charge under Rule 311 of CSS without presence of vigilance angle. Lack of integrity means it has to be qualified as a vigilance angle. What is vigilance angle means? CVC vigilance OM 2004-2005. Illegal gratification, demand, and those where vigilance angle is obvious. Where it is not obvious, delay, when there is no public interest, when controlling authority is not informed, flagrant violation of procedures. This qualifies as a vigilance angle. Too many irrelevant articles of charge, incorrect data, not following common proceedings. When 2 or more employees are there, party to a common transaction, one can issue one common charge sheet. Charge sheet to same charge sheet to A, same charge sheet to B, not required to be given. One charge sheet to all, one IO will be there. Inquiry will be on, by only one IO. That is called common proceedings. Multiplication charges to be avoided. Inordinate delay in issuing the charge sheet. Delay in issuing the charge sheet. Misconduct, type of charge sheet, type of penalty not mapped properly. Commensurating with the gravity of misconduct, minor charge, minor misconduct, minor penalty, major misconduct, major penalty. Certain annexure to 12, 11 instances which I mentioned, merits misconduct, major misconduct. There is a serious misconduct, grave misconduct. There are the different types of misconducts are there. Misconduct, serious misconduct, grave misconduct. Grave misconduct is defined CCS 2021 below Rule 11, Official Secrets Act violation, etc. qualifies as a grave misconduct. Unrealistic identification of subsidiary offenders. This is one of the aspects. Next. So minor charge sheet, the forwarding memorandum will be like this. Next. Major charge sheet, when you wish to add, conduct inquiry within Rule 16, then you will say impartial modification to this office letter number dated. Then you will say in continuation to that you will issue this charge sheet. Rule 16, either 1-A or 1-B within Rule 16 of the CCSCC rules. Next. It's a major charge sheet. The difference between minor and major, this 5 is added. Attention of students is drawn to Rule 20 of the CCS conduct rules, where the employee brings knowingly or unknowingly pressure from outside. It will be attributable to him that he only brought the pressure. For that alone, another charge sheet can be given. That is what it says. Rule 20 of the CCS conduct rules, attention is drawn in the forwarding memorandum. Got my point? What I am saying? The charge sheet need to be marked to PF, upper punishment register, office copy, spare. Next. Next. So here just I will say few things. CBI, I told you, need to be consulted when trap proceedings are there. Next. CVC is to be consulted when vigilance angle is there in respect of Group A and composite cases. Next. Next. Vigilance angle, where demand, receipt of bribe and obtaining valuable thing, abusing official position, disproportionate assets, forgery, cheating. This where here vigilance angle is obvious. Next. When official takes decisions with utmost disregard to the rules, gross or willful negligence, recklessness, blatant violations of systems and procedures, exercising discretion, so previous, where these things, undue delay, where even if delay is there, vigilance angle can be attributed in certain selective cases. So then vigilance angle is there means CVC will come into picture. When vigilance angle is there means Circle Vigilance Officer, APMG Vigilance will come into picture. Directorate Senior DDG will come into picture. Up to PSS Group B, Directorate. Below Group B, ASP, up to ASP, Circle Vigilance Officer, APMG Vigilance. Next. Next. This relating to the some CEO related. Next. So I will just give some brief. The CVC cases, reparable cases where vigilance angle is there, CVC will be consulted twice. First stage advice, second stage advice. First stage advice means where at the time of issuing the charge sheet, after submitting the preliminary inquiry report, then draft charge sheet need to be enclosed. Then CVC will advise, going by the material, whether it presupposes issuing of major charge sheet or minor. That is called first stage advice. That is before issuing the charge sheet. Second stage advice means after IVO report is received, representation is received. If the charge sheet, if the disciplinary authority deviates from the original given advice, CVC, if they say major, if he wants to impose minor, then again he should knock the doors of the CVC in the form of second stage advice. Next. Next. This we will skip. Next. 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 Next, 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 next. These are all relating to this FSA and SSA. This very detailed analysis is not required at this stage. Next. So far we discussed about the drafting of the second presentation. So we discussed the various ingredients required for drafting a proper charge sheet, what care is required to be taken, and charge sheet giving is an important activity, and we need to exercise our duties in the sense application of mind is most important, major or minor, commensurating with the guilt, and what precautions are required to be taken. The next slide. And Annexure 1, 2, 3, 4. Annexure 2 is the most important. From that, Annexure 1, 3, 4 are carved out, and what, how the language is to be there and how the wording should be there The model charge sheets also, we have seen the difference between Rule 16, 1-A, 1-B, and Rule 14 also we have seen. In GDS also, the similar lines they brought in minor, major, not much difference. So next. These are the instructions relating to this presentation. If you have time, go through that and read it briefly. Next. So as I mentioned that in case of now that charge sheet has been issued, the time limit prescribed to complete the inquiry is 6 months from the time of appointment of IO to submission of IO report. The time limit prescribed is 6 months. 6 months, which can be extended by another 6 months with the recorded rationale by the disciplinary authority for some reasons, or then another 6 months. At any point, it cannot be more than 12 months from the date of appointment of IO to submission of IO report. In case of, say, complete end-to-end, from the time of issuing of charge sheet to issuing of penalty or otherwise, total time limit prescribed is 18 months, 1.5 years. Within 1.5 years, the whole process need to be, there are other, for each and leg-wise time limits are also there. But overall, it is from the time of issuing of charge sheet to issuing a penalty, it is 1.5 years. From the date of appointment of IO to submission of IO report to 6 plus 6 months. These two things you remember it. So the IO, next, the IO, the CVC and other things, what they said that the IO who passed, advised DOP to issued one OM, making a mention that those who passed the IGOT Karma Yogi, there is IO PO course is there, half an hour program is there. As far as possible, those who have passed that IGOT Karma Yogi, this IO PO course should be considered for appointment as a IO. That is what they mention it. And the CVC guideline says that the 18 months is the total time, and as far as possible, video conferencing can be made use of. And this was given during the COVID period and subsequently extended also. Even now also, through video conferencing, inquiry can be completed. Next. So this what I was mentioning that the IOs, they can be encouraged to clear a course related to procedural steps holding disciplinary proceedings on IGOT platform, and such people to be considered to appoint them as the IO. This is the DOPT instruction 2023. Next. So the video conferencing facility. Next. Certain things which are irritants in the way of conducting departmental proceedings is, one is that if the preliminary inquiry is not done properly, if your input is not proper, output will be wrong. If the input, the quality of vegetable and ingredients is very poor, the output is very clear, it's gone. Come what may, the skill of the cook, the curry will be spoiled. So ingredient, that is the preliminary inquiry, is very important. Charge sheet is very, very important. You have an opportunity to improve upon the deficiencies which were kept during the preliminary inquiry. During the course of drafting a charge sheet, there is an opportunity. Having drafted a charge sheet, you have another opportunity to give correction to the charge sheet. But after that, it is not possible. It is already decided. IO has the mandate to go by the charge sheet which was already issued. IO cannot invent and make corrections to, though the mistakes are patent in nature. So the IO-PO appointments and the inquiry process, understanding the knowledge required to conduct an inquiry, IO report. These are, at every stage, knowledge is important, which we will try to learn now. Next. Lack of adequate knowledge on the part of IO. These are the reasons, one of the reasons for the, say, wrong handling, mishandling of the inquiry process. Non-availability of listed documents. When the original documents are not there, you issue charge sheet and look for the documents. So you cannot issue a charge sheet without availability of originals with you. If you do, means then there are so many parallel proceedings can be done, criminal and departmental. Additional documents and defense witness. This is where a lot of delay will take place. Additional documents and defense witnesses. There also IO role is very critical. We will discuss that also. Nomination of defense assistant. Every stage actually it adds to the delay. If the IO is not properly equipped or the defense assistant is super intelligent, then there will be issues. And there are so many problems. Securing witnesses' presence. As I mentioned, in one case, they managed to hold the sitting in his own village, ensured that none of the witnesses attend, and as a result, subsequently waited for an opportunity of a good disciplinary authority who wished his welfare and let him off subsequently, though there was a fraud of 7 lakhs, as I mentioned to you earlier. So the repeated adjournments, the rule says that not more than 2 adjournments should be given in any case so that the time limit of 6 months is followed. In order to ensure that departmental inquiries are completed in time, the defense document asked for by the CO would be produced by its custodian through PO, or if there is no PO, by its representative within the time limit, say documents, especially the defense documents. The DA, appellate authority, should decide the bias representation of the CO within 15 days on receipt of the bias. Another cause of is undue delay is preparing bias applications or petitions time and again. There is a wrong disposal of bias applications, which we will try to cover it in our presentation also. Next. Administrative authorities are not adhering to the time schedules. Notice that the average time taken by the administrative authorities in finalization decision for 2 years. These are the statistics given by the CVC. The maximum taken in particular case was 8 years, and at least 22% cases, the inquiry took more than 2 years. Imagine. Departmental inquiry is often delayed due to laxity on the part of IO. In one case, as I was discussing, so no sitting was held for 5 years by the IO, even after appointment of IO. It is criminal. IO should be charge sheeted. Lack of monitoring by DA and CO, non-availability of listed documents, delay in inspection of original certified documents, frequent adjournments, non-attendance, especially private witnesses, faulty charge sheets. These are all, these are not my points. DOPT, CVC mentioned. The same thing I am mentioning it. In case where investigation has been conducted by the CBI, documents are seized, then also delay is there. So DA has to procure them from the CVC, 2 legitimate, 2 certified copies from the CBI, keep them ready so that in case if there is a requirement, we can issue the charge sheet subsequently. Next. Adopting the charge sheet may be ensured that all the related documents are made available. That's what we discovered. There should be with the after issue of charge sheet and submission of defense statement, DA is required to take a decision within 15 days for appointment of IO, PO in major penalty cases. As far as possible, IO should be chosen from amongst the serving officers, retired officers in the same station where the charged officer who is likely to continue. Selection of IO is more important, and is where his headquarters also very important. So that will add a delay. It may be ensured that PO is appointed simultaneously. IO, PO should be appointed simultaneously so that the case is speedily handled. In case involving more than one charged officer, it may be ensured that as far as practicable, same IO, common proceedings means only one IO, one PO will be there. PO must keep copies of all relevant rules, regulations, instructions readily available with him. Department should also ensure online availability. These are the instructions given by the DOPT in 2012, DOPT OM 2016, CVC circular. It may be ensured that the defense documents are made available within the time allowed by the IO. Responsibility should be fixed on the custodian of such a document for any undue delay, not producing it in time, or loss of these documents. Next. IO should normally conduct regular hearing on day-to-day basis and not grant more than one adjournment for appearance of witness. It may be ensured that all the prosecution or defense witnesses are summoned and examined in separate but simultaneous batches expeditiously. Schedule is to be published in advance. Reasonable time is to be given. One by one. Fatapat, we need to complete the witness report. If witnesses do not appear in response to notice or not produced by PO, powers are conferred by to the IO, departmental inquiries, enforcement of attendance of witnesses, and Public Documents Act 1972, Section 4 can be made use of. IO should, as far as practicable, desist from allowing Interlock defense side raises undue. If the IO is not properly knowledgeable at what stage, what he is required to do, they play with IO. Defense assistant will play with the IO. And IO should not should be in position to control the sittings, and also should always have upper hand over the defense. Time limit for various stages is already spelled out. COPO do not cooperate in the manner of attendance, production of documents, etc. IO may offer reasonable opportunity, proceed to give a ex parte. 2-3 notices, that's all. Go for ex parte, that's all. Ensure that you keep sending the day's business, daily order sheet, etc. by registered post with acknowledgement due. Timely completion of departmental inquiry in time is the prime responsibility of the disciplinary authority. Disciplinary authority thinks that IOPO is appointed, is the lookout of the IOPO. It is not that. IO need to be pressurized, and PO is required to submit progress report to every sitting as per the MHA ruling, which PO is not doing. To brief the IO, to brief the DA as to what is the progress of that particular case, so that DA can intervene and ensure progress in that. Next. Number of instances where the courts, 2012 DOPT, set aside the order of penalty due to inordinate delay in initiating action. Therefore, it has to be ensured that disciplinary proceedings are initiated without undue delay. Administrative competent authority should study the allegations more carefully and resort to minor penalty proceedings instead of initiating major penalty where the so that saves a lot of time. For everything, only one mantra means it will be difficult. There is undue delay due to repeated requests of the charger officer for time to give his written statement in reply to the charge sheet. As per existing instruction, charger officer is allowed 10 days time. Charger officer may be allowed 3 to 4 days absence by the controlling officer for preparing written statement. This is enabled in the rule itself. So, charge sheet should be issued to the charger officer within a week from the date of receipt of decision of the DA to initiate major or minor proceedings. In any case, it should be ensured that the charge sheet is issued within 1 month from the date of receipt of the first stage advice from the CVC or CVO of the organization. Next. Simultaneously with the issue of the charge sheet, names of the suitable officer to be appointed as IOPO may be selected. You keep ready the IOPO, assuming that he will deny the charges. Then is the moment he denies, immediately appoint the IOPO. And along with the charge sheet, you send copies of the listed documents to the charge sheet employee to enable him to prepare his written statement of defense. Nothing wrong in that. The charge sheet should be drafted with utmost accuracy and precision based on the facts revealed during the investigation or otherwise and the misconduct involved. It should be ensured that no relevant material is left out and at the same time no irrelevant material witnesses are included. Remember, carving a statue from a rock, as simple as that. As possible, copies of all documents should be kept ready. IVA should submit his report within 6 months, another 6 months. Next. Copy of the IVA report and disagreement, if any, should be provided to the charger officer within 15 days. After receipt of the like that, there are penalty orders should be issued within a month. Departmental officer is appointed as IO. The officer should be relieved from his normal duties so that he can conduct the sitting, hold continuous sittings and complete the inquiry. These are there, but we are not using. That is the problem. Next. Government of India decision below Rule 14. Officers conducting the departmental inquiries may be preoccupied with other so many duties, unfamiliarity with rules, etc. Avoidable delay, where UPSC, CVC consultation is there. Next. So there are certain other things which we have discussed. Next. This is a minor penalty charge sheet. Next. This is a major penalty, Article 1, in case of LTC, fraudulent model charge sheet. Left side forwarding memorandum, right side is a statement of article of charge. It is called statement of article of charge. Next. You see that it started with that. Annexure 2, statement of imputations of misconduct or misbehavior. Below, name and designation of the officer issuing the charge sheet. Next. Annexure 3, list of documents. For example, in LTC fraud case, application dated for LTC accept advance preferred by memo number, granting LTC bill, PNR verification, etc. Annexure 4, list of witnesses. Next. Next. So the prosecution must stand or fall on its own, but they cannot derive benefit out of the ignorance or the inadequacy of the charge sheeted employee. That is the Supreme Court ruling. Next. Supreme Court said that issuing charge sheet departmental inquiry is not an empty formality because you are going to touch his livelihood. You can throw him out from the employment. His family will be on the road. So utmost seriousness is required on the part of the disciplinary authority. Next. So there are two principles are there when the decisions of the disciplinary authority are questionable. The courts will examine on these two principles. One is this principle, another one is the doctrine of proportionality. This principle, what it talks about, the courts, when the matter goes to the CAT or the High Court, they will examine this thing on whether the disciplinary authority acted beyond the authority of law. That is one. Second, whether was it based on legally tenable evidence, whether it was based on irrelevant consideration. So, say like that, they will. These are the. It's called Wensberg. It's a irrationality. Irrationality. So that they will decide. Next, doctrine of proportionality. Whether the guilt is commensurating, whether penalty imposed is commensurating with the guilt established, or it is shocking. That is what. So 1 day absence removal is not permissible. 1 month absence removal is also not permissible. 1 year absence removal is permissible. So we need to see the suppose somebody A committed 1,000 rupees fraud only once. B committed fraud each time 100 rupees 10 times. The total money is 1,000. B merits removal dismissal as compared to A. Because there it is a solitary offense, here repeated instances. He is an habitual offender. B is a habitual offender. So he doesn't deserve any mercy at all. Next. These are the 4 principles of natural justice. No one should be judged of his own cause, rule against bias. Bias is of 3 types: personal bias, subjective bias, pecuniary bias. Personal bias, pecuniary bias, subjective bias. Subjective bias means is our own discipline, engineering discipline, or some pecuniary money. Personal bias, maybe because of some religion, region, caste, region, all those things. So one should be free from this bias. No one should be condemned unheard, though you know reasonable opportunity to be given. Third, reasoned order. Whatever decision you take, issue a speaking order. Speaking order. If we issue a penalty of removal dismissal, it should run into 20-30 pages at least. IO report of 15-20 pages, and your assessment, analysis, evidence, oral or documentary, conclusion, your own assessment, another 10 pages at least. Removal dismissal, total 30-40 pages. So that much is required to remove, dismiss an employee. Decision taken in good faith. Volume 3 talks about extenuating circumstances. Means somebody worked on OTA basis. During that OTA, some fraud has taken place. Somebody was sent on deputation. One day he was on deputation. There was a fraud. We are making him responsible. Go slow on that. These are the besides his own branch, he was looked after other branches, 2-3 branches. He just joined 1 month service only. There was a passwords are not changed or a map, IDs are not changed. As a result, there was a fraud. So one should give weightage to the extenuating circumstances. Circumstances beyond his or her control. Suppose if you are there in that position, would you accept that? That is what it says. Next. These things, object of disciplinary proceeding is to establish truth, facts have to be given, opportunity need to be given, natural justice is the prerequisite, and charge sheet need to be given for good and sufficient reasons. Next. Substantial linkage should be there between misconduct and employment. And so misconduct is not only serious, it should actual consequence should also be serious. IVA can frame additional charge if some new charges are found to be established during the course of inquiry. Next. CBA consultation, CVC. Next. Next. This. Next. 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 This we have covered during the drafting of charge sheet. Next. 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 So I will just shift the few. Who should be appointed as the IO? IO should be, whom should be appointed as the IO? IO should be free from bias. IO should not be relative. IO should not be a complainant. IO should be a neutral person. IO should generally enjoy the good reputation. So these are certain things. He is required to give an undertaking that he is not related, is not a complainant, and he is required to give an undertaking that. And in case of departmental serving employees, there is no restriction. In case of retired employees, there is a restriction that you cannot handle more than some 8 cases, 4 cases at a time. IO. So the terms retired person can also be allowed to function as a inquiring officer. Who should be? IO should be sufficiently senior, at least 1 rank senior to the charge sheeted employee. These are the qualities required for IO. PO. Who can be a PO? A PO can be a serving or ceased to be a government servant. A retired person can also be appointed as the PO. PO can be senior, junior, or equivalent in the rank to the charge sheeted employee. PO should uphold the prosecution side, administration side. PO should not be hand in glove with the other person. PO should, even if minute evidence is there, he should say that charges should be held to be proved. He should make a suggestion to the IO. PO can be anybody. He should know a little bit of English and common sense, and also ability to raise, ability to cross-examine, ability to lead the inquiry, ability to call for new witnesses, ability to suggest to the IO, PO. So defense assistant, who can be a defense assistant? Defense assistant can be from a person, it can be a suspended person, charge sheeted person, serving, retired. In case of retired, not more than seven cases, 2003 DOPTOM. A defense assistant can be anybody. 2 conditions are required. He should be from the headquarters where the charge sheeted employee is staying. Availability of documents, records are there. His controlling officer should be willing to relieve him in case of inquiry if he is serving employee. These are the qualities of a defense assistant. Now let us, next 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, I will talk about the inquiry process. Listen carefully. With that is the crux of this departmental inquiry. Listen carefully. So charge sheet has been issued and 10 days time will be given. The charge sheeted employee has option 1, accepting the charges in clear terms, then inquiry can be dispensed with and penalty can be, return of guilt can be there, a penalty can be imposed against a person if the disciplinary authority feels. If disciplinary authority is satisfied, he can drop. That is 1. Number 2, charge sheeted employee is not clearly admitting the charges. He says that, yes, I received the charge memo dated so and so, and it appears there was a mistake on my part. This mistake was due to unavoidable circumstances. On the day, actually, I was not keeping good health, and there was a disturbance at home, and because of that, I would have committed that mistake, and kindly adopt a bigger heart and pardon me. This cannot be called as an unconditional acceptance. When there is not an unconditional acceptance, we have to treat it as a denial. Third one is straight away denial. I deny the charges. Fourth one is he receives and he doesn't respond. You give another time and go to the next level, IOPO appointment. Fifth one is that out of 3, he accepted 1 charge, 2, 3 he has not accepted. Then no inquiry will be there on a charge which is accepted. Inquiry will be there on 2 and 3. These are the 5 combinations. After that, the IO along with the charge sheet, the copies can be sent to the charge sheeted employee to enable him to submit the written statement of defense. Then once denial, etc. is established, IOPO is to be appointed. Who should be IOPO? We have already discussed it. IO should be appointed in a prescribed format, which is there in the CCA rules, Swami's book, it is there. Then IOPO are to be appointed as per the pro forma particulars. Then IO should be supplied a copy of the charge sheet and original acknowledgement received in token of receiving the charge sheet by the charge sheeted employee. Then PO should be given all the original documents and copy of the charge sheet to the PO. Then from that day onwards, DA role ceases temporarily. Then IO will conduct the inquiry in 2 different manners. One preliminary hearing, another one is a regular hearing, PH/RH. So IO will deal with three types of documentation: notices, summons, and daily order sheets. A notice is to schedule the inquiry. A notice is to schedule the inquiry that on so and so date I am scheduling this inquiry, that he will issue a notice. Daily order sheet means minutes. That means day to day, whatever business is transacted. Today we assembled and we have witness one examination chief completed, and all have been given the copies of this one. That is a transaction. Summary of the day's business is called daily order sheet. Third one is summons, SUMMONS. He will summon the witnesses. When he issues the letter, it is called summoning the witness to give his evidence for recording of evidence purpose. These are the three documentations which the IO deals with it. So as I mentioned, preliminary hearing will be scheduled by the IO. He will send a communication to the charge sheeted employee and with a copy to the PO mentioning that whereas by letter number dated so and so I was appointed as a IO and charge sheet was acknowledgement was also received. I am scheduling the preliminary inquiry on so and so date and so place, so and so time. Please come and attend the preliminary hearing, and a copy is marked to the presenting officer. Presenting officer, with him or without his absence, the charge sheet employee will come and attend before the. So it is an in camera proceedings, confidential proceedings. This cannot be divulged. The IO is required to give an undertaking that the proceedings will be kept secret, confidential. Those will not be divulged. IO, PO, and all others. So the inquiry, you can engage one typist, the record of discussions verbatim. So those are IO, PO, charge sheeted employee, witness, defense assistant, one typist or somebody who is helping the IO. Those will be there within the four walls. Those are confidential. During the preliminary hearing, IO will read out the charge sheet. IO will read out the charge sheet. Then he says, charge sheet is read out. The typist will type, charge sheet is read out to the charge sheeted employee. Question, have you understood the charges? Then typist will type, have you understood the charges? Charge sheeted employee will say, no. Then why? Then he says, I can't understand English. Then you need to translate it in his vernacular and make him understand. Have you understood? Yes. Do you admit the charges or not? The second question. Then he says, admitted. Then he will give on white paper that charge sheet I understood the charges. Charge sheet is read over and understood. I admit the charges in toto. I request the IO not to hold further sittings. There is no coercion or force to admit this. This may be treated as unconditional acceptance of charges leveled against me. Then IO will close the charge. I was submitted the IO report holding the charges as proved. The charge sheet employee may say, I will accept charge 1, 2, 3, I don't accept. Then inquiry will be conducted in respect of 2 and 3. Or charge sheet employee may say, denied. Then charge sheet employee denied all the charges. Inquiry. Then IO will record the daily order sheet. Today we had a charge sheet is read out and denied, and it is scheduled. Then the presenting officer is directed to conduct allow the charge sheet employee to peruse the original documents available with him, and the charge sheet employee is required to give the name of the defense assistant which he would like to engage if he wishes to do so, and name, date, controlling officer, where he is there, number of cases on hand by the in case of retired person. With that, the preliminary hearing gets completed. In the absence, the presenting officer will call the charge sheeted employee, will allow the charge sheeted employee to peruse the original documents. Then in token of perusing the original documents, he will give a certificate that I have perused the documents. At that time, he may raise certain queries that documents are not legible, documents are attested copies, then I want the originals. So if you rely on the attested copies, there itself you will be stuck up. Till originals are made available to the charge sheeted employee, you will not be able to progress further. Because listed documents, access to listed documents is absolute. Access to listed documents is absolute to the charge sheeted employee. If you say Xerox, you will say I doubt the correctness of the document. I want original. So that is why I insist that original document should be made based on that only you issue charge sheet. So PO will take sufficient care at the time of showing the documents so that the charge sheeted employee will not spoil or take away or cause damage to the original documents. While talking, he may pour the water on that and say, sorry, just water is, then you lose the case because that is the only document available. Or charge sheet, PO just goes inside and he will just swallow the document, gone, you cannot produce. So rule says utmost care should be taken by the PO at the time of showing the documents to the charge sheeted employee. After that is over, then the IO will hold regular hearing. Below, in between, the IO will obtain the nomination of the defense assistant. Nomination of the defense assistant can be approved subject to the condition that not more than 7 cases, not more than 4 cases at a time, and he should be from the headquarters. His controlling officer should be willing to relieve him. If the decision of the IO is almost final with regard to the nomination, approving the nomination of the defense assistant. If the defense assistant is not approved, the charge sheeted employee will have one opportunity to represent to the disciplinary authority. Once the disciplinary authority takes a call, that is final. So after that, once the nomination of the defense assistant is approved, the other thing is that he will ask the charge sheeted employee to give a list of defense witnesses, also list of additional documents, defense documents from his side. Here another delay will be there, another source of delay. He will give 100 documents he wanted, 100 witnesses he will give. The relevancy of the witness, relevancy of the document need to be spelt clearly by the charge sheeted employee. He in a pro forma, serial number, name of the document, with whom the document is available, custodian name, address. What is the relevancy? That additional defense witness, most of the time he will ask the disciplinary authority as a defense witness, so that he can drag the case. Or he may ask somebody as a defense witness. So the relevancy portion is very important. The IO, while approving the defense documents, defense witnesses, he should be highly conservative. Let him ask 100, you give only 5, not more than that. Let him ask 200 witnesses, you give only 5 or 6. After satisfying yourself that the relevancy is there. And there is a catch in that. As per the DOPT norms, the relevancy should be looked from the defense side, not from IO side. But having said that, if you approve, then additional documents, additional witnesses, custodian may be willing or not willing. There are 2 points with regard to additional documents. Discovery and production, whether such a document really exists or not. If the document custodian is departmental, within the department, you can put pressure and get the document. If the document custodian is somewhere, archival museums or some other person, it becomes difficult to get the document. They may say privilege of document. Document really exists, but I will not be allowed to part with the document because it is confidential. So the access with regard to the additional documents is not absolute on the part of the charge sheeted employee, though the document was approved by the IO to produce it before the inquiry. Got my point, what I am saying? So additional documents, additional witnesses, we should be allowing barest minimum. Once having done that, then next course is recording of evidence. Recording of evidence, the first prosecution side witnesses will be, one by one will be examined. SW, state witness, PW, prosecution witness. Examination will be done in 3 ways. Examination chief, cross-examination, and re-examination. During examination chief and re-examination, leading questions are not permissible. What is a leading question? Were you not present at the time when there was a quarrel between A and B? That is a leading question. What is a non-leading question? Where were you on that date when there was an alleged quarrel between A and B? That is a non-leading question. So examination chief re-examination, leading questions are not permissible. During cross-examination, leading questions are permissible. The evidence will be led by the presenting officer in the order which he chooses. So one by one, all the witnesses will be examined. Examination in chief will be done by the presenting officer. Examination chief means kindly tell about yourself and the document. He will say, I am Upender, son of so-and-so, presently working as so-and-so. I was shown the document which was given by me during the preliminary inquiry. I say that it is genuine only, I only gave it. With that, genuine examination gets completed. If I say, it's my handwriting only, I gave it to the dictation of the investigating officer, it is not voluntary, then I should be declared as a hostile witness. PO should take a lead and ask the IO to declare the witness, his own witness, as a hostile witness. When hostile witness is declared, then PO should cross-examine his own witness. Otherwise, it is examination chief. Then cross-examination, when the witness is offered to the defense assistant will do cross-examination. During cross-examination, any number of questions in any order can be asked as long as courtesy is not breached. During the course of cross-examination, some new points may come, which may have hamper the evidence from the prosecution side. Then during the re-examination, the PO, without asking leading questions, he should re-rail the derailed bogie again bring back on the platform and rails. That is where the skill of the presenting officer is put to test. So on the re-examination, if any new points emerge, the defense assistant can do recross. On recross, they can be re-examination. That is where IO has to step in and regulate the hearing. No, I don't allow the further sitting. With that, witness recording of evidence, witness 1 will be over, 2 will be over, 3 will be over, 10 will be over. After the prosecution side is over, the IO will give opportunity to the PO to introduce any new witnesses or recall any witness on his own or by the suggestion from the presenting officer side before close of the prosecution side. If he exercises, then same process. Then at the same time, another opportunity will be given to the charge sheeted employee to produce additional document and witnesses which he wishes to give at that time. So once if this is over, then prosecution side is completed, declares prosecution side is over. Before taking up the defense side witnesses examination, IO will ask the charge sheeted employee to submit his defense statement orally or in writing. After that, then before his witnesses are examined, the charge sheeted employee will be asked to examine himself, self-examination. The charge sheeted employee may say most of the cases no. Once he says no, then his defense witnesses will be examined. Here, examination chief re-examination will be conducted by the defense assistant and cross-examination will be done by the presenting officer. That is where presenting officer should be alert and ask. Same rules, leading questions, no, same thing. Once the defense side witnesses are over, if the charge sheeted employee has not examined himself after submission of the defense statement, before submission of the defense witnesses for recording of evidence, the IO will generally question the charge sheeted employee on the evidence appearing against the charge sheeted employee. Under Rule 14, Sub-Rule 18, this is called general examination. Once this process is over, then PO is asked to submit the PO brief either orally and writing 15 days. On receipt of that, a copy will be given to the defense for their defense brief either orally or in writing. On receipt of the defense brief, the IO will start writing the IO report. At the time of writing the IO report, IO feels that during the course of oral and documentary evidence, a new material has surfaced, which has got the potential of an article, one charge, which is different from the articles of charge framed against the discipline by the disciplinary authority against the charge sheet employee. The IO is required to share that new finding and ask the explanation from the charge sheeted employee, and he is required to record his finding on that new charge. What is that new charge? Let us say he is going, leaving the office early. That is the charge. By leaving every day, he is keeping one mouse in his pocket and going away. That we are not concerned. IDA only said he is coming to the office early, late, going early. But during the CCTV footage, when it is examined, while going every day, is lifting one article and keeping with him. A new discovery which was not there earlier. Similarly, while there was a riotous behavior, etc., but he was staying in the office premises and consuming liquor. This was not there earlier, but this was there, discovered subsequently during the witness said, yes, sir, it is true that, and he used to come to he stay back and consume liquor. Witness mentioned is a new material. Got my point? So after that, IO will write IO report, oral and documentary evidence, PO brief, defense brief, and all the documentary evidences, and IO need to conclude the article of charge, whether it is proved or not proved. It should not be partly proved. It should be either proved or not proved. There is no concept of partly proved or percentage proved. 70% appears to be proved. That is not there. So article of charge should be devotion to duty, whether proved or not proved. Lack of integrity, proved or not proved. He should come up with a categorical finding based on the oral and documentary evidence adduced before him. IO should not apply his own personal knowledge. IO should not recall from his own experiences. IO should not recommend anything that he is such a nice person, but for this he is a good chap. He delivered a lot of BD business, he has done, marketing he has done. He should be disciplinary authority may take it leniently. All these things are not to be mentioned. IO should not write that he deserves stricter penalty like removal dismissal. He should not write it. IO job is only to go through the charges, oral and documentary evidence, limit himself to the charge sheet which is given to him. Let the charge sheet may contain 100 inadequacies and inconsistencies and patent errors. IO job is not to cure the charge sheet. IO's job is to go through, take charge sheet as it is and test it against the oral and documentary evidence. If there is any conflict between the oral and documentary evidence, IO should rely more on the documentary evidence, not on the oral evidence. The maxim is that the person can lie, but document cannot lie. When there is a non-credit which is evident, if the person depositor says he received money, there is no problem. Then documentary evidence, our own record says non-credit, non-accounting, where it is the day end it is not there. So IO should hold the article of charge as proved. 2 ink-signed copies are to be submitted to the disciplinary authority along with 12 folders, most likely 12 folders. So all the depositions, daily order sheets, charge, whatever is there, nothing should be retained with the IO, and recording of evidence. The PO, so far, whatever document that were held by him, through the competent witness, introduce that document. That document, once it is taken on record, will assume a shape, what is called exhibit. Then IO will mark that exhibit, state exhibit 1, state exhibit 2, SE 1, SE 2, SE 3. On the top right-hand corner of that document, IO will mark with red ink with dated initial. The defense side documents will be marked in any other ink, not red ink. SE1, SU2, the witness SW1, SW2, or PW1, PW2. Different notations are there. With that, IO job gets over. So IO becomes functus officio. That means he will no more be IO and he will submit. Then disciplinary authority role begins. If any other doubts are there, few questions I will take before breaking for lunch. In the afternoon, we will quickly run through the presentation. This is the sum and substance of the inquiry process. Timelines are there, many things. Any few questions are there, I am willing to take, because another 5 minutes time we can afford to spare. You see, it is the principles of evaluation of evidence suggest in departmental inquiry, there are 5 articles of charge are there. You need not go overall when you take a view to impose a penalty or IO holding the charge. As I mentioned, documentary evidence, oral evidence. Persons may lie, document cannot. If there is a clear violation of rule, if there is a finding, if there is circumstantial evidence, handwriting, it is sent to the GUQD. GUQD said handwriting is only, instead of depositor, he signed it. That is called corroborative evidence. So all these evidence put together at one place, you will get a conclusion that yes, there was a clear lapse on the part. So when you put all the connect all the dots together and then you arrive at that is called preponderance of probability. You would have done it. It is just weighing the evidence, not counting the evidence. Overall, all put together, then the picture is that yes, there is evidence, documentary and oral, other expert evidence put together, yes, committed that mistake. There is a, got my point. GEQD said his handwriting is his own forged, and there is a non-credit. Depositor disowned it. Claim was sanctioned. All this put together establishes the lapse on the part of the charge sheeted employee. Yes, yes, that is what I said. No, witness can be in Kashmir and IO can be in Kanyakumari, PO can be in Madras, anywhere. Not required. But whatever documentary protocols are there, you are required to follow. That daily audit sheet, redaction, signatures, everything you need to follow that. Only conductor of business is over video conference, digital means. But whatever documentary which all signed signatures, so everything has to be followed. You have to send it subsequently. You have to send it, no. You have to send it and preserve that, the voice, and get it done, because documentary evidence is important. This is not written in the rule, but it is implied. Here one question is there, please. Here. Concerned disciplinary authority will take a call. No. It's where is transferred. That authority will assume the role of a disciplinary authority. The earlier disciplinary authority, unless charge police FIR is not filed, it is the lookout of the fresh disciplinary authority. Disciplinary authority, as per the rule, is to be reckoned with reference to the present place of working, not the past place of working. And similarly, present designation. Earlier PA, now inspector. For inspector, whoever is the disciplinary authority, the fraud or the mistake, lapse would have occurred when he was PA. But now he is inspector. Then inspector, disciplinary authority, whoever is there, he is required to take a call on that. Other? Okay. No, present where the disciplinary, where the charge sheet, where the employee is there, where the present employee. They are only guest roles. Lead actor, lead role is only this one. GDS, wherever he is working, is the disciplinary appellate revisioning authority to be reckoned with reference to his present place of working. Suppose disciplinary authority after appeal, he was transferred to some other, then that authority, appellate authority will be different. That authority will dispose after getting all the pro forma information and record. Little louder.
Ad hoc disciplinary authority, sir. Basically, what is happening is once a ad hoc disciplinary authority is nominated, right from the issue of charge sheet itself, some officers are transferring the case.
Material can be transferred. Inquiry, etc. Till his role lies till finalization of the case. If he is a disciplinary authority.
Now, I take an example here. Sir. For a particular GDS, earlier he was appointed by ASP. Now that subdivision is downgraded and the IP became the discipline authority. Now IP cannot issue the charge sheet.
Yes, we can. PMG can nominate ASP.
ASP, yes, sir. Now what is happening is the charge sheet is not at all issued by the current discipline authority. Simply all documents transferred to the ad hoc discipline authority. Now ad hoc discipline authority doesn't have any kind of a understanding of the case.
No record of say preliminary investigation report, documentary evidences, statements recorded. All those things need to be supplied, to enable him to say come to a reasoned conclusion.
But in case the ad hoc discipline authority they are to issue the charge sheet, they are expecting that these people should supply
draft can be applied. Draft can be applied.
Yes, sir.
Draft charge sheet can be obtained. Nothing wrong in that. But he has to record on file that I have gone through the record and satisfied that the under rule 10A, 10B it is warranted. I am ordering that application of mine should be ex facie. Means on record it should be there. On paper you should record it. You cannot say I received draft charge sheet, I have signed it and sent as desired by the. That should not be. That should not be there.
And another question also is there, sir, where a particular investigating officer, the discipline authority becomes the material witness, sir, because he has investigated the case primarily. Then in those cases also we are appointing
100%
discipline authority.
Rule is that only. Rule is that only.
So those cases, so the ad hoc discipline authorities are telling that I will not get involved in the issuing of the charge sheet. The draft charge sheet should be submitted to me.
Okay, let him ask, but ultimately on paper he has to write, he has gone through the material and satisfied that there is a case, prima facie case is made out to institute major penalty proceedings. Accordingly, I award major charge sheet. He has to record it. Application of mind is most important. What is given to him, that is to help him to come to a reasoned conclusion. But he cannot write that as desired, as forwarded, my job is only mechanically signed. That should be strictly prohibited, not to be encouraged.
That question is related to marking of the documents. In the disciplinary proceedings, lots of people, they have their own practices of marking of the documents. We need more.
I told you, the prosecution side, administration side, disciplinary authority side, documents will be in the custody of PO till those are taken on record by there are different practices. In the beginning itself, all the documents will be given where the dispute is. I can tell you a number of things because there was no dispute. He has perused the documents. That means there is no dispute. Then all the documents can be taken on record by the IO in the beginning itself and mark them as exhibits in the order SE1, SE2, SE3, SE4. And red ink, right top dated initials, that is the prescribed way. And any defense side, any other color. Simple as that. Over. On the day when SW1 comes, he will show. Actually, the correct practice should be to introduce that document through the listed witness. Once he accepts, then it should be taken on record as exhibit. If he disputes, the document cannot be taken as exhibit. Understood, no?
Charge sheet, the charge official has accepted charges unconditionally, sir. Whether formal inquiry is required, sir?
There is a qualitative difference between GDS rules and departmental rules. Departmental rules are very clear. If the charge sheet, I can show you the pro forma or DOPT chart also it is there. In the afternoon, I can 15-20 minutes. If charges are, in case of departmental employee, if charges are accepted unconditionally, no inquiries. That is very clear. In case of GDS, Mr. Vyavhare, when he is in directorate ADG GDS, he added one cryptic sentence. In case of GDS 2020 conduct engagement rules, Even if he has accepted, inquiry is mandatory. If he accepts before the IO, then no inquiry is like that it is written. So, Mr. Vyavhare, ADG, GDS, under his signature, that rules are given. To that extent, there is some anomaly. Otherwise, in case of GDS, even if it is accepted, IOPO are mandatory, he should accept before the IOPO. That anomaly is there. Deliberately kept, I don't know.
Sir, DAS issued charge sheet, sir. Then officer got transferred.
Okay.
The CEO is asking that particular officer as a defense witness. Can we allow it, sir?
The original disciplinary authority.
Yes, sir.
See, point is that IO should be very conservative, and also IO should satisfy as to the relevancy aspect. Why that defense disciplinary authority is being asked as a defense witness? I don't see any reason just to delay the process and put the DA in a difficult situation and drive home a point that because of this vendetta past, he issued this charge sheet. He wants to elicit that, extract that information by using him as a defense witness. To cut short, better not.
So how many times we can allow the CO to ask for additional documents and additional witness?
I mentioned it twice. One, during the preliminary hearing. Preliminary hearing, I explained to you. Second, before close of prosecution side, that rule, somewhere 1 or 2 lines in our CCA rule, just mentioned. Many of us do not know that the second time, before close of the prosecution side, the IO will ask PO, do you have any other witnesses? Are there any witnesses are to be recalled? Or IO himself can call for new witnesses. IO himself call the witness who has already been deposed. But precaution to be taken is not to plug the gaps in the evidence which was already recorded. Once that opportunity is extended to prosecution, a similar opportunity need to be extended to the defense side. That one line, just as a passing cloud, just to make a mention, makes a mention in the rules. That means, in essence, in effect, 2 times. Not after that, nor in between. Be careful on that. Sorry. Now we are already 140. I have no issue. But if our director sir looks at me, glares at me, then I will be. One last question.
Thank you, sir. Normally, this claim application and restoration memos will not be cited in Annexure 3.
That is the problem.
It will be signed by the division letter or a disciplinary authority. That's why.
Yeah, that is the problem. No, say, in order to conclusively establish that he has committed a fraud, restoration of claim is a vital document. The depositor disowns or goes against, becomes hostile. But restoration of claim, because the amount is, he cannot deny that. So once it is there, it becomes an undisputed evidence on the part of the disciplinary authority to prove that there was a fraud, the amount was sanctioned by way of claim, and soon after there was a fraud, it should be classified as UCP, but which we may be doing or may not be doing, I do not know. But UCP sanction is also very important. Per contra credit, this here UCR, UCP, that if those are also brought some way, it establishes that there was a loss occurred to the department. The unclassified loss is classified, labeled as UCP. On the date when UCR takes place, per contra credit. Got my point, what I am saying?
Then disciplinary authority will become a material witness. Because he only signed the document.
No. A disciplinary authority can himself conduct the inquiry as per the rule. But rule says that as far as possible, you should desist from being the inquiring authority. So nothing wrong in that. A disciplinary authority, after issuing charge sheet, can conduct inquiry as per the rules. It is there, no?
Then who will come to identify?
And in case of sexual harassment cases, the ICC will function as the preliminary inquiry committee and also mandatorily as inquiring authority. The thin line difference is there. So there is no material witness. Material witness means the payment is not gone to his account. Payment is sent to the depository A. So there is no question of becoming material witness. Thank you. We will meet after maybe 2:10. So before breaking for lunch, we were discussing the step-by-step procedure. We will just rush through the presentation. And if any new points are there, we will just discuss and take few questions. Then go to the third presentation. Next slide. So this 180 days, that is 6 months. Time is the limit, another 6 months. Next. Only disinterested officers are to be appointed as the inquiry officers. Somebody volunteers, then we should discourage. So only disinterested officers should be appointed as the inquiry officer. And the officer who is being appointed as the IO should be suspected of not having any bias. That is the most important requirement. Next. So, okay. Retired officers can be appointed as inquiry officer, total 8 cases in a year, not more than 4 cases at a time. That we have to consider it. And with regard to the PO, what I mentioned, a person who is ceased to be in government service can also be appointed. Next. So, defense assistant, we discussed, you cannot have more than 7 cases. Next. Next. So earlier we were discussing that the day so the issue means signing and sending. That is called issue of charge sheet. Next. So sometimes it becomes inevitable to publish a small news item like this in case of BSNL. So maybe at different points of time, if you just read it, you say, so-and-so employee working in Sangareddy had been absconded from duty. A charge sheet was issued. Inquiry was conducted. IO report was sent to last known address. It was partly refused. Hindu newspaper also some news item. Compulsory retirement was given. Final order was sent. Door lock was there. So now they say that therefore it is hereby informed that so-and-so to collect the final order from the disciplinary authority within 7 days from the date of issue of this public notice. With the publication of this notice, it is deemed to conclude that the final order acknowledged as well as accepted by the charged officer. So there is a message for all of us. We can follow this type of news items, publications at any point of time. Preferably, maybe in the beginning, if he is refusing or whereabouts not known, and at the end, after maybe at IVO report stage, and also final order stage. Next. Another ES, employee state insurance, same. Next. So one basic difference between normal inquiries and this sexual harassment cases are 2 differences are there. In this sexual harassment cases, at every workplace, 10 or more, the employer is required to constitute one internal complaints committee. Of them will be women members. And should there be any complaint, then the ICC alone is equipped with given the power to do the preliminary inquiry. The preliminary inquiry needs to be done, and while submitting the preliminary inquiry, they should not confirm the contents of the complaint, either proved or not, more so when contents appear to be true. And with that, the preliminary inquiry report will be submitted. Minimum time limit 30 days, maximum 90 days. On receipt of the this preliminary inquiry report, the disciplinary authority needs to take a conscious call whether to issue major charge sheet. Then he will issue if he decides. Then the same ICC will function as the inquiring authority. That is the only difference. Otherwise, the normal case is the same thing. The inquiry, same process need to be followed. If there is no other procedure which prescribed in that organization, that is what the rule says. In case of central government employees, 2015 DOPT, 2016 DOPT clarified step-by-step procedure how inquiry is to be conducted in case of complaints arising out of this act. Next. Next. Common proceedings, where two or more employees are party to some one irregularity, one IO will be appointed, one PO will be appointed. The defense assistants can be more than one. A, B, C, 3 employees. So A, B, C can have 3 defense assistants or 1 defense assistant. Then inquiry will be completed, and against them, the highest of the disciplinary authority will take a final call. What penalty is to be imposed or what decision need to be taken in case of common proceedings. Next. This is common proceedings, page 141, CVC Vigilance Manual. Next. Step-by-step procedure. So I mentioned to you before breaking for lunch. On receipt of the, even CO denies the charges based on the strength of the representation. There may be some cases where the DA can drop the charge sheet. That is there. So if he admits the charges also, he will straight away impose the CO accepts the charges. DA issues order of punishment to CO. So no further inquiry is required. Next. What all we discussed before breaking for lunch is captured in this 2 slides. Very important. You don't get it. Next. So this IO framing, if in the opinion of the inquiring authority, the proceedings of the inquiry establish any article of charge different from the original articles of the charge, it may record its finding on such article of charge. Provided that the findings on such articles of charge shall not be recorded unless the government servant has either admitted the facts on which such article of charge is based or has had reasonable opportunity of defending himself against such. So it leaves scope for, in such cases, how to move forward. So probably again the same process, witnesses, so everything has to be followed so that because he is coming up with a new charge. Next. So one charge in the entire my life. So in one case, one IO, when I was SSP, so he has framed a new charge. This is from that particular IO report. So to conclude the article of charge framed in para 18 above, different from the original articles of charge framed by the DA, by the IA, pursuant to the explanation below Rule 1423(1), with reference to the evidence adduced in the oral inquiries held as proved. Nellore case. Against one IPO. Next. Can IO record findings on a charge not included in charge? As discussed, yes. Next. Whether inquiry officer can record finding? Yes, that is there. So now we will just say certain things which are required. Presenting officer not to put questions to the charged employee. He cannot put questions. Inquiry officer should not cross-examine a witness. He cannot cross-examine. In the quiz of, say, general examination, IO must not cross-examine the charged employee. He should only general questioning. He should question generally on the evidence appearing against the charged officer. Inquiry officer can proceed ex parte only if the charge sheet has been delivered. That is important. Report of inquiry must be based on records of inquiry alone, not to use material collected behind the back of a charged employee. The report of inquiry must contain reasons for the findings. Witness cannot function as the disciplinary authority. Next. In 2021, DOPT has issued some help to all the disciplinary authorities. So this perhaps you would have seen. Next. Next. Now, so what we discussed is captured in this. Here it's if all the articles of charges have been admitted, DA records its findings and shall act in manner laid down in Rule 14. That is Rule 15. I will report on receipt of that what he is required to do. That is there. So if admitted means no further inquiry. Next. Same what we discussed. Next. 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 Holding an inquiry in the manner laid down. So in Rule 16, there is no they say But there is a provision, Rule 61-A, 1-B, what we discussed. Next. Inquiry is all about documentation. So certain model forms for each and every activity we try to build up. This is a model form appointing IO. Next. Appointing presenting officer. Next. Inquiring authority in common proceedings. Next. In common proceedings, PO. Next. When IO is changed in between, DA can change the IO any point of time. It is his choice. Next. So various step-by-step activities which are required to be followed in case of major penalty proceedings are captured in like this. Next. Model notice for preliminary hearing. Next. Alternative. Next. Preliminary hearing, what is required to be done? We discussed that. Next. So it's a model daily order sheet in one of the inquiries, NABARD, NIRD, Hyderabad. Next. Same. So everybody will sign on the daily order sheet, IO, PO, defense assistant, charged official. A copy of daily order sheet will be given to all after taking acquittance in token of receiving that daily order sheet. If anybody is absent, it will be sent by registered post. Next. Here I was talking about the documents and witnesses, additional documents. If you see, identity, the charged official is required to give a document, brief subject, custodian name and address, relevance to the case and brief point required for defense. Next. Same is the case for witness, name and address of witness, relevance to the case, brief point, clarification required to be sought from him. Next. Suppose if the documents are in the custody of somebody, the IO shall write a letter to the custodian to part with the documents which are approved to be produced before the IO, which are required by the charge-sheeted employee. Next. This is a model letter to defense assistant to convey his willingness, because charged official has asked for it. He may be willing or may not be willing. Next. A letter will be sent. This is a model notice for regular hearing to CO and PO. Next. Controlling authority to, if the defense assistant is working, his controlling officer should relieve him. Next. Model notice to witness. Next. Model notice through controlling. If a witness is a serving employee, his controlling authority should be enabled to with a request to relieve him. Next. Statement. Day 2 statement to cross-examination, examination chief, signature, IO, PO, charged official, defense assistant. Everybody will sign. Measures to prevent tampering. I told you 1965 itself. Accused officer should be allowed inspection of documents only in the presence of responsible officer. IO should take sufficient precaution to ensure that the records, documents, and other papers are not tampered with while the documents are under the custody or during the course of actual inquiry. Next. Attendance by private witnesses. So we can say this departmental enforcement of attendance of witnesses and production of documents act. It can be taken recourse to, and this act is applicable to all IOs where lack of integrity is a charge or part of charge. Then there is a set procedure is there. You have to request to the district judge of the concern where the inquiry is being held to invoke these provisions. Then the presence of the witness will be compelled. He cannot say no. Normal course IO is used, then he may say he may not come. But once the notification under section 4 is issued, the witness is compelled to appear before the IO. So what he deposes, it is his choice. Next. Can the IO take initiative for removing the deficiencies in the charge sheet? IO has full liberty to bring to the notice of the DA any discrepancy which is of the nature of clerical or typographical mistake. That is patent errors which are apparent in the face of. In case there is any patent defect in the charge sheet, IO may bring it to the notice of the disciplinary authority well in time so that the defect can be cured. In this context, it is essential that IO should not take upon himself the role of refinement or reinforcement of the charge sheet. He should confine himself only to the patent errors in the charge sheet and not try to make qualitative improvement in it. Any initiative by the IO for the fortification of the charge sheet by way of including additional evidence is most likely to provide material for challenge on grounds of bias, as the action of the IO is liable to be pursued as that of the prosecutor. This is taken from ISTM publications, handbook on inquiring officers. This is not there in the CCA rules. Next. Can the IO take initiative for removing the deficiencies in the charge sheet? An illustrative list of patent errors is as under typographical mistakes, quoting wrong rule numbers, and incompatibility between the name of the rule and year, incompatibility between the same figures mentioned in different parts. Like that, these can be brought to the notice of the disciplinary authority, like that the book says. Illustrative list of errors which IO should not try to rectify. Any logical inaccuracies, insufficiency of evidence, vagueness of charge, ambiguity in charge, lack of coherence between the misconduct and the charge, unauthorized absence is shown as lack of absolute integrity, while it would have been better described as lack of devotion to duty. There are situations where charge sheets have not been drafted with care. Next. Can the statement of a witness be taken into account even if he was not subjected to cross-examination? Witness should be offered to the defense assistant, charged official for cross-examination. Not allowing cross-examination will compromise the procedural fairness, and in all likelihood further inquiry need to be advised on receipt of the IO report. General principles for evaluation of evidence. Evidence is to be weighed and not counted. Like that it says. Next. Yes, sir, before conducting ex parte inquiry. Before proceeding ex parte, IO must ensure that communications are being sent to the correct address of the charged officer. Must be ensured that sufficient time is given. Inquiring officer must ensure the charged officer is not on sanctioned medical leave or official assignment. Official is under suspension. Inquiring authority must check whether non-attendance is attributable to the non-payment of subsistence allowance. Charged officer has been warned that continued absence would result. So in the ex parte notices, we have to leave a caution that if you fail to attend the next hearing, it will be done ex parte as if you have nothing to say. That caution need to be factored in our notices, which we send to the charged official before straight away resorting to the ex parte. Next. Empanelment of retired officers, I mentioned 8 cases, not more than. Bias. Next. I will say a few things about this one. This is another reason for delayed inquiries and protracted inquiries is the preferring frequent bias applications or petitions during the course of conduct of the inquiry. The rule position is misunderstood, misinterpreted over the years. The rule is like this. 1970 to 1973, rule is like this. The bias can be preferred not against the decisions of the IO during the course of inquiry. The bias can be preferred against the appointment of IO, not against the decisions of the IO. As per the CCA rules, no appeal lies against the decisions of the IO during the course of inquiry. He is supreme. Nobody can give a direction to the IO, you do like this, you do like this. So the decisions with regard to conduct of inquiry business is within the privilege or the rights of the IO. Allowing defense document or allowing defense witness, it is the privilege of the IO, against which no bias can be attributed to the IO. If IO allows something, IO disallows something, IO, it is his decision. What all can be done is that the charged official can ask the IO to record the reservations of the charged official in the daily order sheet, which can be agitated upon at appropriate point of time. The decision against appointment of IO or the bias petitions are to be preferred in the initial stage, not in the advanced stage. However, rule allows that the bias applications can be preferred for good and sufficient reasons even in the advanced stage. What are the things that can go against the appointment of IO justifying bias? For example, ASP R is there in the I don't know, ASP outdoor or ASP rural. In the division that two ASPs, one headquarter, another one R. That ASPR normally you will be examining the investigation files, etc. Let us say, assume that our ASP headquarter may be, I do not know what is the practice. Suppose if he is given the, as per the duties, if he is reviewing the disciplinary cases files, and he is given the duty of an IO, then it is a bias. Because he is dealing the case file of the officer concerned, and fraud case file or any other relating to that, through him only it is being processed. So there is a subject bias. So in that case, there could be a personal bias. So that is why in such cases, ASPR, either you dispense with the duty of examining that case file and give it to the another ASP, or altogether change the IO. That is one. Number two, there could be a situation where the charge sheeted employee and the IO would have quarreled in the previous avatar, and somewhere there was a open say tussle between them. This officer would have spoiled his APAR of that particular person, which was documented. In such cases, naturally there could be some bias. So better not to appoint that person as the IO, because in the previously already they were there was a conflict between them. So better not to appoint. Or the IO, the ASP as an IPO or ASP would have done the preliminary investigation in that case and express your opinion that he is far wrong or right or something like that. So again, a sitting judgment, that is not correct. So he would have become a material witness in some so all these cases go against appointment of IO. So his appointment of IO is not tenable. So some other officer needs to be. Otherwise, the decisions taken during the course of inquiry are not appealable. But normally, for everything, there are cases which we handled. The charge sheeted employee preferred bias that the IO was always looking at the watch and asking when is the next bus to Vijayawada. He was asking. So when he was in somewhere in X place, so he was checking because he is drafted from other region and other places. So when is the next bus? So he was always concerned going back to his place rather than focusing on this one. So like that he preferred one bias. In some cases he preferred another bias that by looking into my precarious condition, the presenting officer laughed and I was joined presenting officer deriving sadistic pleasure of my helplessness state. So there is a bias, so it should be changed. These are the situations, kinds of situations that come up during the course of inquiry, and once the bias is preferred, the IO should stop the inquiry, send the record of material, paper, etc. to the disciplinary authority. If disciplinary authority decides, rejects, then again a reviewing authority, when a bias petition can be there, the reviewing authority will none other than the appellate authority. Rule allows two stages. One, disciplinary authority, another reviewing authority. The directorate clarified that the appellate authority, invariably the appellate authority will be the reviewing authority. So the point to be noted is that the bias can be there in such cases prior to appointment of IO. Was there any conflict and etc. But during the course of inquiry, whatever decisions that are taken by IO are not appealable as per the rule. The decisions by the President of India, the decisions taken by the inquiring officer are not appealable. Be clear on that. Next. Next. These are all bias related rulings only. Next. So this in the year 2005 or so, I disposed like this. Next. 2015. As seen from the rulings instructions, it is evident that there is a provision to prefer appeal against the appointment of IA, but not on the decisions of the IA, who is a quasi-judicial authority, and CCSE's rules have a statutory force. In the absence of enabling provision to hesitate on the decisions of the inquiring authority, during the course of inquiry, no bias petition can be preferred against the decisions of inquiring authority in violation of rules. In view of this, it is clarified that the appellant under suspension can ask the inquiring authority to record his objections in the daily order sheet related to the inquiry, which can be given due consideration by the IA himself by giving reasoned orders, and these can be examined by the DA once the inquiry concludes as per the procedure. The appellant has adequate opportunity at every stage to bring his objections on record, which should be examined by DA when examining the evidence besides the orders passed by the IA on the objections raised by the charged government servant and overruled by the IA. Hence, the bias petition preferred by the appellant is not maintainable as per the, this is what in 2015 I used to dispose like that, left and right, no bias, nothing. But after this, in 2021, CVC woke up and they issued circular on the same lines. Next. This was issued by the CVC 2024 February by drawing reference to not to my letter, but they are discovered on their own, and they said that they enclosed the railways order. The railways order is that only, which I mentioned to you. The IO decisions are not appealable. That's all. Next. So bringing the documents on record, someone asked, you can see it. Next. These are the step-by-step procedure. Next. Rule wise, step by step. Rule 14 is an irreversible procedure. Rule 14.1, 14.1, 14.3, one by one. Again, you can't go back to original position. It is irreversible. Next. Witness examination chief. Next. Cross examination. Next. Re-examiner. Next. These are certain performance during the course of inquiry. Next. Daily order sheet at the end of regular hearing. Next. Written briefs. Next. Presenting officer brief is very important. Presenting officer is the spokesperson or is the face of the disciplinary authority. He cannot take sides. So he has to, even if iota of evidence is available, he should put it under magnifying glass and say that I request the IO to hold the charge as proved. Next. Last point, if you see, next. Conclusion. Finally, the brief of the presenting office should contain a specific assertion to the effect that on the basis of the evidence presented during the inquiry, charges should be held as proved. At this stage, the presenting officer should not bother about adequacy of evidence. Understood, no? PO is the face of the disciplinary authority. PO cannot sympathize with the charge-sheeted employee. Conclusions must be based on evidence. There is no room for conjectures or surmises in drawing conclusions. Reliance must be placed on the evidence made available to the charged officer. No evidence behind the back of the charged officer. This decision-making authority should not import personal knowledge into the case. Very important. Next. Sometimes hearsay evidence, circumstantial evidence are also allowed in the departmental inquiries. Next. IO report, how it should be drafted, some model report. Next. He should only say proved or not proved. Next. IO report, introductory para, articles of charge, charges submitted, evidence produced, defense analysis, each article of charge, personal knowledge of IA, not to be there, no recommendation. Next. So this we will discuss it in the third presentation. Next. Report of the IO in so many folders. Folder 1, folder 2, folder 3 to folder 11, briefs of PO and CO. Next. Report in one model case, say unauthorized absence, etc. was there. He will say, I was appointed as IO, charge sheet employee, preliminaries, brief particulars, so number of sittings, witnesses examined, how many sittings, so day wise, how many documents are taken on record, all those things. Next. Finally, after analyzing, evaluating the oral and documentary evidence, the IO will say that from the discussion above, it is proved. Like that, he has to write. Next. These are the related instructions with regard to the inquiry. Next. The timelines. Next. Next. Various timelines are there. Broad timelines are 6 + 6 and also 1.5 years. Next. Certificates are to be given by the IO to the defense assistant and PO, etc. to claim their TA bill. Next. Private witnesses, they are entitled for some compensation. Next. 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 There is a compensation for everybody who attends the inquiry. Next. 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 Important circulars. Next. PO is required to give a progress report based on 1968 CVC memo that what was the business transacted during that particular day. Through that, the DA will come to know what was the business transacted, whether it is going in a proper direction or any intervention is required from his side. Next. The DA, the IO is required to submit a monthly report to the DA with copy to the Chief Vigilance Officer. Next. On the progress in this pro forma. Next. 2017, the DOPT has issued a detailed FAQ. Next. On the timelines. Next. 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 Any questions are there? 1 or 2, we can take it, and otherwise we will go to the next presentation.
Appellate authority, next stage for appeal by the charged official. After disposal by the appellate authority, again he represents on the decision of the appellate. Where it is allowed.
FILAD? File it. There is no provision. Yes. Third presentation. Okay, sorry. Anybody? There are two dangers, two important milestones are there in the whole inquiry process. One milestone is a charge-sheeted employee being examined as a witness. That is called self-examination, which will be overlooked by our IOs. That is one capital mistake. Number 2. On conclusion of this inquiry, the IO will generally question the charge-sheeted employee on the evidence appearing against him as per the Rule 14, Sub-Rule 18. This will also be sometimes our IOs will forget. And UPSC, without exception, looks for these loopholes in these two, in whether these two have been adequately met or not. If these two are fulfilled, UPSC in the single window system clear your file. Otherwise, they will remit the case to redo it and resubmit it. It is a must. Provided, in case of general examination, if the charge-sheeted employee has examined himself, assume that after submission of the defense statement and before taking up his defense witnesses, if the charge-sheeted employee has agreed for self-examination, then general examination is not a must. Understood? Not understood. If 100% charge-sheeted employee will not agree for self-examination. If that is the case, general examination is a must. No exception. Questions? Once again, sir, please.
If charged official is not ready to face the mandatory question by IA or self-examination, what to do?
Self-examination is optional, whether he is willing to be examined or not. In the general examination, he is bound to reply. Whatever reply he gives, it will be recorded. If not replied, despite asking, he has not replied. That itself will be the answer. Yes, daily audits, it is a mandatory thing. But during the general examination, no cross-examination. He has to simply say that these are the things appearing against you. What do you want to say? That's all. He said this, document said like this. We have gone through this process. So what do you want to say? Whatever he says, it will be recorded. That's all. This electronic evidence with regard to the departmental inquiries is inadmissible. Inadmissible. Electronic evidence is not admissible in the departmental inquiries unless electronic evidence is produced in the form of transcription. Means I am talking to some video is there. A asked B, what is your name? B said, I am so and so. Where are you from? This audio clip. It should be reduced to writing. A asked, what is your name? In between, birds are chirping, some birds making some noise. In bracket, it should come subtitles. Then again, B said something. There was a cat moving here and there. So that also should come. So entire thing need to be reduced to transcription. That along with audio clip, yes. Documentary evidence. Electronic evidence per se is not admissible. Maybe some official, somebody language official, so Hindi means official language, Rajbhasha committee, somebody, Hindi. No, not our officers. Somebody who is like somebody who is having a language department, university, English, like Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, Hyderabad is there. It gives some legitimacy. You can translate, but legitimacy, what is the qualification one has to translate? So some authority, third party translates, then it's okay. And I say it is played and generally better to avoid audio because audio correctness, genuineness, if it is disputed, you have to put it to the forensic evidence. Forensic examination means sample voice is to be collected. It need to be the spectroscopic analysis. Whether that itself becomes a great inquiry, whether it is his voice or not. Then the Gandhinagar Forensic National Forensic University, then they will declare that it is his voice only. Then that he has to be a listed witness, that report, expert evidence. So a lot of processes there. So better to avoid this electronic evidence. Anybody can say nowadays AI is there. So anybody can mimic the voice of anybody. So whether it is there or not, it takes a lot of time to prove or disprove. If you keep it, then it is the responsibility of the disciplinary authority to prove that you are citing that evidence. Better not to go for the electronic evidence because the case strength will be low. Case may become weak. That is the point. Even CCTV footage, ma'am, anybody, it can be morphed. Forensic examination, we saw in National Forensic University, certain videos, so their kidnapping, etc. So many things they have shown to us. So there is a software. Once that sample video is uploaded to that particular software, which is proprietary in nature, it will give based on the hash value, HASH. Hash value, the original, it is we can see that some patch is added to that. I'm standing here. One can erase my photo and affix your garden some. So when it is affixing, it has what is called hash value. That value is different from the value which where original photograph is there. Both are different. The software will detect that this is this to this extent newly it's newly added. So that is how they forensic sciences they discover and prove or disprove. So it is possible, but for CCTV footage, the electronic evidence per se is inadmissible. There are court judgments are there, but always better to rely on documentary evidence.
WhatsApp typed messages. Sir, WhatsApp messages, which are typed.
WhatsApp, where? Who is asking, please?
Sir, here.
Ah.
The text chat between the two persons. It is also electronic, no, sir. But there will be some text. WhatsApp messages.
These are all will only say they are not substantive evidence. One can create anything. So in criminal proceedings, all these things are very important. But in departmental proceedings, so these are difficult to prove, and we do not have wherewithal to confirm the genuineness of this. One can create anything. It is easy for the charged official to say it is fake. Since you are listing, you prove the genuineness, correctness. How will you do? Burden of proof on you as disciplinary authority. You cannot say, no, it's correct. How will you say you are not competent to say third person forensic sciences? Yes, say that, yes, it is handwriting. Who has to say? GEQD, government examiner for question document. Forensic, you have to send it. Specimen handwriting, then they will verify and they will say. So these are systemic limitations. So better to avoid when these things, particularly the electronic evidence, it is difficult. So you have to see that the point is that suppose in case where when he is detained in custody exceeding 48 hours, continued suspension is not warranted because I'm just coming to you. Continued suspension of put off duty is not warranted because it is a burden on the government exchequer. So he can be, because it's a private case. So how long? 10 years, you will keep on paying 50%, not advisable. In departmental cases, if the fraud, compared to past work verification is done, CLA is done, sub-offenders, everything is there, charge sheet is served, then you can consider him or reinstating, provided he denies the charges. And on vigilance grounds, he can be transferred to some other place and maybe. You are asking HR problem. Again, recently I think there was a reference from directorate. They are examining this particular thing, how to go about that. To answer your point, it is when charge sheet is served. Charge sheet is served to the GDS and he denies and it takes sufficient time. DA can take a call, but it comes with some risk. There are a good number of cases where when he is reinstated, he committed fraud again. Then honest lies on the disciplinary authority. That is why one need to say whether the fraud is substantial enough. Removal dismissal is the probable penalty, or one can take a lenient view, temporary misappropriation of 30,000 when the pivoted machine or our own what is that machine or the GDS is handling that electron micro Darpan devices. If there was a network problem and accounting issue was there, when these things give scope for some leverage. Otherwise, clear case of fraud, then better let him be under POD. Because once he reinstated, it implies that fish is back to the water, cannot catch again. And he will deny everything. He will manage. You see, I came back. Witnesses, all will be managed. Again, villagers, depositors, you see, again I came back. what will you do? Nothing. Then we have depositors, they may not depose against him. Got my point? In case of GDS, again is going back to the same place. Whereas in case of permanent employees, he can be removed from that post and given some nonsense to post. It is easy, so that documents and witnesses are not manipulated. So that danger is there with the GDS. Over. So we will go to the third presentation. Yes. So now the charge sheet, the employee charge sheet is given, inquiry is over, IO is submitted is a report, IO report. The IO report in so many pages, in so many folders, he has submitted. Next slide. Next slide. These are the instructions relating to this presentation. Next slide. Next. Now I will give the gist of that, rule wise. Now IO has submitted the report. IO has submitted the report. Rule 15 of the CCA rules talks about what action is to be taken on receipt of the IO report. Before that, let us just spend some time on who is the disciplinary authority. Disciplinary authority is the authority who is there in the schedule annexed to the volume 3. If you open the volume 3, at the end, schedule of disciplinary authorities, administrative powers, those are there. Besides that, once in the directorate has given some published and keep on giving some schedule that he is the disciplinary authority to this, he is the disciplinary, like that keep. So the disciplinary authority is the one who is given power to issue charge sheet. The disciplinary authority can be first stage disciplinary authority, second stage disciplinary authority. Means the one who is competent to impose minor penalties, the one who is competent to impose major penalties, including minor penalties. So the one who is competent to impose major penalties, it implies that is the appointing authority. A lower disciplinary authority is not an appointing authority. So having said that, the lower disciplinary authority can issue major charge sheet, but cannot impose a major penalty. So a President of India by a special order or any other authority with a special order can nominate some authority to discharge the functions of the disciplinary authority. That is how concept of in GDS we are appointing somebody as a disciplinary authority by virtue of powers mentioned in the GDS conduct and engagement rules. With regard to the departmental employees, there is a concept of ad hoc disciplinary authority, ADA. The powers of ad hoc disciplinary authorities are vested with the President of India. So once, suppose if the class 1, the group C official was appointed by group A and some presently is working in group B officer division, group B division, then the President of India, in the name of President of India, Directorate will appoint some authority as the ad hoc disciplinary authority for that particular purpose. So the ad hoc disciplinary authority concept is there, that with the approval of the Directorate only ad hoc disciplinary authority will be there. So otherwise it is the appointing authority who is competent to impose a major penalty, including the minor penalty. So we should be very careful whether am I competent to impose major penalty or minor penalty on receipt of the IO report. For that we need to check his service book. Where was he? How he started his journey? We need to doubly sure that he was appointed by appointed by authority who is equivalent to us, not more than us. So once we are satisfied with that, then options are three. Three options are there on receipt of the IO report. Number 1, if the IO has done his job well, report is speaking, findings are speaking, evidence-based, procedures have been followed, all instructions have been followed, reasonable opportunity was given at every stage, is satisfied. The charged official also, it inspires confidence in the charged officer, then IO report as such can be forwarded to the charged official. It can be forwarded by the subordinate authority on the orders recorded by the disciplinary authority in the file. IO report is forwarded here with. Submit your representation on that if you want to submit. Otherwise, if there is no after completion of period, it will be treated, decision will be taken ex parte in case if you do not prefer any representation in time. That is option A. Option B. On receipt of the IO report, the DA should read the IO report carefully, and somewhere DA detects that the IO failed to follow certain step which is mandatory. For example, defense statement, self-examination, and general examination, briefs. These are mandatory. But IO generally fail to follow procedure, self-examination, and general examination. If that is so, the disciplinary authority is required to remit the case for further inquiry by specifying the stage, not de novo. Our volume 3 says de novo. CVC manual also says de novo. But DOPT rule says further inquiry. Further inquiry is to be ordered when there are procedural irregularities on the part of the IO who fail to follow certain, like after 1, 2 will come. After 2, 3 will come. After 3, 4 will come. After 4, he has mentioned 6. He omitted step 5. So the DA directs the IO, that means the same IO. From there onwards, he will complete that step and resubmit the IO report. Further inquiry. DA will cause further inquiry to the IO, to an IO, not that. To the IO, that means same IO, who thereafter, that is the wording, then complete that process and resubmit the IO report. It will not be forwarded. That is step 2, option B. Option C. The IO has done his job very well, evaluated the evidence, but finding suddenly, instead of holding the charge as proved, he held the charge as not proved. So there could be situations, as I mentioned earlier, the evidence, when there is oral evidence, when there is documentary evidence, by knowledge, because of lack of knowledge, or by design, the IO would have held the charge as not proved by giving undue importance to the oral evidence. When the documentary evidence is so crystal clear, when non-credit is evident, he says depositor said he received the money, hence the charge is not maintainable. I hold the charge as not proved. He is partly correct, but is not fully correct. So when there is a clash, conflict between the documentary evidence and oral evidence, as per the rules, the IO needs to give credence to the documentary evidence. The rule says that the person, the witness can lie, LIE, but not the document. So when there is a conflict, the documentary evidence will have overriding effect on the oral evidence. So IO has conveniently chosen the other option for reasons unknown. Then in that case, the disciplinary authority has to apply his mind and record tentative disagreement. Tentative disagreement. It is not a disagreement. It is tentative disagreement by adducing adequate justification for recording that decision, holding that charge as proved instead of not proved as mentioned by the IO. So he cannot change comma full stop in the IO separately on a separate paper. He is required to record his tentative disagreement, and that tentative IO DA is required to forward the IO report along with the tentative disagreement, comma if any. That is the ruling. So if any tentative disagreement is there, that needs to be sent along with the IO report for the first time. Today IO report is sent and in the midnight you got some thought, array, I should not have sent that. And tomorrow early morning again one more disagreement, one tentative disagreement, not acceptable. Both should go simultaneously. Once forwarded, the charge sheeted employee is required to give his representation on the IO findings and also on the tentative disagreement. So once the DA records tentative disagreement to that extent, IO report to prima facie, what is that? IO report stands corrected, because IO report is recommendatory in nature. IO report is recommendatory in nature. IO, even if he holds the charge as proved, DA can say not proved, but there should be some sufficient evidence to say that. If IO says not proved, DA can say proved. Either of it. So this third option C, along with the disagreement note, DA will forward the report to the charge sheeted employee. After receipt of the representation on the IO report on the tentative disagreement, if any, then DA will take note of the representation. There, if any consultation is required, suppose if the case is instituted based on the CBI reference, his intention of dropping of charge sheet, in case if he wishes, he should consult the CBI. Consultation, not concurrence. He should compulsorily say that because of evidence, I would evidence is not there, it appears it has to be dropped only. I am just forwarding to you for your information. That's all. In case of CBC, second stage advice is required. There, IO report to representation, where vigilance angle is there. There, again, because of these things, I have no other option than to drop or issue a minor penalty. Please advise further. Whatever the CBC says, you follow or do not follow, you issue, it is your own order, quasi judicial order. Disciplinary authority is supreme in his decisions. He is absolute in his decisions. Any doubts on this? There is pin drop silence. Okay, we will just complete this presentation. So Rule 13 talks about, I think, who is competent to impose the disciplinary authority, etc. That is what we have already discussed. The president or the authority who is competent. He can, appointing authorities always have the power of disciplinary authority as per the Section 6 of General Clause Act. That is, civil servants, it is the president or the governor, and the power of disciplinary authority by virtue of 311(1). Removal, dismissal, reduction in rank. In case of major penalty, 311(2), inquiry is mandatory. Next. So these things, on receipt of the IO report, the DA need to do a kind of checklist. For example, whether the charge officer admitted any charge, whether inquiry has been held into all the charges, that inspection of documents is done, opportunity was given, defense documents. So all these questions. And the last point, whether the inquiry leaves an overall impression that it was held in accordance with the prescribed procedures and principles of natural justice, which inspires confidence in the charger officer. The DA has to ask himself all these questions, and if he says yes, then he should accept the IO report. Otherwise, next. Rule 15. Remit the case to the inquiring authority for further inquiry and report, and the inquiring authority shall thereupon proceed to hold the further inquiry according to the provisions of Rule 14. That is what we discussed. Next. Remitting the case. Remit the case back to the inquiring officer for the inquiry should be conducted, remitted to the same. They are actually in PSU, so I have handled so many discussions. So there the procedure is very weak. If the IO, most of the cases in PSU, the charge sheets are very few in numbers. If suppose somebody IO gives charges as proved, the ministry and CMD, they do not like, then they will remit the case to some other inquiring authority after briefing him sufficiently. Then that sufficient the authority will say, no, not proved. That's, they will feel happy, and they will, all those things will happen in the PSUs. But in our case, it is we are very strict. The case, however, cannot be simply remitted because the findings of the inquiring officer do not appeal to the DA. The case should be remitted only if the principles of natural justice, or if all the evidence relied upon in the charge memorandum has not been looked into by the IO, or despite having recorded the evidence has ignored the same in the inquiry report without giving any findings. The case should also be remitted if any procedural irregularities have been committed while conducting the inquiry. Next. Disagreement, that is also tentative reasons for disagreement. Next. Consultation, this we discussed. CVA, suppose if you want to drop, you should consult the CVA. Next. CVC also. Next. This one is in our case department. Right side is our DOP has issued office memorandum. Jurisdiction of CVC in relation to officers at the level of vigilance angle is there or not is given to the concerned ministries. In our case, up to Group B, it is a senior DDG vigilance. Next. In this case, it is clarified that Group B PSS alone, those cases will go to the senior DDG vigilance. Below that, these will be handled at the circle office level. Next. Consultation we discussed, not required much. Okay. Next. So after receipt of the representation from the charge sheeted employee, the disciplinary authority can impose any of the penalties if he is an appointing authority. Suppose if he feels that he is not an appointing authority, then he can remit the case to the forward the case to the next stage as disciplinary authority with a record of inquiry, with or without tentative opinion, that under the circumstances it appears it warrants imposition of the major penalty. The record of inquiry is forwarded herewith for a further decision, etc. That authority will take a call, and he cannot again ask, no, again you can do it is a minor penalty only, you can dispose it. Like that, the higher authority, higher disciplinary authority cannot again ask the lower disciplinary authority. It is the privilege of the higher disciplinary authority whether to impose a censure or anything he can do, but he cannot remit the case to the lower disciplinary authority. You can do. Once the case file is forwarded to the higher disciplinary authority needs to take a call and bring it to the logical conclusion. Next. I will come. Hold on. Okay. This one is institution of formal proceedings. So this, as I was telling you, page 140. Under these cases, major charge sheet needs to be given. Next. Rule 17, communication of orders. It is the disciplinary authority who is required to record the decision and sign the penalty order or otherwise. It cannot be delegated to any other authority. It has to do it. Suppose he vacates, some other authority has to come. Suppose he recorded and demise, expired, for example. Then the other authority who takes charge, he should communicate. Once the decision is recorded and filed, he cannot have a different opinion on that. Once the decision is reached and recorded, like in the file, I've gone through ABCD, etc., and come to a conclusion that he should be withholding of one increment for a period of, let us say, 12 months. He recorded and died or transferred or some accidency. Next authority has taken charge. He should communicate as simple. You cannot alter that. Once the decision is recorded by the authority, the successor has to simply communicate under his own signature. He cannot remit the case to. Endorsement can be made by any other authority. That once the after endorsement to PF, APR, service book, and DAP office, it can be made. Communication on common proceedings, 2 or more government servants, one disciplinary authority, one IO will be there. Next. Final orders passed by the higher disciplinary authority, we discussed. Not appropriate to bring past record, bad records, we discussed. Next. Need for issuing speaking orders. What is a speaking order? Fast. What we are required to do? Suppose previously there are repeated instances of some misconduct is there, unauthorized absence. He has not reformed himself, despite issuing warning, etc., etc. Then, if that is the case, and fresh incidents of some unauthorized absence is there. So in that charge itself, you should draw reference to the previous instances. By memorandum dated so and so, he was absent, he was warned. Diasnan was advised. So you have to make it part of that article of charge, the previous instances. Then it fortifies the charge. Then you can impose stricter penalty, tougher penalty, severe penalty. If you do not draw reference to the previous instances as part of the charge sheet, and suddenly if you want to make a surprise mention, he has been doing all along, it is not tenable. Next. Need for speaking order. The speaking orders, it should have an attributes of a judicial order. That is what the CVC says. Judicial order means once you read the judgment, High Court runs into 20-30 pages. So same thing, in same manner, you discuss both sides, this side, that side, this side, that side, and what he said, what they said, defense side, and what are the evidences, what the rule says, whether the lapse is so significant, whether it is substantiated, oral and documentary evidence during the course of inquiry, all those things you say, going how serious it is, how damaging it is, how the reputation of the organization is spoiled, how the work was suffered, how the organization sustained the loss. All those things you need to elaborately mention, come to a reasoned conclusion and impose a penalty. Cannot in one line just IO held the charge as proved, I conquer the findings of the IO, there is a grave misconduct, I should be removed with immediate effect. That's not correct. Next. So what is supply of order of copy? So this earlier this IO report was not forwarded. In the subsequent to 1965 CCCC rules, some Prem Nath Sharma versus Union of India. That was a landmark case. From that, the Supreme Court gave a ruling that IO report shall be forwarded to the charge sheeted employee invariably. Then you take a call. Then from that day onwards, they amended the rule and we started forwarding the IO report. Officers performing current duties cannot be. These are another important, which is relevant to our case. Suppose the division head post is vacant or is on leave, AS headquarters is so-called looked after, he will be look after the duties of the division head without extra remuneration. That is the wording we do generally say. So he cannot constitute as I am now the superintendent vested with the powers and I can issue charge sheet, remove, dismiss. He cannot do so. Because he cannot discharge the statutory powers. He cannot discharge. Or T at what time? You inform me. So he cannot discharge the statutory duties. If he is given current duties, he can discharge the administrative powers like transfer, some leave granting, some expenditure, etc. Those things can be done by the officer who is looking after the current charge. But statutory duties of appointment, penalties, he cannot do. Where the powers originate from the statute, act, rule, there you cannot. So the current duties are very, very important. They cannot discharge the duties of a statutory power. There are many judgments. Some mistakes were also done in Tamil Nadu. Next. Rule 19, special procedure. We were discussing sometime in the morning. Rule 19 gives power not to the special procedure. Three situations are there. When an employee is convicted, imprisonment. No, the separate inquiry is required to be done. We will issue 1 month notice. Some notice pro forma is there, standard pro forma. Whatever he says, even without looking into it, remove, dismiss. That's all. Gone. Only fill up the blanks. Remove, dismiss it. That's all. Signature and give it. That's all. Over. That is where the officer has been convicted. Second, when it is not reasonably practicable to conduct the inquiry, whereabouts not known, he is in abroad, or disappeared, or whereabouts not known, all those things will be there. In such cases, where it is not reasonably practicable to conduct inquiry. Secondly, in prevention of sexual harassment cases, when there is an intimidation from the respondent to the ICC, then if it is recorded, they can dispense with the inquiry. That power is there as part of the Act. Third one is that where security of state, etc., is sovereignty, it is endangered, then they can also dispense with the inquiry. These are the three extraordinary situations which need to be kept in mind, and very sparingly these powers are to be used. Next. Action to be taken against absconders.
High Court told that the charges are not sustainable and exonerated that person, sir. Now,
I will come to your point. Very good. So the point is that when the official, when he is convicted and he has filed appeal, just because he filed an appeal doesn't mean that you are required to evacuate or say withdraw the orders. Remember carefully, listen carefully. If the High Court has set aside the conviction, remember, set aside the conviction, then you need to reinstate. Listen, 1 or 2 minutes. 100% cases, they will not do that in a criminal cases. If he is convicted, the High Court will only issue stay. Granting stay on the conviction doesn't mean that he needs to be reinstated. When the order is set aside, only then the reinstatement is possible. So in the appeal, if the stay is granted, let him fight the case. We are not duty bound to reinstate. Secondly, they pronounced the judgment after some period. They pronounced the judgment after some period, but he is technically acquitted. If he is technically acquitted, the prosecution, for some reasons, in that case also reinstatement is not automatic. It is only when exoneration, honorable acquittal, then you may have to reinstate him, provided you have removed, dismissed him solely based on the conviction by invoking, not by way of departmental charge sheet. Understood? Any doubt? We have to reinstate.
Was not my mistake.
You have to pay the pay and allowances.
Full pay and allowances,
Yes,
claim,
yes.
service claim, everything, consequential benefits.
Yeah, that is there. That's
the challenging part.
So that is there. That is why, if you remember, in a criminal cases, 3 clear cases you keep them aside. Another 2-3 cases for departmental. If you remove, dismiss based on another charge sheet, which are not part of the criminal proceedings, you can still say that this is different and that is different. Similarly, court would have acquitted, but in a departmental case based on preponderance of probability, for the same lapse, departmental violations you would have removed, dismissal. Still you can manage not to reinstate. But if you follow rule 19(1), then you have no other go, because your sole ground is conviction. It is void ab initio. Means he is now clean, clear, exonerated. When he is exonerated, then there is no question of he is clean, clear.
There is one more angle in this. Actually, his conviction was based on the police complaint given by us.
Police complaint?
During the preliminary investigation, there are certain allegations against him. There is a fraud allegation. So police complaint was given. Police inquiry completed quickly, and these lower courts, both lower courts, they have actually
Convicted.
convicted him. Now our Rule 14 started slowly. Then by the time we just
You complete Rule 14 now.
just we appointed the IOPO, by the time court conviction came. Sir.
Okay, you
So,
reinstate and complete Rule 14.
But at that time, under Rule 19(1), he was removed from service. Sir.
No,
Now,
what I'm saying, both are independent. You reinstate and Rule 14, let it be concluded. If he is proved, you remove, dismiss, prospective.
But now another technical problem is there, sir. Same grounds which are used in the charge sheet.
So that is why identical charges, identical witnesses are not to be there. That is why I told 3 clear cases. So if you are relying on, say, identical charges, identical witnesses, in case if court case, if he succeeds, it will have overriding effect on the departmental findings. Because when there is a conflict between the court findings and departmental findings, court findings will override the departmental findings. That is why I told in the beginning, 3 clear. You need to departmentalize the charge sheet. When it is inevitable to issue, rely upon the criminal charges. Apart from those 3 clear charges, you add 1 more charge. He slept while on duty. Right? One thing, 1 charge. Whether it is proved or not proved, that we will see little later. Or he delayed the file more than 32 days. You can easily figure out, no? He has not that sent due statement which is required to be sent on 30th. He delayed by 3 days. As a result, there was a dislocation of work. You add 1 more charge sheet. Or he delayed something, or he has not completed the inspections in time, or DLI is supposed to take place today and he has done tomorrow. You add 1, however, I am not joking.
Yes.
However trivial it may be, you add the 4th charge when it is inevitable, especially in trap proceedings. Custodian, the owner of the information is CBI. You don't have any material with you. Demanded, received bribe, and they ask you to issue charge sheet. You have no other go. You will issue charge sheet. And those trap laying officer, recovery master, entrustment master, currency notes, winaptalin, all those things will be of CBI only. You do not have anything of your own. And you rely only on the Xerox copies. Then besides that, you add 1 more trivial, however trivial it could be. You add 1 more charge and you dismiss him. And you are not dismissing him, remove him for not that 4th charge. Combinedly, you are dismissed. So tomorrow, if he goes to the court, I was dismissed, removed, I am honorably acquitted, you reinstate. We say that both are not same. There is a Balkrishna dialogue. So both are not same. So there it is. 3 charges. Here we have 4 charges, and 4th charge is stand proved. So we are not, both are, even if 99.99% is not equivalent to 100%.
It's a gap.
There is a gap, 0.1 or something, there is a gap. We say that both are not same. Here witnesses, you add another 2-3 witnesses, both are not same. Documents, you add another 2-3, add, both are not same. So when it is inevitable to issue, rely upon the 3rd party material, you departmentalize the charges. Add 1 more charge. Second, you departmentalize the charge. There, criminal charge sheet, criminal attention to PC Act, and also CRPC, then CRPC, they do that. 420, the section 9, the 309, etc. They will add those things. In our case, their demand and receipt of bribe. That is a criminal liability. Criminal. In our case, he has not selected meritorious number 1. He selected number 2 in preference to number 1. Violation of departmental rules should be predominantly. It should be predominant. Understood my point? While drafting the charge sheet, when it is inevitable, you need to departmentalize. Number 2, department violations are to be made predominant rather than the criminal demand and receipt of bribe, etc. That will be secondary in our case. Then we will say that he has violated this rule 106, 111 or 113, like that our own rule will say. So we will say that the the metrics prescribed for departmental and criminal cases are different. Here preponderance, there it is. According to that, we have another charge which is grave in nature. Employee is supposed to be awake all the time, but he slept, that causing dislocation. So we can justify anything. So both are not same. So we need ideally 3 separate, not possibly add one more charge. That's all, and make it not identical. When articles of charges are identical, when evidence, when a witness list of documents same, list of witnesses are same, you lose the case. In case if he agitates the matter before the court, and court at some point may hear his side, and if he is exonerated, then you may have to reinstate him with all consequential benefits. We should not get into this kind of gimmicks. We should be very careful about these things. Next. Penalties. These are the penalties. You know, censure, withholding of his promotion. This we will discuss it in the 4th session. Next. First penalty, second penalty. This also we will discuss implementation of penalties in the 4th session. Next. Speaking order means it must discuss the departmental case, petitioner's defense, evidence of both the parties, reasons why the department evidence is more acceptable than that of the delinquent. Authority must record separate findings on each of the charges. Simply using the words applied his mind and objective assessment does not make the order speaking. It must be disclosed in the order itself as to how the mind worked on what material and how the finding was reached. The order must further disclose that the evidence has been objectively assessed both for conclusion of guilt. Then only we say it as a speaking order. Next. These are various instructions are there on what constitutes a speaking order. If time permits, you may go through. Next. 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 These are certain UPSC related post-retirement proceedings. So how to handle the proceedings post-retirement, and UPSC gave some FAQ. Next. Next. Any doubts on this? Be ready, huh? So you must ask some questions. We will spend some time.
We have given the case to the court, police, and charge sheet has been filed. And in the court, they might have not completely acquitted him. Instead, they might have imposed some amount of penalty, maybe fine, maybe 10 or 15 or whatever may be the amount. So he might have not imprisoned. And that amount of penalty or fine, whatever imposed on the charged official from the departmental side, can we consider it as a, can we proceed under Rule 19 or not? Because he has not completely acquitted.
Yeah, good question. So, Rule 19(1), generally, if they read the rule carefully, and also the Government of India decisions, the DOPT instructions are there. Normally, grave, say, rigorous imprisonment, it warrants removal dismissal. In some cases, general diary, some recordings, side marks, some fine, etc. Rule says gives leverage to the disciplinary authority whether any other penalty other than removal dismissal can be imposed or not. In the wake of not so serious verdict by the honorable courts need to be examined by the disciplinary. Means other than removal dismissal, we can impose any other penalty also, even in cases of fine and fine, other any fine, etc. So well, normally, say imprisonment means whether it is simple imprisonment or rigorous imprisonment, we generally remove dismissal. Dismissal is the only course of action, but it is open to the disciplinary authority. But in grave misconduct cases, we should not take such a chance. But in civil disputes and also in some, and in the sense not civil, the criminal also some lenient treatment is given to him by the courts. The rule allows taking viewing leniently. That is there. What is your question? Is it answered? You are asking what? 100%, no doubt. Yes, yes. Is guilty, held to be guilty. Yes, yes. Oh, in case of fraud cases, yes, we should. Not in other cases. Fine imposed in other
Yes,
cases.
I am thinking about fraud only. Fraud only.
In any case, if any fine is likely to be imposed before the case is what to say, a verdict is declared, we should file an application.
My point is, sir, whether we have to restrict only making an application to the court for recover that amount or to proceed against this man also, because he has not
proceed against is not within
under Rule 19.
No, that is not the stage. Only once court finalizes the order and order copy is received, original copy.
Sir, that's what in the final order itself.
You are required to follow this Rule 19.1.
That's what. Rule 19 only we have to proceed.
19.1. There I am saying that you can take a lenient view.
Because that is the gravity of the offense.
It is not open to condone that.
That's what.
Altogether without invoking the Rule 19.1. After invoking Rule 19.1, yes, as a DA, you can take a lenient view on that, depending on the
amount of penalty,
seriousness of the case and extent of guiltiness court confirmed. That is true. Yeah, another good question. If you read rules 69, pension rules 1972, and also rule 7, below that there is a clarity given. In case of prosecution for any criminal charges pending, means the judicial proceedings are instituted. Means what? Listen carefully. Judicial proceedings are deemed to be instituted when means when the police files a police report or charge sheet before the magistrate, and magistrate takes cognizance of the charge sheet police report filed. Means what? FIR stage is over. After that, investigated. After that, police filed police report oblique charge sheet before the magistrate, and there will be some time lag. That is not the stage to judicial pension papers. All other pension papers will be processed only to process provisional pension. All benefits, including gratuity, will be withheld. Judicial proceedings are deemed to be instituted when the magistrate takes cognizance. That means police filed the charge sheet. After 1 week, 10 days, 1 month, the judge goes through the charge sheet filed. He feels that investigation has done good job. They were able to do the investigation in a sober way. And okay, let us go for the trial. He takes a final next call. Then that is the stage at which judicial proceedings are deemed to be instituted. That is the bar for even for sealed cover. That is the bar even to consider the cases for provisional pension. Not when the FIR is there, not when charge sheet is filed before the court, not even when charge sheet is filed. When filed charge sheet is gone through by the judge and he takes cognizance of the charges framed, the police are required to frame 3 charges, not more than that. Then if it is done, then that is the stage at which the DPC findings will reach, go placed in the sealed cover, or provisional pension will be granted under Rule 7 of the CCS Pension Rules 2021. Anytime you can prefer. Rule says not in the advanced stage, but next line adds it is open to the charge sheeted employee. You can prefer any bias petition anytime. It is not, we cannot place restriction. The next line is that only, 1972. Appointment of IO. Ante says after lot of water has flown, he would have discovered that there was some. How did he know? How did he come to know that his case file is being handled by him? JDS. He may not know. Subsequently, some finding which is which qualifies as say which may come in his way. Paid process is compromised. There is likelihood. If he gets doubt, he can file. There could be situation. No, how do we know? There may be some situations. But of late across India, if you see bias applications, it is invariable on the decisions of the IO, not against the very few cases are there, wherein IOs, because of what is that, by default they have the bias. They are expected to have the bias in cases where they are handling the file, in cases where they have handled the preliminary investigation and come to a conclusion and given their findings. In case if there was some rupture and conflict wherein his upper grading was reduced and subsequently restored. These are instances which are to be taken into account to change the IO, but not on the decisions taken by the IO during the course of inquiry. This is very important. Issued February 2024 CVC instruction. If you type it, bias application disposal, CVC circular dated February 2024. Elaborately, you will get all those things. So we should not entertain bias applications merely on the decisions of the IO. 99.9% the bias applications are being preferred against the IO on the decisions of the IO during the course of the inquiry. That is not correct. Decision of the
IO is not impartial. Then bias petition can be filed by it.
Who are you and me to decide whether the judge's decision is correct or not correct? You can only appeal after completion of the court trial. Can you say to the judge, sir, what you are taking is wrong during the course of inquiry? Can you say? As simple as that. He is final supreme. It is his court. Yes. We will meet maybe after 10 minutes. Next slide. So in the morning, we started with the process of identification of the recovery of pay. Essentially, we dealt with the recovery of pay and how we should go about it, identification of offenders, etc. And thereupon, we discussed various elements in drafting a proper charge sheet. Then departmental inquiry process, roles of IO, PO, defense assistant, and subsequently on receipt of IO report, what the disciplinary authority is required to do, and drafting a proper speaking order, certain precautions which are required to be taken, options available with the disciplinary authority. So disciplinary authority, after considering the representation, he will, for good and sufficient reasons, he will issue penalty order, final order. So penalties are there. We call them, we loosely say punishment. Punishment is a legal word, more so with the court language. Punishment is to do with the criminal jurisprudence, punishment, imprisonment. Those are the punishment. But generally we say punishment, but actual word is penalties, penalty. So in departmental cases, we impose penalties. We don't impose punishment. We do not have court powers. But normally we just say punishment, etc. So now you just see these are the penalties. Say there are two types of penalties are there. Minor and major. Minor penalty. These penalties as per the rules are graded penalties. Means increasing order of severity as per the DOPT instructions. There are certain doubts are there, but still DOPT clarified that these penalties are graded penalties. Means in the increasing order of severity. Starting from censure to dismissal. Increasing order of severity. There are two types of penalties under Rule 11. Minor penalties, major penalties. Minor penalties for minor misconducts, major penalties for major misconducts. The charge sheet needs to be given, the penalties need to be imposed for good and sufficient reasons. The reasons should be good and also sufficient to impose a penalty. That is the ruling which Rule 11 says. So the penalties are like this. Censure, withholding of his promotion, recovery from his pay of the whole or part of any pecuniary loss caused by him to the government by negligence or breach of orders. Reduction within this 3A penalties there. This 3A is carved out from penalty 5 of major penalty. Reduction to a lower stage in the time scale of pay by one stage. This one stage was added in the year September 2004. Prior to that, this one stage was not there. People like me used to bring him down to the lowest stage. And that is why people, the department, the government thought that it is a major penalty, actually bringing him down 10 stages below and making, like you would have started, let us say, in those days, 4,000 was the pay scale of the clerk. 4,800, let us say, it can be brought to 4,000 straight away. So that danger is there. That is why they inserted one stage in the year September 2004. For a period not exceeding, there is a cap, 36 months, without cumulative effect, another restriction. And not adversely affecting his pension, another restriction. Then major penalty, reduction, the save as provided, except as this penalty is carved out from 3A is carved out from 5. Reduction to a lower stage in the time scale of pay for a specified period. The period need to be specified with further directions as to whether or not the government servant will earn increments of pay during the period of such reduction and whether on the expiry of such period reduction will or will not have the effect of postponing the future increments of his pay. This penalty is complicated. Next. Penalty 6 is further complicated. Very, very difficult. It requires a lot of caliber, patience, intelligence on the part of disciplinary authority to award this penalty. If disciplinary authority, it is like running on the soap water, or if he misses, then he will fall. Penalty becomes infructuous, cannot be implemented. So that is why our good friends, disciplinary authorities, chose either censure or dismissal, nothing in between. So happy to go on one word, censure, or recovery means how many installments, what is his pay, and what it take home pay is how much. Our other friends, the one who sub-offenders, they faithfully consign all of their pay and allowances to GPF, donate it to that GPF. So take home pay is only very 100 rupees, few hundreds, what to deduct from the 1,000 rupees. When they suspect that there some recovery is going to be affected to, they consign everything to that GPF. They give undertaking all my pay and allowances to be minimum 6 or 8% is there. So they will donate everything to their own account. As a result, when you see the pay, last pay, only 1,000, 2,000 is there. So with 1,000, 2,000, how are you going to say installments? So that is so. We will come to that. These are some tricks that they will play. So the you see, read this. Very complicated. It is a punishment to the disciplinary authority. Reduction to lower time scale of pay, grade, post, or service for a period to be specified in the order of penalty, which shall be a bar to the promotion of the government servant during such specified period to the time scale of pay, grade, post, or service from which he was reduced, with direction as to whether or not on promotion on the expiry of the said specified period, the period of reduction to time scale of pay shall operate to postpone future increments of his pay, and if so, to what extent the government servants, whether he regain his original seniority in the higher time scale, that is what. Compulsory retirement, removal, which shall not be a disqualification for future employment, and dismissal from service, which shall ordinarily be a disqualification for future employment under the government. We will now focus on individually penalties, penalty wise. Next. Censure. So the censure is a formal way of expressing, conveying the warning. Warning. Censure was not a penalty when CCA rules were initially drafted. So censure was added subsequent to that. So there used to be concept called warning. Even today warning is there. Warning is not a recognized form of penalty. Censure is a recognized form of penalty. It is one of the statutory penalties to begin with. It is a minimum penalty. It is the minimum penalty that need to be awarded. So say warning when the misconduct is not grave, serious enough, then you will warn the employee. It is some organizations say advisory. Some organizations reprimand. So like that, different names are there. When employee has come for some adverse notice, is unnecessarily loitering, gone outside during the office hours, and show some here and there, some misconduct which is not serious enough. He is not listening, counseling, just advising him orally. Then even then also he has not meant his ways. Then he will simply issue a warning. And before serving warning, you need to issue a show cause notice. It is seen that you are loitering in the corridors and not doing work, delaying the work, and when surprise check was there, you are absent, you are not there, something like that. Then why appropriate disciplinary action should not be taken against you? Please submit the explanation within 7 days from the date of receipt of this show cause notice. Show me the cause as to why our disciplinary action should not be initiated against you. Then he will write something. Then you will consider this time it is taking as solitary misconduct, I spare you with a warning. That you will issue warning and mark copy to PF. That much only. If the copy is marked to the annual performance appraisal report, APAR, it becomes an adverse mention. It will be serially numbered along with the other papers. So once the warning is marked to the APAR, it becomes a recordable warning. Understood? Once it becomes a recordable warning, it constitutes as an adverse entry. It constitutes as adverse entry. It may not interfere with the career prospects, but overall grading, you may otherwise justify as outstanding officer, but because of these things, the DA, the disciplinary controlling officer, may bring his grading down from outstanding to very good. It justifies because it is an adverse remark. So once the APAR is marked to the, once the record, one warning is marked to the APAR with the mention recordable warning is served, it becomes a, but these practices are there even today, but they are less practiced. Our people are not. These escalation matrix, oral counseling, warning, recordable warning, minor charge sheet, dias non, minor charge sheet, major charge sheet. This is the level the employee will undergo this life cycle. If he has not transformed himself, then finally he may end up with a dismissal and goodbye, or a criminal case also, including that bonus will be criminal case. That will also be there. So censure is a formal, then minor lapses is the warning to tone up the efficiency and maintaining discipline. It will be taken to constitute an adverse entry. So recordable warning, when it is issued, it is an adverse entry. That we should remember that. Next. So the when after Rule 16 charge sheet is given, major charge sheet is also given. Let us say, if the employee misconduct is established, the minimum penalty that should be imposed is censure. He cannot be let off. You cannot drop the proceedings against the employee when it is established that he is responsible for such behavior or misconduct, though not in greater terms, but in some way he is found responsible for his irresponsibility. The minimum penalty that should be imposed is censure. You cannot condone. You cannot say let off. Minimum penalty should be imposed when the guilt is established. When some blame is to be attached, then minimum penalty should be given as the censure. Next. Warning, letter of caution, reprimands, advisories administered to government servant do not amount to a penalty, and therefore will not constitute as a bar for consideration for government servants for promotion. Where departmental proceedings have been instituted and the officer is either exonerated or where is considered some blame attached to the officer, he should be awarded one of the recognized penalties. At least censure should be imposed. In such cases, you cannot say in a Rule 16 proceeding penalty order, he is warned, he is admonished, he is advised, he is reprimanded. You cannot use this jargon except censure. Next. So now is it clear? Censure when minor penalty in the sense is a starting point of a misconduct. When you notice the employee's misconduct officially, the minimum penalty to be given is a censure. Many times it serves the purpose. Too many censures will amount to adverse entry in the APAR. It may interfere with the penalty when the DPC meets. Last 5 years, let us say 5 censures are there. That means employee has earned adverse record all through the reckonable period. So DPC can take a call to pass over. That means he will not be recommended for promotion because of the continued adverse history. Got my point? So censure alone may not interfere with the career prospects, but continued adverse mentions during the last reckonable 5 years period may interfere with his career prospects, and timing of censure, we will discuss little later, is dangerous. One may forfeit the promotion also for the DPC year. When, what, how, we will discuss little later. Now, withholding of his promotion, the penalty which is there but is not operated by DOP is this penalty, withholding of his promotion. Normally, we don't operate this penalty because we are not sure when we are going to be promoted. When we are not sure when we are going to be promoted, the imposing penalty becomes infructuous. Whether Group C employee, will he know when he is going to get LG? LG person, will he know that when he is going to be promoted to HSE 2, HSE 1, inspector Group B, or it's just impossible. Just impossible. We can predict the weather, but not the promotion. Even in the case of maybe the direct recruits, so some extent there may be a possibility, but withholding of his promotion is not put to use in our department. But in PSUs, it has very important effect. And every 3 years they earn promotion up to certain level, DGM level. Every 3 years, some grading will be there, and every 100% they will be promoted. 100% they will be promoted. If they miss, then they will become junior. And pay perks are quite huge. So he has to report to his batchmate. That humiliation will be there. So that is why this penalty, if at all, if any charge sheet is given, if you impose this penalty, it is so effective that it will cause immense damage to the public servant, PSU employee. So in our department, withholding a promotion, but it should be worded like this. When the employee is likely to will be there in the zone of consideration, when DPC is moving, when his papers are called for promotion, at that point of time, if we impose this penalty, it will be effective. Once this penalty is imposed, and you have to impose a penalty with certainty. You cannot say is withheld for promotion or permanently. You cannot do that. You have to specify withheld is promotion for a period of, let us say, 2 years, 3 years. After that, whatever you write, it is your creativity. But the wordings withheld the promotion for a period of, let us say, 3 years with effect from becoming eligible. All those things also you can write. So this period need to be specified. 2 years or 3 years or 5 years or 10 years or 20 years or whatever you want to write, you can write. For that much period, his case will not be considered at all for promotion, though he would have become eligible for promotion. If his juniors and batchmates are given promotion, he will not be given promotion because of the effect of the withholding of promotion, unless this penalty is modified by the appellate authority. Understood, no? Next. Recovery from his pay of the whole or part of any pecuniary loss caused by him to the government by negligence or breach of orders. In the morning, we discussed elaborately that while this penalty is put to use, so we have become expert of this penalty. So the penalty, we explore shortcuts. We just see the loss and distribute it 10% per calculator. How much service is left out, the calculate number of months, how much amount total loss sustained. So unfortunate thing is that our volume says that so-called penal interest. SB rate of interest plus some penal interest, I think. So it will be worked out. Unadjusted loss, they will, let us say 1 lakh is the fraud. After 10 years, it becomes 9 lakhs, 7 lakhs. Because 6-7 lakhs will be only your penal interest. So the penal interest is calculated on a day, say every day, passing day, it adds to that. So at some point of time, the original loss will be X, the actual counted loss will be 100X. That will be the status. And rule will not give any leverage to anybody in the department to waive the penal interest. That is not there, unfortunately. Every passing day it adds to, and every non-recovery means increase in the loss, outstanding loss. That is the problem. So the recovery from, as I mentioned in the morning, immediately the amount need to be recovered from the main offender. There may be some PLI policies, or earlier in the case of GDS cooperative society, some bond used to be there, 25,000. Now it is not there. As a result, now the GDS, so it is difficult to recover the money, and even PLA and other things, so those are free from attachment. You cannot attach that, and you do not have any attachment powers also. Only you put lot of pressure, we give with one hand and you pay to other hand. We will take it under UCR. Otherwise, we don't sanction. Something like that, we put a lot of pressures, and somehow we need to recover the money from the main offender. If the money loss or sustained is next, loss sustained is minimal, then it is okay. If the loss sustained is substantial, it is becomes a burden on the disciplinary authority. Nowadays, the reviews are not very strict. During 2007 and 15, Directorate used to review why this money should not be recovered from the directors and PMGs for not ensuring steps to recover the money from the main offender. Why DDC Vigilance used to write to the heads of circle. Heads of circles religiously used to endorse it to the PMG. PMG used to endorse it to director. So directors used to endorse to the SSPs and the division heads. So that is the situation. If not ensuring recovery, they said that why it should not be recovered from you. That was a kind of reviews that used to take place during those days. So to cut short, the point is that main amount is to be recovered from the main offender without giving him to say take the advice from his well-wishers within 2 weeks or so. And we should also see, if you put too much pressure, you may commit suicide. That danger is also there. If he commits suicide, if he writes some X, because of that only I am just purchasing this ticket, then there is a problem again. Then they post death, then there is a problem. So these are certain issues, so I should not say. Point is that so we have to perform a very calculated, risky, intelligent role in recovering the money through unions and other ways to recover the. But some of the union persons, they advise them not to pay. But instead, we should say that if we see if you don't, if it doesn't pay, then we have to recover from the sub-offenders. There is no other go, and it will put a burden on the employees, and they get demoralized. So better to persuade him, and whatever properties, landed assets are there, let him dispose of and credit the amount. So if you take the unions into confidence, this is an unofficial advice. So somehow you will put pressure on that. There are cases where people successfully recovered some money out of that, provided and parents, some of they come from very well-to-do family and respectable families. The boys who just joined because of they especially IPL betting, etc., online trading, they just invest, and initially they get some money, and so they will take the money from the treasury and they invest heavily. Once they are into that trap, it is difficult to come out. It is difficult to come out. Overnight, they lose crores of rupees. That is the danger. Within 1 day, 1 hour, 10 minutes, they lose the entire money. And that is possible nowadays. So you see, so many things are happening. So then family, if you put pressure and bring it to the notice of parents, because humiliation is there, and is a young person, just a few years of service only. So they take care of that and somehow try to 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs, whatever money is possible. Every rupee is very important for us. The more you extract money from the recover money from the main offender, to that extent your penal interest and etc. will come down in future. Secondly, burden on the sub-offenders, those will be, it will be reduced. So if you do not take interest in the beginning, the recovery portion, this will become a continued, and directorate is not going to issue write-off. Not going to issue write-off. Even if write-off sanction is given, corresponding funds will not be allotted. If corresponding funds are not allotted, there is no prospect of, say, or there are cases more than 20 years. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, what to do? So the write-off proposal was submitted many years back, 1980 case. A few years back, they wrote back why the recovery was not affected from the sub-offenders. There is no file at all. We do not have any file in the Swachh Bharat. Everything is weeded out. So why it was not recovered 1980 means it's almost 45 years. Where from you get that? You do not have any record, and directed has to supply the record who is the sub-offender, etc. Those are the situations. So it is just not possible to issue a write-off sanction. Maximum possible amount is to be recovered from the main offender, and if you are able to identify the co-offenders, co-offender is also equally responsible. You should put adequate pressure on that undispersed amount to salary, bonus, whatever amount is possible, you try to recover from the main offender. To that extent, sub-offenders are to be. So to identify the sub-offenders, the rules in the morning we discussed, the contributory negligence is to be assessed realistically. Extenuating circumstances are to be considered. So contributory negligence, so say his failure amounting to how much amount? Subsequently, how much loss is sustained? For each official, there should be a calculation sheet. Because of his failure in detecting this particular irregularity, subsequently, how much fraud was happened. So from that, how many are there? So a simple arithmetic, one Excel sheet can be there. So in that, one can identify number of days, years, months he was there in service, and what was the lapse, and whether he is a primary. There are certain lapses which are serious. Primary duties substantively, the postmasters and the inspectors or some officers who are required to do substantively. If they do not do, it is a capital mistake on their part. That means they breached the orders, number one. Number two, they aided the fraudster to continue with the subsequent frauds. They are responsible for continuance of frauds. There are cases where during 4 years of inspection also they could not detect the fraud. So that is again, it is a serious case. After 4 years, the fraud continued for so long, they were not able to detect, means something wrong is there. So there are other ways of keeping intelligence, in the sense director CVC said rotation, sensitive post rotation every 2 or 3 years it should be changed. It should not be given any sensitive post. We should keep a watch on the lifestyle of the official concerned. Generally, I used to do the CLIs. I did about 96 CLIs for about 17 crores. So generally, I used to, as I told in the morning, I used to be very friendly with the fraudster. DPS, everybody told he is a very tough guy, but he's so friendly. So then he will, yeah, initially, because that we need to create an environment of confidence so that he will disclose how he has committed. But I should know, how he committed, how much he committed, and what are the ways and way. Or there is a para in the CLA, defects and rules. How he is capitalizing the defects and rules, how the inspectorial lapses have taken place, how he was successful enough to cheat the inspecting officers, how he was successful in cheating the accounts office. So these so many people have failed to detect that fraud, how he was successful in cheating the public depositors. So all these things he has managed to manipulate this many number of persons and systems. So naturally, I would like to know each fraud case, maybe throwing up some new lights. So one officer told me the Srikakulam fraud, New Colony, 30-40 lakhs fraud takes place. He told that in the RD fraud, whatever money is there, he used to take out, and because he need to feed the dogs, Alsatian dogs. 2 dogs are there. He said that how much fraud you have committed? He said, sir, I don't remember, maybe 30-40 lakhs would be there, something like that. Why so? Why? What is the necessity of committing that fraud, etc.? Then he said that my wife is very demanding, sir. So she wants that she need to hire. I need to hire for her. She says our status is such that we should maintain that luxurious lifestyle. So when they are maintaining 2 Alsatian dogs, imagine they are supposed master C class, and I asked how much you are spending for the dogs. He said that daily he has to feed some maybe 1.5 to 2 kgs of chicken. Then I asked what is the rate of chicken in the market today. Then he told that, sir, it is nowadays it is 80 rupees per kg. Now how much is the expenditure per month? Then he would say something. Then car, then his wife demands and so many other things. Then all put together, I express sympathy that you are such a nice husband, and but unfortunately, but you are touched the department. Then how much? Then I shout at him. Then he will, if he is having BP, and I ask him whether have you consumed BP tablet. Better you take before I shout. So when you know what is the rate of chicken in the market, you do not know that how much money you have swindled department. Then even today he may remember me, and suddenly he will, even in the dreams, he may feel shocked, as if some Yamabhat has come, and and we dismissed it, removed, and created so much tension to him, police case. So that was another case. Normally the young boy, he said the friends, he got BPM selection. Then he said, then friends, you have got job in central government. So nice. Party, what about party? Then he felt happy. He gave party to their friends. Then every day they used to come and praise him. You are in central government and so great, and we are unemployed. And every day he thought that he is a central government employee. I am so happy they are praising. But 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, every day he cannot spend from his own pocket. In those days, BPM salary was maybe 7,000, 8,000, 2005 or so. Then he started looking at it. There is a cash, NRGS cash, and other cash is coming to post office. And today let me take, and tomorrow let me adjust. Because friends are praising, and so he has to take care of that. That continued for 10,000, 20,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. Then someday it will be discovered, because our system is such that we cannot say conceal the fraud. It happens. We can easily, on someday it will come out. Damn sure. There is no second opinion on that. Then, meanwhile, what happened? That there was an alliance for him also, central government employee, and they offered a lot of money and other things. But meanwhile, he was caught, and we placed him off duty and removed, dismissed. The alliance broke. He went. The friends disappeared. He was alone on the road. Other case, as I mentioned in the morning, he used to exploit the weaknesses of the inspectors. Inspector, sir, my inspector will come, sir. He will come straight away, patafat. He will come and sit in the chair. He will ask that BO journal, this journal, RPLA journal. He will ask, where are the 5 books? I will give my 5 books. He will take BO account, this reference, and he will see few corresponding, and I will help him. And after that, we will play and have lunch, dinner, etc. with his choice diet. Then he will go away. This is how I've been managing for the last 4 years. And I used to go to the postmaster, the HO also. Then I used to gather the intelligence, some weaknesses, whether what registers they are maintaining, whether they are checking this particular liabilities or these things. Since they are not maintaining all these things, then I capitalized on that and committed this fraud. Like there are advanced versions also, and our SBCO officials who are supposed to do the internal checks, they became party to that, and quid pro quo. You benefit, I will also get benefited. As a result, let us say it is N and 2 crores, 3 crores, 4 crores, 5 crores, all put together 64 crores of fraud. In all put together in Kurnool region, the recovery is only 24% over a period of time. So point to be noted, not during my period, before previous period, when system is weak, when control systems, internal control systems are weak, naturally the fraudsters try to capitalize on the weaknesses. So inspecting officers should always carry suspicion, though it is not related to this, because I have a responsibility to say. That is why I'm sharing these things. So we should not trust anybody. Don't trust me also. So because always you carry some suspicion at the back of your mind. Somebody who is luxurious, maintaining luxurious lifestyle altogether, and all of suddenly his lifestyle changed, and he's wearing branded shirts, and the car changed, and so many things are happening, then you must suspect it is disproportionate to his known sources of income. Where from is getting that money? There is a secret inflow of money from some source. Otherwise, it is just not possible to maintain that kind. There are persons. He is so courteous. Never ever trust a person who is very courteous. Trust a person who criticizes you, but never trust a person who is extremely courteous, and who is so courteous. For everything they call him. For everything, they even TV connection or cable connection or business or mutual funds or any other thing, let us call X. He will do it. He will do it. And one day 70 lakhs fraud has taken place. He burned the post office. All records were burned as if it was a theft. So these things are happening. We should be extremely careful about the techniques adopted by the fraudsters. They leave a trail. It won't happen just like that in one go. The internal controls are weak when they do not have the fear that they will be removed, dismissed. Then there is a tendency to commit fraud. And having committed a fraud, they will try to. There are some people are there before retirement, especially those who are recruited after NPS, this old pension scheme. What will happen towards retirement? 10% pension cut, 20% pension cut. So sometimes there is a rule, unwritten rule, that 3 charges 30%, each charge 10% pension cut, 2 charges 20%, 1 charge 10%, 5 charges 50%. Not more than say 3 years. Extreme cases 5 years. Let there be pension cut. I will commit fraud substantially and leave. Let there be police case. Go to the police case, arrest, get myself arrested, and after that I will come out. These are certain adventures. Some of the youngsters and some of the old guys are also doing. So let us be aware of these things. So the primary thing is that we should recover money from the main offender and the co-offender. The sub-offenders, their contributed negligence is to be realistically assessed. Rules floated are to be documented. How their contributed negligence facilitated further continuance of fraud. That need to be detailed in the charge memorandum. Next. This recovery portion we can jump, because in the morning we covered. Next. 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 This one, reduction to a lower stage in the time scale of pay by one stage for a period not exceeding 3 years without cumulative effect and not adversely affecting his pension. Next. So here there is a penalty which is carved out from penalty 5. Reduction to a lower stage in the time scale of pay by one stage for a period not exceeding 36 months without adversely cumulative effect, without adversely affecting the penalty. Here you have to learn some few points. Say when an employee is reduced by one stage, you must see that he would have earned that many number of, he has sufficient number of stages. At least you would have earned at least one stage before imposing this particular penalty. It is the middle penalty within the minor penalties. it's a middle level misconducts. Neither it is too small nor too big. This penalty is very effective. It becomes effective the moment you order it. Unlike withholding of increments of pay. Unlike withholding of increments of pay, reduction by one stage, you will bring him one cell down in the 7th pay matrix that cells are there. You will 3% whatever is there, that value you will bring in one stage. Stage is nothing but one increment. Stage is nothing but one increment. So one stage for a period not exceeding 36 months. That means starting from 1 month to 36 months without cumulative effect and without adversely affecting the pension. Cumulative effect, you understand? Anybody who doesn't understand, please don't hesitate. Raise your hand. Everybody understands, so I will ask. It is a questions time. Huh? Somebody please explain what is the cumulative effect. Huh?
Let me tell with an example. Let the inspector joined with the basic of 44,900 and he has served for 3 years. His increment is 47,600 total basic pay. Suppose if we stop his increment for 2 years with cumulative effect, he will continue for the 2 years with 47,600 only. And that after 2 years also, he will start with 47,600 only. The 2 years increment he will never gain in future. That is cumulative effect.
Right. Very good. Excellent. 10 by 10. So that is the cumulative effect. So once we order the penalty with cumulative effect, then forever his pay will be depressed to that extent. That cumulative effect option is not there in this penalty. Suppose if a pay of X is reduced by one stage from 4,600 to 4,400 for a period of 2 years, then his loss will be how much? His loss will be how much? No, 4,600 to 4,400. 200 is the loss. No. 12 months to 2,400. Another 12 months to 2,400. 4,800 plus accompanied DA, etc. will be there. Is that the only loss? Any other loss is there? Now you have to tell me. Is that the only loss? Any other loss is there? Your battery is down. Increment, whether increments are allowed or not. Huh? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So many disciplinary authorities are not aware of this particular provision. In model calculations, so next stage, next please. If you see this right side, if you see that calculation, increment on actual basis was not drawn. In other words, the penalty of reduction to a lower stage in term scale of pay for a period of 1 year is awarded. So from that, the conclusion is increment on actual basis was not done. In other words, under this penalty, not only one stage will be reduced, but also increment due during that reduction period is not allowed to be drawn. Directorate, they oscillated. They allowed under 2014, 2018, 2019 model calculations. In 2018, they allowed. Next. Here it is for a period of 2 years. In this case, increment on actual basis was not drawn for 2 years. In other words, under this penalty, not only one stage will be reduced, but also increments due during that reduction period are not allowed to be drawn. Next. DOPT has issued draft OM in the year 2018. In that, they allowed the increment. Next. Finally, in the DOPT 2018 draft, if you see, then they allowed. In the 2019, they finalized this. They have not allowed the increments which are due during the period of reduction. Remember that, let us say 3 years, one stage is reduced. 3 years, 100 rupees, 100 rupees, 1200 plus 1200 plus 1200. 3600 you will forego because of one stage reduction. Plus, if his increment, let us say 17 or 11 and it is falling in between, for 3 years his pay remains constant. Means, let us say 4600. For 3 years his pay remains 4500 only. Increments will not be drawn on actual basis. Those will be drawn notional basis. In the accounts calculation, 100, 100, 100, they will make it 4,500. Now pay 100 rupees added 17 1 year, second year another 100, third year 100. But it will not be drawn actually. Notionally, it will be allowed because it is without cumulative effect. On restoration,